Our lives are all collisions, rogue bodies meeting, impacting and rebounding, and departing in directions new and unexpected. Roberta Carson, The Ricochets of Life. Prologue. 3rd July 2009, Deep Space, en route to asteroid 1991 JW. Forrest Calhoun had expected many things of deep space. He had expected that it would be dark and cold and bright and hot and endless and confined. He had expected that the Earth and the Moon would become distant pearls on the velvet night behind him. He had expected loneliness and fear and boredom. But he had not expected that it would smell like someone's old gym socks. Deep Space Vessel Jean Bullard was a closed system. The air was scrubbed and recirculated, even replenished now and then from the fuel cells. But odors did linger in spite of everything. The memories of meals cooked or of sweat expended, the tang of metal, the pungency of plastic, soap, deodorant, machine oil, the electric scent of wires running hot. The super-clean, high-tech honeypot guaranteed never to whiff like a porta-john. All of it blended into a sour, nameless aroma that he never quite got used to. Not that Bullard lacked sanitary facilities. She pushed a modified Salyut on her prow that had all the conveniences of home, except elbow room and a blue sky. The water was recovered, too. But in zero-G you never could luxuriate in a needle spray or even think about a soak in a steaming tub. And after 2 months living elbow to eyebrow, a fellow grew powerful tolerant of another man's stink and downright thoughtful about a sip of water. The control deck was a tight, cozy jumble, a triangle of seats, forward and sunroof viewports, a wraparound panel with heads-up monitors and readouts, storage lockers on every bulkhead. Room to float around a bit, but hardly palatial. Sometimes during the long watch in the small hours of the ship's day, when Krasnarov and Mendez were sleeping, Forrest would jack his ear clip into the comm circuit and listen to the whispers of distant Earth, the far-off chatter between Mir and Leo and space traffic control, snippets of ship-to-ship chit-chat on the orbital trade, occasionally the warbles and frying bacon of data links and message packets downloading from Earth into Bullard's computers. Beneath it all, the hiss of the sun and the hum of Jupiter. Such sounds filled the emptiness outside, accentuated it, and made it emptier still. The computer honked like an old-time jalopy horn, while the icon of a bowl antenna rotated in 3 axes. Numbers scrolled. A panel light switched from amber to green. Another went red. Forrest came to attention. Data link to Helios Light, established at 0200 Zulu, 3 July 2009, he announced for the cockpit recorder. On-board power handoff to fuel cells. Data dump commencing. The onboard AS logged everything automatically, and in triplicate no less, but everyone had to pretend that humans were a vital link in the chain. Glyphs and symbols danced across the screen. Ship's log, diagnostics, maintenance, squawk list, sensor data, en route observations and science experiments, digitized, condensed, packeted, and encrypted, and squirted to eager electronic ears hundreds of kiloclicks down system. Just in case we don't make it back personal. Forrest pushed the thought away. They were a long way from help, and walking a tightrope the width of a calculation wouldn't take much to tumble off into forever. The microwave power beam from Helios Light, the onboard fuel cells, the water regen, the precision of burn calculations, the uncounted welds and relays and connections and lines of programming code that made up a ship. Millions of things had to work, and work together, and work all the time. All the mission plans read how the crew would make it back alive, but Forrest hadn't any illusions when he signed the articles. During training, they had rehearsed every possible contingency and covered every plausible scenario. So they had a game plan for everything except reality, which never did go according to plan. The counter display announced 243 blocks encrypted. Estimated transmission time, 13 minutes. Forrest covered a yawn with his hand and watched the display. The 243 changed to 242, then to 241 as the blocks spooled. Helios would echo the hash code to confirm receipt, and if the bounce-back failed to match, they'd have to do the whole thing over. Damn if I know when I've had more fun. Forrest was grateful for any break in the monotony, but it was a hell of a thing when this was what you looked forward to. On the Earth-to-orbit traffic, there was always something happening. Pre-flight checklist, liftoff, rendezvous, mating or deployment, refueling, deorbit, atmosphere braking, max Q, rotation maneuver, descent, and landing. A fellow could keep himself tolerably busy most times, and more often than not feel like a one-armed man juggling bobcats. Now here he was on the cutting edge, the first human venture into translunar space, and all he could do was go along for the ride. He longed for a break in the by-the-numbers, in the groove, wake-me-when-we-get-there routine. Funny, how dull the cutting edge could be. A sudden commotion arose from the passageway that led through Bullard's nose-lock into Salyut. Forrest glanced at the console clock. If Mike Krasnarov was coming aft to take the con, he was awful early. But it was Ignacio Mendez that popped like a gob of chewing tobacco from the opening between the two pilot couches. The geologist cartwheeled across the flight deck and caromed off the aft bulkhead. "Nacho, old son," said Forrest, watching the man bounce. "What the hell you doing up?" For just an instant, he glimpsed a look of utter terror on the Brazilian's face. Then Iron Mike Krasnarov glided out of the passageway and snagged Nacho on the rebound, smooth as old Shaq in his glory days. The two men grappled and spun in the air together like ice dancers before coming to rest, with one of Krasnarov's hands holding a stanchion and the other Nacho's neck. "Hey," said Forrest, unsnapping his harness and kicking loose from his seat. "What the hell?" Krasnarov shook the smaller man like a rag doll. "He snores in his sleep," he bellowed. "For 2 months I have listened, but no more." Then before Forrest could move, Krasnarov hit the emergency evacuation button. Explosive bolts blew, and the outer hatchway sailed into the void like God's own frisbee. Cabin air whistled after it. Alarms shrieked. Pressure dropped. Forrest's nose and ears began to bleed, and frost condensed on bulkheads and cover plates. Krasnarov gripped Nacho by the collar and the belt and heaved him out into the starry night. The geologist spun into the darkness, and Krasnarov clapped the dirt from his hands. "Now I get quiet." "Without air to carry the sound," Forrest observed, "I'd say it'll get real quiet." Krasnarov hovered unaffected by the outrushing torrent. The air hurled notepapers, a laptop, a data recorder past him, but his hair and his tight-fitting T-shirt and shorts were unruffled. He pointed an angry finger at Forrest. "And you are next, you black bastard." The gale snatched Forrest and hurled him through the gaping hatchway. He grabbed the rim and stopped himself with his body dangling over an endless pit. Methodically, Krasnarov ground his heel into Forrest's clutching fingers. One by one, they lost their hold, and Forrest fell outbound forever and ever, and... He awoke with a quick intake of breath. The cabin was quiet, save for the constant murmur of the equipment and the hammering of his own heart. Forrest closed his eyes and blew out his breath. Hell of a dream. A quick glance around the flight deck reassured him that there was nothing so monumentally stupid as a big red button to blow the hatch off. He laughed at himself and shook his head. Reality and fantasy were still jumbled together in his mind. One hell of a dream. The computer console blinked. Transmission successful. Handshake. 023814 Zulu. The clock read 0251. Ship's log. He stopped, wet his throat, and started over. Ship's log. Forrest Calhoun, command pilot. Successful handshake with Helios Light at 0238. When the next download came, someone would probably notice the delay between task completion and log entry. But shoot, what could they do about it? Fire him? Beam handoff to power receptors at... Checking another log. 0240. Footprint overstepping PV array 21%. His eyes glanced from readout to readout, taking in the ship's status. Density down to 1/3 Earth orbit nominal. Close log. "Acknowledged," murmured the computer's husky contralto. "I love you too," said Forrest Calhoun, and almost meant it. Mike Krasnarov, creased and tucked and combed as always, emerged from the passageway at precisely 03:55 to stand his watch. Krasnarov had a forehead so high that it plowed halfway through his hair to the back of his head. His brow was furrowed like the South 40, and the corners of his mouth were hidden by 2 thick mustaches. His chin was gunmetal blue and gleamed like a well-polished fitting. The Russian shaved every day, but never once had Forrest seen him get down to anything pink. Back in the old flight test days, the ground crew had dubbed him Senior Machine, and Mikhail Krasnarov had accepted that appellation with pride. It was only fitting that his chiseled features had the color and sharpness of machine tools. During his off-watch, Forrest imagined, Krasnarov slept packed in Cosmoline. Krasnarov saluted. "I relieve you, sir." Forrest waved 2 fingers in the air near his forehead. "I am relieved," he said, and let Mike figure that one out. At what point did formality and ceremony cross the line from esprit de corps to esprit de Mickey Mouse? After 2 months in the big empty, even the jokes grew cold and stale. Forrest unbuckled and pushed himself up from the seat. "Weekly download went without a hitch," he said, as they traded places with the thoughtless ease of practice. "Power?" asked Krasnarov, just like he couldn't read the displays himself. He had to play the change-of-watch briefing game. "The lighthouse is still holding the schedule, but the beam's getting weaker. We'll be on fuel cells full-time soon enough." Krasnarov rubbed one hand with the other. "Has pod number 7 responded yet?" Forrest shook his head. "Negative. We might as well give up on it. Earth doesn't have a radar lock, and it ain't answering our love calls." Krasnarov pursed his lips. "She carries what? Fuel?" Forrest didn't bother with the manifest. "Few," he agreed. "But we're fat there. We rendezvous with pod number 11 in another 8 days, and number 3 will be waiting for us by the time we reach the rock. Both of those carry fuel." "Not a critical loss, then," Krasnarov agreed. He buckled himself into the command chair and ran his hands along the control panels. He always did that, Forrest thought, like a goddamn pianist playing a goddamn scale. Krasnarov logged on, and the computer went, "Ooga!" Krasnarov scowled, and Forrest suppressed a grin. He and Krasnarov had rubbed against the grain ever since that sun-drenched afternoon in the hotel bar in Fortaleza, when the flight test cadre met for the first time. Lord, what a crew that had been! Bobby McFeely and Gregor Levkin and good old Ned Dubois, later Bat de Silva and the Volkovs. Ego City, but Forrest had never had a smack of trouble with any of them, except for Iron Mike Krasnarov. Mr. Perfect. Forrest would never have considered Senior Machine a compliment. "Oh," he added casually as he pushed off toward the nose tunnel, "almost forgot. Just routine stuff on the bounce back. Magazines, newspapers, software upgrade." Krasnarov shrugged. You in Deep Space Command might never speak to them again, and it would be all the same to the Iron Mike. Forrest tried again. "No official communiques." Another shrug. "Which means still no word on the big question," Forrest continued. Krasnarov studied the dials. "And what is big question?" He hated it when Krasnarov played coy. It was like an elephant going tippy-toe. "You know damn well. Who sets foot on the rock first?" Krasnarov sighed and turned his seat. "That is a question of interest only to showboats." Forrest put on his best look of injured innocence. "You think I'm a showboat?" Krasnarov snorted and did not answer. "Okay, maybe so, I won't deny it, but it seems to me I recall a certain Russian, who we won't embarrass by naming out loud, who snuck aboard Nestorov on what was supposed to be an unmanned test. That was not for glory," Krasnarov explained, as if to a child. Yeah. Through the viewports, Forrest could read the large block letters on the forward hull spelling out the ship's name and RS number. Beyond that, the nested cylinders of Salyut, and beyond that, nothing, stretching on forever. You saved the flight and maybe the whole damn program. Going down in the history books was the last thing on your mind. And maybe, Krasnov said, Japanese are already being first. So what matter? Forrest shook his head. Unmanned probes don't count, even if they did reach the rock last December. No one cares. There's a lot of symbolism in being first to do something new. On that, we agree, said Krasnov. But symbolism comes from deeds, not from gestures. Forrest nodded, as if he and Mike had not had this discussion a dozen times already. After 2 months, there wasn't a whole lot that hadn't been said 12 times over. He turned away from his contemplation of the viewports. It ought to be someone with lots of EVA experience. The Russian looked back sharply. Meaning you? Forrest spread his hands. Okay, he said. Maybe it's time a black man took the first step. Or perhaps only a man with suitable gravity for the role. Sorry, no gravity out here. Hey, that means we can't even flip a coin to decide. Not even the hint of a smile. We are the vanguard of humanity, the Russian chided him. The man who represents us ought to be worthy of the role. No mistaking who he thought was worthy either. Forrest took hold of the hatch rim, ready to push himself toward Salyut. I guess, if the decision was easy, they would have decided before we left, and given us a memorable one-liner to utter spontaneously when the moment comes. It is a month yet before we arrive, Krasnov reminded him. Instructions may yet come. If not... A nonchalant shrug and a lack of eye contact. You are captain. You decide. Forrest studied him for a moment before he spoke. Tell me something, Mike. Do you resent being second in command, and second to a black man at that? No, that was a question he never asked and rarely ever thought. Besides, scuttlebutt had it that Ned Dubois had been first choice and had turned down the command. Tell me something, Mike. Do us know? Krasnov gave him a puzzled look. Then he shook his head. Not that I have noticed. Salyut consisted of 2 4-meter cylinders joined by a conical frustum and capped by an observation blister. The smaller cylinder, just shy of 3 meters wide, was mated to Bullard's nose collar and contained a CD library, an exercise machine, and other recreational aids. The magnetic chessboard had been left in mid-game. Krasnov was playing with himself again, and Forrest moved a piece at random as he swam by. The larger module, 4 meters wide, was the living quarters, with food and other stores, sanitary facilities, tethered sleeping bags, sensors, computer terminals, plant trays, and scientific equipment crammed everywhere they might fit, and a few places they didn't. Forrest paused just long enough to make sure that Nacho Mendez was sleeping the sleep of the innocent before entering the observation blister. Funny what dreams could do to you. You had to wonder if there was some sort of truth in them, and afterward you could never quite get them out of your mind. The forwardmost module of Salyut, another frustum, was capped by a hemispherical nose of syndiotactic polypropylene. SPP was a clear, super-hard, metallocene plastic of the new designer molecule sort. Forrest settled his moccasins onto the Velcro pads and pressed the code sequence on the control pad. The protective shield dilated, and uncountable stars spattered in endless night. Pressed forward in the blister like he was, Forrest seemed to be floating among them. They were above him and below him and around him. Millions, billions, trillions. Might as well be 1, 2, 3, many. At some point, enumeration lost all meaning. The familiar constellations were lost in a sea of suns. A man in his position, he couldn't help but be a role model. He told himself that his burning ache to be first on the rock grew out of that knowledge, that it was because thousands of kids from Bed-Stuy to South Central would be inspired by what he did, and personal glory did not enter into it. It was a seductive argument, a flattering one. It was a better image to look at while he shaved. Sometimes he admired Ned Dubois, his uncomplicated swagger. Let's face it, Forrest. Every step you've ever taken has been in Ned's shadow. A good man, a good friend, but always he was there ahead of you. Until now. Forrest Calhoun, Mikhail Krasnarov, Ignacio Mendez. A black man, a white man, a Latino. First world, second world, third world. Let's not pretend there was no thought to symbolism in the planning of this mission. How far did the symbolism go? To the choice of captain? Not the best, just a convenient token in the game of posing. He didn't buy that. He didn't want to buy that. He was good, and he knew it. But the thought was always there, niggling at him like a stone in his shoe. There was no sense of motion against the starry backdrop. Forrest felt, as he always did up here, that he was going nowhere. That Bullard had somehow stopped dead in space. He tried to find 1991JW. It would be moving retrograde now, as Fartrip closed in from its faster, more sunward orbit. A chunk of primordial planet stuff too small to be worth a name, its only redeeming feature being an orbit that brought it close enough to visit. The instruments all said it was out there, though. Somewhere, he put a forefinger against the viewport. There. Whoever touches it first. Sitting here in Bullard Salute's forwardmost module, Forrest Calhoun was, by a few meters, farther from Earth than any other man. Destined to go farther still. 1. House Call. Steel Dawn, from Vulcan's Forge out of Sunburst, measured herself against the rolling meadow, her legs stretching and her hooves wrapping the hard-packed trail with each stride. Marisa Van Hoyten clapped her knees tight around the filly's barrel, holding her seat easily on the trim English saddle. Her body flowed with the horse's piston-like movements, seeking that mystic oneness of steed and rider. Grasses and stubble whisked against her knee boots and jodhpurs, and the musty odor of mown hay and sassafras enveloped her like a mist. The trail wound through the grasses toward the copse of trees at the base of Skunktown Mountain, and Marisa felt the filly's muscles bunch beneath her, anticipating the leap over Runamuck Creek. When Steele jumped, Marisa's heart leapt with her. Small wonder that the ancients had given their horses wings. Her cell phone signaled at the rise of the leap, nearly breaking her concentration, so that she came down hard in the saddle when Steele hit the farther bank. Cell phone calls did not impress Steele, who had more visceral concerns, but Marisa pulled up on the reins. Steele resisted, trying to take the bit in her teeth. Yes, I'd just as soon keep playing, too. And the call might be nothing more than Harriet summoning her to dinner. Still, she played the reins, guiding her mount up the rising ground at the base of the ridge. Steele, taking the ascent, slowed to a canter, then to a walk. Finally the filly whickered, shook her head, and bent to take some succulent morsel from the surrounding bushes. Marisa dismounted and walked a few steps to take the kinks out. Her thighs felt like iron bands, her seat like concrete. The penalties of not riding more often. Harriet was right. She spent too much of her life behind a desk. Riding a tiger, she thought with amusement. She doffed her cap and ran her left hand through tawny, shoulder-length hair before tucking it back in place. The entire estate spread out below her like a tabletop miniature. A toy house, plaster hills, shrubs made of lichen and toothpicks. A red-brick neocolonial building perched atop a series of carefully landscaped mounds in the bowl valley at the base of the ridge. Silver Pond was not the largest of her estates, but she had grown up here, and she held it most dear. On the far side, trim, manicured lawn spread like an apron, enclosing the reflective pond that gave the estate its name, giving way slowly to a carpet of wild grasses and country flowers, and approaching finally the line of birch and hemlock that blocked the view of the wrought iron entry gate at Old Coppice Lane. Facing her, an ornamental garden and hedge maze created geometric patterns of color and shape. There was movement among the rows of flowers. Harriet, her mother, tending to her roses, followed by the patient, ever-suffering Miss Whitmore. Marisa pulled her cell phone from her belt pouch and thumbed return call. She put her left hand at the small of her back and stretched. It felt good to stand upright. "Yes, Sykes," she said when the butler had answered. "What is it?" "You have a call from the White House, miss, from the President's appointments secretary." Business or social, she wondered. "Very well. I'll return the call when I can use a secure line, say 20 minutes. "I took the liberty of so informing the caller." "Sykes, you are a marvel." She shut off her phone and returned it to its pouch. "Come on, Steele," she said. "Time to go home. Make heap big smoke with white father." Steele had moved off a few paces and was contentedly cropping the grass near the foot trail that led to the top of Skunktown. There was a gazebo up there and a spectacular view, but Marisa spared the trail no more than a glance. She had not made that hike in nearly 2 years, not since the divorce. The south wall of the sitting room at Silver Pond consisted of tall, leaded glass windows running from ceiling to floor, providing a light excellent for an afternoon of reading or working. And, given its location at the far end of the L-turn in the main first-floor hallway, a perfect refuge for solitary relaxation. Marisa could work on her scrapbooks in quiet and without casual interruptions. The thick black pages, with the photographs and clippings arranged neatly upon them, contrasted with the antique ivory of the reading table and matching rail-backed chairs. Newspaper and magazine articles, courtesy of the clipping service she employed, were stacked neatly by her left hand. An opened pot of mucilage paste and a brush applicator sat ready by her right. Directly in front of her, against the east wall, was a sideboard with a rack of decanters and glasses. To her left, a long disused fireplace, and, on the mantelpiece above it, a clock of superbly awful design, a gold and white filigree of leaves, a horizontal pendulum, a bell jar enclosing everything. Just the sort of rococo extravagance that appealed to Harriet. Above the clock, a trio of wedding photographs graced the wall. Turning the scrapbook to a blank page, she aligned the photograph of Tani Pandya along the faint silver grid lines, squaring it just so. The chime of the clock on the mantelpiece distracted her, and she listened to the muted sound of the ticking for a moment, then realized that she had been tapping her foot in time to it for some while. She tisked impatiently and turned her attention back to the scrapbook. She dabbed the back of the photograph with paste and pressed it into the book, holding it firm until the glue had set. Of all the children from that first year at Witherspoon, Tani had been one of the last to blossom. But now the New York Times was praising her first novel, Taj Mahal, as the definitive statement of the new immigrant experience. Marisa stretched her arms straight forward and flexed the fingers. Then she stood and paced around the room a few steps to relax. Sitting too long on seats meant for the eye and not for the rear. Not for the butt, Barry would have said. Not for the ass, Ned Dubois would have said. She wondered briefly how Ned was getting along these days. About Barry, she no longer gave a damn. Aside from that wretched clock, the house was deathly silent. Sykes must be below stairs, ready if he was called upon, but otherwise relaxed with a quiet drink and a slushy novel. Mother was still out in the garden with Miss Whitmore. The other servants had left for the day. At any rate, they were not stomping around the south wing of Silver Pond. Her pacing brought her abruptly face to face with a triangle of wedding photographs above the mantel. Grandpa and Matilda, looking proper beyond their years, held pride of place. He with his slick-down hair, and she with her flapper's curl and a cloud of white Belgian lace surrounding her dark, round, it-girl countenance. Grandmother seemed a little bewildered, as if not quite sure what had happened to her. Grandfather, Willem Riese van Hoyten, wore a morning suit and a curious smile of triumph that lifted the ends of his black pencil-thin mustache like the wings of a bird in flight. In later years, she remembered, he had let the mustaches grow into long, white, drooping things. They used to tickle when he kissed her. The second photograph was of Pete and Harriet. Harriet, with a long, full Andrews Sisters hairstyle, looked stunning in a flowing ivory gown that swirled around her feet like the foam of the sea. Harriet looked determined. Pete looked sober, for once. The third photograph was of herself and Barry Fast. She considered it in silence for a moment, then reached out and took hold of the frame. Honestly, she did not know why she left it there. Obsolete documents are to be promptly removed from all points of issue. That was corporate policy, was it not? It was not as though she wanted to be reminded of him. 2 years had not dulled the hurt, and every time she looked on his picture the pain stabbed her. And yet, she could not deny that he had happened, or pretend that 5 years of her life meant nothing, and removing the photograph would spoil the triangular symmetry of the display. She had worn her hair shorter then, tight tresses almost like a cap, and she wore a smile curiously similar to Gramper's. Nowadays the hair was longer and grayer, and the smile less frequent. Harriet entered the room, tugging at her gardening gloves, and Marisa turned hastily from the array of wedding pictures and pretended to regard the clock instead. Harriet wore denim bib coveralls grass-stained at the knees. A smudge of dirt accented her right cheek. Her hair was a pure white that she no longer pretended to tint. She walked slowly to the liquor cabinet and sideboard, favoring her left leg. "Mother," said Marisa, "where's your cane?" "I don't need it," Harriet answered. She laid her gloves on the sideboard and filled a glass with sherry from a crystal decanter. "The roses are not doing well," she said. "Too much chill in the air for July. I doubt I shall exhibit this year." "I'm sorry to hear that, Mother. I know how much your roses mean to you. Have you had any luck with your new hybrid?" Marisa edged swiftly away from the mantel until she stood once more by her seat at the table. Harriet turned from the sideboard, double-took when she saw that Marisa had moved, and shook her head. "No luck." She took a sip of her wine and paused a moment with her eyes closed. "Ah, that is warming." Harriet complained of the chill more and more often these days. Granted, it had been a cool year, those volcanoes in Japan, but not excessively so. Yet Harriet had worn a sweater outdoors for nearly the entire summer. It bothered Marisa in a way she could not quite fathom. "What did the president want?" Harriet asked. "Oh, who knows? A special seat at Far Trip Communications when the exhibition arrives, I suppose. I'm to meet with him next week." Harriet swallowed her wine. "I don't like that fellow. I never have. He doesn't understand money." Marisa smiled. "You mean his family hasn't had it for the necessary 4 generations?" Harriet sniffed. "Your basic nouveau is too pushy. Breeding and manners come from stewardship, not from accumulation." Marisa had her own reservations about J. Clement Donaldson, but they regarded defects in his character, not in his financial history. She resumed her seat and took the next clipping off the pile, an account of a speech that Azim Thomas had given at a South Bronx high school graduation. Harriet watched while she pasted and mounted the clipping. "I see you are still keeping up those scrapbooks," she said. Marisa pondered the comment, examining it for booby traps and hidden meanings, contemplating possible replies. "I promised Belinda," she said finally. "Ah, yes," Harriet said noncommittally. "Dr. Carr." "We both thought I ought to maintain some involvement in the educational thread of Project Prometheus. Belinda sends me dossiers each year of the most promising students in her academies, those from Witherspoon and Pitcher, since North Orange is so close by." "So you keep a scrapbook?" Marisa's eyes dropped to the black, rough-textured page. "Belinda thought it important that I think of the children as individuals." "Belinda knows best, I suppose." Harriet finished her sherry in one convulsive swallow. "The scrapbook was my idea. These children were in that first Witherspoon class Mentor graduated after receiving the state charter." Children? Where had the years gone? They were children no longer, but in their mid-20s, an age of immortality and possibilities. A space pilot, a computer consultant, a novelist, a chemist, a Marine Corps hero, a rigging supervisor on the Leo construction project. A poet. She flipped the pages backward until she came to a photograph of Roberta Carson. Styx, as she used to call herself. The picture was from the cover of her most recent poetry collection. Posed as Mona Lisa, wearing not a secret and provocative smile, but a manic, leering grin. A lovely young woman resisting the notion of her beauty. Half the poems in her last collection were thinly veiled attacks on VHI and the brainwashing at mentor academies. Marisa touched the picture with a fingertip. She used to come to Silver Pond to be alone and to think. She used to look to me for guidance. Silver Pond had been the young girl's refuge. Marisa could remember nights of companionable silence, herself pressed to her telescope in the rooftop observatory, Styx pouring earnest words and images into her tattered black journal, sometimes reading her words aloud. Now it was not so much the poems that hurt, than that it was Styx who wrote them. "They are my children," Marisa said softly. A clatter of glass. Marisa looked up to see that Harriet had dropped her wine glass while replacing it on the sideboard. "Your children," she said, not turning. She picked up the glass and held it to the light, inspecting it. "In a sense, I have adopted them. They are the odd ducklings in Mentor's program, rogue bodies whose orbits are off the ecliptic." She paused when she saw that Harriet was not listening. "The glass is chipped," her mother said, setting it aside. "Now Sykes shall have to discard it." She heaved a sigh and looked down, her hands resting on the handles of the sideboard, her back to Marisa. There was silence. "I always wanted grandchildren, you know," Harriet said after a time. Softly, Marisa replied, "Yes, I know." Remembering the blood and the pain and the weeks in intensive care. Harriet stepped to the mantel and adjusted the wedding picture of Marisa and Barry, which was hanging slightly askew. She stepped back and looked at the picture, hands on hip. "Sometimes," she said, "I miss that man." "Mother, you astonish me. All you ever did was snipe at him." "Yes, but after 5 years, I grew used to having him about." Marisa looked at the picture again. Yes, she thought. So did I. But she did not say it aloud. Sometimes she wondered, if little William had lived, if the baby had not died within her, would Barry still be here, with his cocky smile and his ready wit, with his tender caresses and, yes, his steadfast support? Was it the child that drove her into the frantic isolation of her work, and he into drink and the arms of another? Or was that only something that would have happened, that had been happening imperceptibly all along? President J. Clement Donaldson was a good-looking man, but then television had assured a long succession of such men in office, cap-toothed, blown-dried, and photogenic as a bald eagle in flight. His hair swept like wings across both sides of the high brow, a touch of gray at the temples for the appearance of dignity, and a touch of the dye bottle everywhere else for the appearance of youth. Appearance was all. He could exude calm dignity as easily as folksy charm. His smile when he greeted Marisa was perfect, and the grip of his hand struck just the right balance between firm and limp. This was a man who shook a great many hands, and who smiled to order. None of which necessarily made him a bad man, Marisa reminded herself as she followed him through the White House. As chairman of Van Hoyten Industries, she had met her share of presidents. The amiable but iron-willed Reagan, the eager, if unfocused, Clinton, Bush, the apparatchik with no vision whatever. Even when she had been young and new to her position, James Earl Carter. Of them all, she found only in Jim Champion a man she had genuinely liked. Regarding Donaldson, she had yet to form an opinion, which, considering the man had held office for going on 5 years, was rather an accomplishment on his part. There had been a Teflon president and a Velcro president. Now there was a Rorschach president. Donaldson had dressed casually in tan slacks and a red pullover sweater. He wore slippers on his feet. It was Saturday, he said, his day almost off. He led her on a meandering and apparently impromptu tour of the building, showing her sights that she had seen many times already. Pacing them at a discreet distance, an Air Force warrant officer carried a locked briefcase. Marisa wondered if they still called it the football, and whether its continual presence was now a sort of ritual, like the mace and scepter that accompanied the English king. "This old house has lots of history," Donaldson said while they paused in the East Room. "Yes, sir, a lot of history." A trivial statement, so obvious that Marisa saw no point in responding other than with an interested look. "Did you know Abigail Adams used to hang the family laundry in this room?" He looked pointedly around the elegantly appointed ballroom and laughed. "The family laundry," he said again, with a shake of the head. "Then Lincoln quartered troops here during the Civil War, and Theodore Roosevelt's children used it as a roller rink." Another chuckle, as Marisa dutifully followed him across the parquet hardwood. The bright polish reflected them both, as if they were walking on glass. "I think the old place misses children most of all. This is a house of middle-aged men. TR and JFK were the exceptions. Usually by the time a man is seasoned enough to live here, his children are teenagers or grown and gone." Marisa had visited the White House before. She had slept in the Lincoln bedroom during Jim Champion's term. She had wondered then what it was like to live in a monument. On the far side of the ballroom, Donaldson paused in front of the Gilbert Stuart painting of George Washington and shoved his hands into his slacks. "This painting," he said, "is the only item that survives from the original White House, the one the British burned in 1814. It's the only furnishing that has been here throughout the building's history. Sometimes—" Donaldson's voice died, and he stared into the painting's solemn face, seemingly oblivious to Marisa. When he spoke again, it was almost to himself. "Sometimes, when I look at him, I wonder if I'm worthy to live here." Marisa often wondered that herself, and so did 42% of the country. However, it was a nice performance all around. Marisa did not for 1 minute believe that the mini-tour had been on the spur of the moment, or that Donaldson's commentary had been anything but scripted, rehearsed, and meant for her ears. Donaldson escorted her into the green room, a small parlor paneled with dark wallpaper and decorated in the Federal style, elegant but spare. Above the fireplace mantel hung a portrait of Benjamin Franklin in his 60s, a younger man than the image the public most revered. On a side table sat a game board with smooth, round black and white stones arranged in intricate patterns. Valerie Clark, the Secretary of Transportation, sat in a high-backed Hepplewhite chair, one of 3 grouped around a circular coffee table. She rose as Marisa entered and extended her hand. They both pretended delight at meeting once again. Marisa accepted the seat that the President held out for her and settled in with a renewed sense of caution. She found a place for her purse on the floor beside the chair and positioned it carefully. She wondered why the President had asked her here. You never knew with this one. It might be nothing more than to wangle a seat at Far Trip Communications Center when the Bullard rendezvoused next month. Donaldson liked to be seen at important events. He liked to pose. He just didn't like to make decisions. Maybe that was the secret of his success. Decisions always made someone mad. He had won his second term by a comfortable margin, but less so because the voters liked him than because they had no particular cause to dislike him. A careful man, and a lucky one, he had avoided both sexual scandal and economic recession by following the same simple rule: keep your hands off. In response to some unseen signal, a White House steward entered with a silver tray bearing a tea service and British biscuits. The young Filipino placed the tray on the coffee table, bowed politely, and departed. President Donaldson bent forward and lifted the teapot. "May I?" he asked. "An honor," said Marisa. "The tea service," said Donaldson conversationally as he poured, was a gift from the Russian people as a tribute to the new era of cooperation between us."
"It's very fine work," Marisa said, accepting her cup.
"Did you notice," Donaldson went on as he serviced Valerie Clark, "that the samovar is chased silver and bears the three national symbols, the bald eagle of America, the double-headed eagle of the Russias, and the globe and stars of Brazil? A fruitful partnership, and one due in no small measure to yourself."
"It was not entirely my doing," Marisa demurred.
"Don't be modest," Donaldson insisted. He set the teapot aside and settled back in his chair, holding his own cup in one hand and his saucer in the other. "Your single-stage to orbit vehicles, ballistic transportation here on Earth, satellite repair, it's no secret that one of my predecessors was, how should we put it, less than enthusiastic about the program. At least in the beginning, you had to work without the support of your own government."
"More like with my own government's obstruction." "Some of his advisors," Marisa allowed, "were not convinced of the program's value."
A polite way of saying hostile, and hostile for an odd potpourri of reasons. On the one hand, an anti-technology, anti-big business bias. On the other hand, the protection of established big business interests against upstart competition. And mixed in there, she had to admit, a genuine skepticism that had almost proved right. What made political bedfellows strange was that they snuggled together because they wanted to screw somebody not in the bed with them. Worst of the lot, to Marisa's thinking, were those mercenaries who had infested the White House in those days and who had used the controversy as a way to extort Marisa's political support for the president's re-election. She could respect an opponent, but not an opportunist. Opponents, at least, were believers. Donaldson was a different kettle of fish entirely. While not supportive, as Champion had been, neither was he obstructive. When it came to outer space, he was King Log, and Marisa was content that he remained so. Yet she ought not to forget that many of the party stalwarts that Donaldson depended on had served that previous administration, and a sizable percentage still maintained their dark ideological suspicions. "Well," said Donaldson with a wan smile, "history has the final say, doesn't it? An idea may work out better than it sounded at first, or it may ultimately fail even after an initial success." He glanced briefly at Secretary Clark.
"Someone's been whispering in his ear," Marisa thought. But who? And what had they whispered? "A new business venture is always a risk," she said cautiously. "That's why it's best if the risk is limited. If a VHI venture fails, only VHI suffers. If a government venture fails, the entire country suffers." Donaldson nodded slowly. "Maybe, though some would argue the point. You've heard the joke, I'm sure. When VHI catches cold, half the country sneezes. What about your stockholders, your employees, suppliers who depend upon your company's purchases? They suffer the consequences too without agreeing to the risk. Furthermore," he set his saucer on the table and his teacup upon it, though he had not, Marisa noted, drunk more than a sip or two, "as you have admitted, your success was not entirely your doing. You built on taxpayer-funded technology, and the public has the same right to a return on their investment as your private stockholders." "What exactly do you mean, Mr. President?" Marisa now set her own teacup on the table. Clark had not even picked hers up, but sat stiffly in her chair with her fingertips to her lips and her hands folded as if in prayer, regarding Marisa with still eyes. Donaldson exchanged another glance with Secretary Clark.
"Valerie," he explained, "has some misgivings about the shuttle external tank program that VHI and NASA worked out. She feels that NASA ought to receive a higher fee for delivering the tanks to your orbital construction site."
"Does she?"
Marisa turned her attention to the Secretary of Transportation. From the twist of the woman's mouth, she too had noticed Donaldson's sudden switch to third person. The problem with being a man who avoided personal responsibility was that it irritated your allies more than your enemies. "I thought an 8% markup generous. Few private companies can boast such a profit margin." What you pay NASA for the tanks, said Clark, speaking for the first time, does not come close to covering their cost, and you know it. Valerie, the shuttle used to jettison the ET and let it burn up in the atmosphere. Now, with an extra 20 seconds boost, NASA releases the tank into orbit so Leo can rendezvous, attach boosters, and take it up to the construction site. Leo pays NASA the cost of the extra fuel and the extra depreciation on the shuttle main engines, plus a fair profit, and assumes the risk of lifting the tank to its final orbit. NASA thought it was a good deal. You mean a sweetheart deal? Unfortunately, the former NASA administrator had some far-out notions and allowed his imagination to outstrip his common sense. He approved ventures because he thought they were neat, without any thought for the cost to taxpayers. There is no cost to the taxpayer. If the Leo Consortium did not pay NASA to discard the ETs in orbit, NASA would discard them in the atmosphere, and the taxpayer would receive nothing. NASA can secure more favorable terms elsewhere. That was delivered with a small smile of triumph. Marisa drew back. Really? From whom? Only Leo and Mir were using ETs, and the Mir refurbishment did not plan on using more than the two already called for. Wilson Enterprises and the other players were either partners in the Leo Consortium, or they were waiting on the sidelines to see how the venture panned out. I shouldn't need to keep you informed of developments in your own markets, Marisa, said Clark, but Pac Orbita has expressed some interest. The Kitenran. The collapse of the Japanese bubble economy in the late 90s had sent the whole world reeling into the Christmas recession, and the Japanese national economy was still running behind the recovery curve. If they are pricing external tanks, Marisa said, it is to bid the price up and slow Leo's construction, not to build their own station. So you say. See here, Valerie. The Secretary of Transportation put her hands on her knees and leaned forward. No. You see here. My department is responsible for commercial space transportation under 49 U.S.C. 35. I intend for the taxpayer to receive the greatest return possible. It's one thing for entrepreneurs to explore new technologies and take on new risks. That's what you people do best. You are the scouts, and scouts have been traditionally less disciplined. But once proven, the new technology needs to be properly regulated to protect the public interest. Need I remind you that the Office of the Secretary has the responsibility to approve each and every NGO-launched space mission? NGO, or non-government organization, was Beltway speak for everything else in the universe. That provision of the Act was rescinded by President Champion, she pointed out. Not that Clark needed reminding. By executive order, the Secretary said. It could be restored the same way. Marisa turned to President Donaldson, who dropped his gaze and looked uncomfortable. We hope such a step will prove unnecessary, he murmured. To clear each launch through the office of the Secretary, well, that could cause traffic delays and might complicate launch schedules. Might complicate? It would bring both the suborbital and the far more precarious orbital trades to a screeching halt, especially if Valerie exercised her discretionary powers to selectively delay launches by people she did not like. The Secretary of Transportation had traditionally been one of the least powerful posts in the government. Now, thanks to the space trade, it was potentially one of the more powerful, and Valerie Clark had not scrambled her way up from Port Authority Commissioner to Mayor to Cabinet to see such a potential go to waste. It was an open secret that she wanted NASA moved under her department and turned into something like a national flag carrier. Marisa studied Clark's face, looking for a clue, and saw hope and triumph? No, not quite. There was a certain wariness around the eyes. Hope, then, but not triumph. Valerie Clark did not quite have Donaldson on board. Donaldson hated to make decisions. Marisa had thought she would never have been glad of that fact, and even now she was only cautious. Donaldson's indecisiveness usually meant he was pulled in more than one direction, and Marisa did not yet know what that other direction might be. An awkward silence grew between them until Donaldson, laughing with forced cheerfulness, clapped his hands together and rubbed them. "Well, we needn't make a decision right away. The price structure for delivering the external tanks to Leo needs to be revisited, that's all. But I don't know that selling ETs to the Japs is such a good idea, either. It might make more sense to shut the shuttle program down entirely. Shuttles are far too expensive compared to planks, rams, or even black horses."
"The shuttle did deliver the entire Salyut module to Fartrip in one flight," Marisa reminded him. "Nothing else can lift the size of a shuttle payload. A few more flights. Then you can shut it down." 8 more tanks recovered to orbit, and Leo could finish its station. But Marisa did not voice the comment. Valerie had been right in one thing. It was costing the taxpayer money. Not the extra reaction mass to boost the tank to orbit, but the cost of operating the shuttle, period. NASA had always flown at a huge loss. To encourage the government to keep them flying so Leo could pick up a few discarded components might be considered by some as more than just disingenuous.
"Oh, yes," Donaldson said. "There are quite a few options to be studied. It would be a mistake to act hastily."
Valerie Clark shot him a guarded look. The secretary wasn't getting what she had expected from this meeting. Ordinarily, that might have cheered Marisa, except that Marisa wasn't sure if she was getting what she wanted either. King Log might just be a whole lot cleverer than he seemed. Donaldson leaned forward and picked up his teacup.
"I understand that Fartrip will reach its destination soon."
"August 23rd, Marisa said, following his lead onto a new subject. That would be 37 years, almost to the day, since she had seen the Firestar cross the heavens above the Grand Tetons, and she had awakened to the threat of asteroid impacts. Sometimes, remembering how young that high school senior had been, she had been skipped 2 grades in elementary, she felt immeasurably old. Too many years had gone by. Not enough years were left. The first orbital station was still unfinished, and the gigawatt-power satellites were still paper models undergoing failure modes and effects analysis. And asteroids still whipped across the lip of Earth's gravity well every month. Sooner or later, one would curl in and strike. Another Tunguska, only striking Manhattan or Rome instead of the Siberian wilderness, or striking the ocean and sending a giant tidal wave to scour the shorelines, or another like the one that made Meteor Crater in Arizona, or another Chicxulub, another dinosaur killer. And we might never even see it coming.
"I suppose you will be having a big celebration," Donaldson said, hinting not too subtly for the expected invitation.
Valerie Clark rose.
"Clement, I have some business to attend to over on 7th Street. The impact statement for the Allentown ballistic port is waiting for my review."
She was obviously disappointed at the turn the meeting had taken. The president rose to show her out, and Marisa stood too, waiting awkwardly by her chair until Donaldson had returned. "Okay," she thought. "You've shown me the stick. Where's the carrot?" And what did he want her to do? The president smiled apologetically when he returned. "I'm afraid Valerie has very strong feelings on your use of the external tanks." He paused by the game board and studied it, rubbing his cheek. "Not my use, Mr. President, but the Leo Consortium. Some of VHI's companies are members of the consortium. That is all." Donaldson looked over in her direction, and his smile broadened. "Oh, don't try to fool a fooler," he said. "I put together any number of stockholder alliances in my time as a street walker." He selected a black stone from a ceramic bowl and placed it on the game board. "That was my strong suit, you know," he said as he rejoined her. "Building coalitions. I've studied the structure of your consortium closely and found it fascinating. The VHI bloc is not a majority, not even the largest bloc of voting stock, but no other likely coalition can assemble a majority without VHI's shares." Marisa retrieved her own tea and sipped it. It had gone cold in the meantime. "Really?" she said. She set her cup down again without asking for its replacement. Donaldson chuckled, the folksy down-home stump politician, and never mind the Bahamas tan or the Wall Street power broker in the twinkling eyes. Oh yes, a man who put off decisions, but not a stupid man. Look at the Congress these days, and you'll see what I mean. What's the breakdown in the House? His uncertainty was rhetorical, meant to draw her in. Marisa was confident he knew to the member how many seats each party held, and how tightly. There is a roughly equal split, she told him, between the Democrats and the Republicans. Donaldson nodded, as if she had passed her orals. That's right. 192 elephants and 189 donkeys. So it looks like the big two have nearly equal power, while Liberty with 36 and American with 18 are out of the loop, right? Donaldson leaned forward and wagged an admonishing finger back and forth. But reality is more subtle. The Liberty Party swings as much power in the House as the Democrats or the Republicans, while the American Party is zippo, nada, zero. And do you know why? Marisa smiled harmlessly. Teach your mother to suck eggs. Balancing stockholder blocks was something she had picked up at Gramper's knee. Why? She asked. Because to build a winning coalition, to harvest that all-important 50% plus one, the others must have Liberty on board. Unless the Democrats and Republicans join together, but they have too many hatchets to bury just for the dubious pleasure of freezing out Liberty. Since Liberty usually lines up with the Republicans on economic issues and with the Democrats on social ones, it's their agenda that gets a majority more often than not. Not always. Donaldson shrugged. So, who gets always? You compromise on some things to win on others. It's a matter of choosing your battles. That's why McRobb can be so holier-than-thou. He doesn't need to compromise on anything because no one needs the American Party to build a winning coalition. Even if he does the old give-and-take and joins up with one of the big two, he just shifts the margin of defeat or victory. He can't change one into the other. Donaldson waved a hand. The point I'm making is that an apparently small shareholder can actually be the keystone player, and you have positioned VHI in just such a way within Leo's board. Mr. President, even if what you say is true— Donaldson interrupted her, spreading his hands out wide, palms up. Don't get me wrong. I admire the artistry. And as I started to say earlier, I see more value in providing Leo with the tanks it needs than Secretary Clark does. Marisa waited for a long, cautious moment. You do, she said, not making it a question. Here it comes. Donaldson bobbed his head. Certainly, certainly. There are more important issues to deal with than who gets paid how much for a used fuel tank. For one thing, the American people are fed up with the barbarism in the Balkans. Massacres, shelling of civilians, concentration camps, ethnic cleansing. They feel it is time to act. A slice of the hand through the air, like a tomahawk chop. It's time to put a stop to it. How do you propose to do that, Mr. President? Negotiations only work when both sides want to find a solution. The Great Balkan War has been growing for years, and the Non-Intervention Act means you can't send in troops. Congress should keep its nose out of foreign policy, Donaldson snapped. Marisa noticed that his smile became fixed when he was opposed. But there is a way to intervene with no risk at all to American boys and girls. I play at Go, you know. A wave of the hand toward the sparely elegant game set. It's the Oriental equivalent to chess, but while chess reflects crude Western values of maneuver, thrust, and attack, Go reflects Oriental values of patience and position. It is a subtle game. Stone placements of no apparent value can become strategic time bombs as the play proceeds. I've been reading the old SDI study papers. Leo is the high ground, always prized by the military. Tremendous advantage of position. He leaned forward enthusiastically.
We can drop kinetic weapons from there, non-nuclear, you see, but with awesome energy. We can wipe out armored columns or warships with not much more than lumps of metal. Crowbars with just enough brains to recognize a target from the air."
Donaldson waited for her response, a pleasant, almost pleased grin on his face, as if he had discovered sex for the first time and did not yet suspect that others already knew. Marisa found her voice after a long struggle. Good God, the man was serious. "That sounds like a major intervention."
"But it's not," he crowed triumphantly. "That's the beauty of it. Once the combatants realize that their position is untenable, they'll come to the negotiating table, where I can offer our services as a disinterested broker. Naturally, the weapons must be in place for the move to be credible, but they'll never be used, and once the crisis is past, they'll be removed."
"At least until the next crisis. Cross your heart, no foolin'." The problem was, it would set a precedent. "Leo is designed as a commercial venture," she said. "The board would rather avoid military or political entanglements.
The people want an end to the atrocities in the Balkans. The Greek Navy's bombardment of Izmir was bad enough, but the Turkish siege of Salonika is pure camera fodder. And now that Romanian forces have been committed south to support the Serbs, this is confidential, you understand, the Hungarian army is concentrating on the Romanian border."
"I agree, Mr. President, that the situation is distressing, but I fail to see how it is the business of the United States in general, or of Leo in particular, to correct it." A touch of color suffused Donaldson's neck.
"Damn it, woman! People are dying!"
The smile broadened until it seemed painted on. There was something very odd about a man who could talk about people dying with a smile on his face, even a phony smile. "Congress will not allow the staging of weapons and—"
"I am the commander-in-chief under the Constitution, not Congress, and I can swing Congress if I need to. Those Republicans who are not rabid isolationists, and those Democrats who are not brainless pacifists," he leaned forward with his arms on his knees, "plus liberty," he added distinctly.
"Ah. The Liberty Party platform explicitly forbids such foreign adventures." Donaldson smiled in irritation, as if he could not understand the relevance of a party platform to practical men and women.
"They are worse isolationists than the Washingtonian Republicans, but they might listen to their major backers."
"And might I point out that, whatever the United States Congress does or does not decide, Leo is an international venture? Even if I agreed to use the station as a platform for orbital weapons, and even if I could get VHI's board to agree, I doubt that Matsushita or Deutsches Bundesbank would go along. As for inertia, the Russians, if anything, favor the Orthodox side and would regard any intervention as anti-Serbian." "They sat still for the Skopje mission," Donaldson reminded her. "The Russians had already tried to stop the Serbs from attacking the UN peacekeepers. They wanted to punish the Serbs for not obeying Mother Russia as much as they wanted to pull the blue helmets out of harm's way. That doesn't mean they'll tolerate wider involvement by the West." The president sat back in his Hepplewhite chair and placed his hands together under his chin.
"I hear you. But foreign policy is still my bailiwick, I believe. I value your opinion, as I would that of any well-informed businesswoman. But on business, more than on politics. We have already agreed that VHI is the key player on the Leo board. If need be, you can force the issue. Otherwise—" he shrugged. "You still need additional tanks to finish the station."
Marisa sat very still. This was far too decisive to be a Donaldson initiative. Someone else had sold him on intervention in the Balkans, and specifically on intervention using space-based weapons. Marisa did not object to space-based weapons in principle, but they no more belonged on Leo than anti-aircraft batteries belonged in shopping malls. "I will have to think about it," Marisa said, rising from her chair, "and discuss it with my people." Donaldson rose with her and extended his hand.
"I quite understand." If this man understood anything, it was not deciding things right away. When Marisa reached the door, Donaldson spoke again. "I hope you decide quickly. Every day you delay, thousands more will die." Marisa gave him a bleak look, wondering if he realized that that would be the case in any event. Flying north out of National and VHI's executive jet, Marisa reviewed her meeting with the president, jotting notes on her computer for later discussion with her staff. She had recorded the meeting, of course. The Rodney was as small as magnetic spin transistors could make them, and that was very small indeed. As small as the clasp on her purse. She glanced out the window on her left. The clouds on the horizon glowed fiery red, as if ignited from within. A wretched thing to keep surreptitious recordings, but that sort of precaution was as routine as it was necessary in this age of dubbing and morphing. She could not imagine that Donaldson had failed to make his own recording. After she had finished, Marisa removed the ear clip and sat for a while twirling the stylus between her thumb and forefinger while she studied her notes. This was Donaldson's secret, then. He avoided decisions by forcing others to make them. She would have to revise her opinion of the man. Did Donaldson really think that U.S. ground troops could be kept out of it once he had struck from the safety of outer space? Both sides had to stand down for the gambit to work, and both sides were people who revered their holy martyrs. She did not believe for a moment that a mere threat would work. "You have to show the cards to take the pot," Ned Dubois had once said, and once you were a player, you would get sucked in deeper and deeper. Probably the Navy at first. Greek or Turkish gunboats, or both, would attack the Mediterranean fleet. A decade of defense cutbacks made the fleet a tempting target. Was it a paper tiger or not? After that, no country that remembered Pearl Harbor could avoid the slippery slope of involvement. "If I refuse to cooperate, I am not responsible for the deaths in the Balkans. Donaldson cannot make it so. The Serbs were responsible, and the Croats, and the Greeks, and Turks, and Macedonians, and Albanians, and Romanians, and Bulgarians, and Bosnians. Now maybe even the Hungarians. And only God knew what the sides were. Maybe there were no sides. Maybe there were only a dozen one-on-one conflicts sharing the same pool of combatants. There were some fronts where the Greeks and Bulgarians fought side by side against the Turks, and others where they fought each other over Macedonia. Only the Slovenes, sitting in their mountains under an iron umbrella of Italian jets, had avoided being sucked into the spreading madness, and if anyone had noticed that the price was to become little more than an Italian province, they were far too polite to say so aloud. Slovenia and the Dalmatian coast had once been Venetian possessions, and who knew what wild irredentist dreams were mulled in the corridors of Rome? "Charlie Jim," she said, and her pilot turned his broad, flat face in her direction, looking through the open door from the pilot's cabin. "Yes, ma'am." "What do you think of the Balkan problem?" she asked him. The pilot grinned and shook his head so that the two thick braids by each ear danced. "Not much." Meaning that he had a low opinion, or that he hardly ever thought about it. Or both. Charlie Jim lived an uncomplicated life in which beer, airplanes, and women figured prominently, but that did not mean he was uninformed. "What do you think we should do about it?" "You and me? Leave 'em alone?" He grinned again and turned his attention back to his flying. "You mean the whole damn USA," he said over his shoulder. "I say stomp 'em flat or leave 'em be." "I see. And what about the space enterprises, the Plancks, Wilson's RAM accelerators, Fartrip, and all the rest? What do you think of that?" Charlie Jim did not answer immediately. The Pathfinder sailed up the northeast corridor in the growing dusk while, below them, Wilmington drifted behind and the lights of Philadelphia appeared on the horizon ahead. Marisa could see Charlie Jim studying her reflection in the windshield of the plane. Their two faces seemed to hover like wraiths in the night sky outside. A curious illusion. "Used to be," the pilot said at last. "When a young man wanted a name, he'd go off with maybe a few friends on the Red Stick path. take a few scalps, maybe steal a woman or some horses, just so he could say he'd done something big.
Charlie Jim jerked his head to the purple heavens.
Found something big to do, where you don't have to scalp no one.
Building space stations, she said.
More'n that, he said.
What then?
Another silence, longer this time, before Charlie Jim replied, and when he did, it seemed on another topic. You'll know when you Hataktobi came with your horses? We didn't have a word for 'em. For the horses, I mean. So folks scratched their heads and thought about it, and then took two other words, Isi, which meant deer, and Uba, which meant big, and they put 'em together and made a new word, Suba, which meant a deer, only bigger.
Marisa laughed, and Charlie Jim turned around again in his seat and gave her a steady, dead serious look.
What you want to do, he said. Ain't no word for that, either.
Marisa summoned Prometheus to meet at VHI headquarters early the following week. They gathered in the boardroom, around the long teakwood table, and under the rough-collared, beaver-hatted gaze of old Henrik van Hoyten, who hung at his place of honor above the door. The portrait, by Peter Lastman, always faced the chairman's seat. That had been one of Gramper's rules when he had run VHI, and Marisa had maintained the tradition, a reminder of the generations watching her. Marisa sat flanked by John E. Redman, her chief legal officer, and Khan Gagrat, her chief financial officer. The CFO shaved his head and wore a hoop earring in his right ear, an unnerving sight at accounting conventions. At the far end of the table, directly under the portrait, sat her cousin, Christian van Hoyten, president of Argonaut Research Laboratories. He was deep in conversation with Steve Mathias, Prometheus program manager and president of Thor Machine Tools. Chris listened intently while Steve talked, nodding from time to time with the gravest expression. Tall and angular, Chris bore more of the Van Hoyten features than Marisa did. "I shall have to revise my opinion of Donaldson," Marisa told John E. while they waited for the others to take their seats. Everyone always took the same seats, she noted, just like in a schoolroom. "I always told you," John E. replied in his soft Virginia horse country accents, "that you underestimated him." Redman's hair, which he wore collar-length, was swept back in the modern style and shot through with gray. "First, he showed me he had the power and the authority to— First, he showed me he was a humble human being trying to measure up to his predecessors. Then he showed me he had the power and the authority to stop the construction of Leo by loosening Valerie's leash and reneging on the ET deal. Then he pointed out that he needed the Liberty Party to forswear itself to get congressional backing for his plan. Thinking, whoever pays the piper calls the tune, said John E. with a smile. I pay Liberty Pipers because I like the tunes they choose to play. There's a difference. Anson and Jenny and the others listen to what I have to say, but it's their party. Then Donaldson pointed out the pivotal seats VHI holds on the Leo board. A pivot you carefully placed, the lawyer reminded her. She sighed. That doesn't mean I can move the world. Life would be much easier if you could, Khan remarked. Easier for the rest of you. One by one, the other presidents took their seats. Profane, bushy-haired, and barrel-chested Will Gregerson, founder of Werewolf Electronics, grumbled preoccupied greetings as he made his way around the table. João Pessoa, from Daedalus Aerospace, looking haggard after the long flight up from Brazil, received a curt nod from Dolores Pitchlin, who headed arch-rival Pegasus Aerospace. Gaia Biotech's Corey Wilcox slapped Steve Mathias on the back as he entered and pumped the man's hand in a fine simulation of friendship. Wallace Coyle, president of Aurora Ballistic Transport, was a chocolate teddy bear and probably the only man in the room who did not have a rival, or even an outright enemy, sitting somewhere around the table. A curious mix, thought Marisa, not for the first time. Gender aside, you cannot exactly call us a band of brothers. Her coalition. Presidents she had appointed. Presidents she had bought with their companies. Companies she owned, companies that other Van Hoytens owned. Companies the VHI Trust owned or held a controlling interest in. As Donaldson had so artfully pointed out, companies that jumped when she said frog. Employees, allies, and mercenaries. A volatile mixture. And yet together they had brought about the dawn of a new era. Some for career advancement, some for the potential profit. Some for the glory of touching the stars. And some, like herself, because they feared the stars might one day touch them. "Where's Belinda?" Marisa asked. The president of Mentor Academies had not appeared yet. "Belinda is ill," John E. said. "Nothing serious. She had Onwuka call and make her excuses." Marisa nodded. "Very well." Then in a slightly louder voice she said, "People, we may as well get started." It was always uncanny. It always startled her that, when she spoke up, others fell silent. It was power, of a sort, but it meant you had to fill the silence with words worth hearing. "I take it you have all had time to read the summary I sent you. I need hardly remind you of its confidential nature. We must decide among ourselves what position to take to Leo's board if Donaldson presses his request." "Shouldn't Heinz, Ruger, and Hamilton Pye be here?" asked Dolores. Dolores held a seat on the Leo board, courtesy of the shares owned by her Pegasus Spacelines subsidiary. Ruger AG and also Impelion Heavy Construction were the other two VHI members of Leo. "I asked Heinz to sound out our European partners under the rose, and Ham pleaded pressure of work. They're lifting number 4 tank this week." "I wish he was here," complained Steve Matthias. "If anyone knows whether we can complete Leo without all the tanks, it's Ham Pie." "I think we need a major reconfiguration," said Chris Van Hoyten. "We can't spin the pinwheel if the number of tanks on the spokes are unequal. And we need 2 tanks on each arm if we want to rent out Mars-level pseudo-gravity to the UN's Project Ares. That means back to design FMEA. 6 months to a year's delay while we work up new drawings and plans." "What makes you think we won't get the last few tanks?" asked Corey. Gregerson rumbled before he spoke and ran a thick-fingered hand through the bushy mane that surrounded his face. Werewolf Gregerson, others called him, and so he had named his company. Marisa had kept the name and the man when she had bought him out of the jaws of creditors. He was a brilliant engineer, but numbers became slipperier for him when they had dollar signs in front. "I don't know what that man has in mind," he said in his deep bass. "I don't think Brilliant Pebbles is ready for deployment, regardless what state Leo is in." Dolores Pitchlynn rubbed her 2 hands against each other once or twice. "Could be it is, or could be it isn't." Marisa looked at her. "Do you know something, Dolores?" The older woman shook her head. She had dark skin, tanned almost to leather, and hair bleached nearly white by the desert sun. She was not so much an unfriendly woman as one distant and hard to know. Her face seldom betrayed emotion. It might have been carved from the flint of the Mogollon Rim. "I have contacts here and there in DOD and TMDO, and sometimes you hear things. You know how it is. Somebody knows something and can't tell you, but they're just bursting with it. So you hear a little bit here and a little bit there, and you put them together." "God help us," said Steve Matthias. "That's all we need is to turn Leo into Darth Vader's Death Star." "Don't blow it out of proportion," Corey said. "Donaldson just wants to use Leo for staging, right? So what's the big deal? I always thought a non-nuclear defensive shield was a good idea anyway. Maybe this way we get a big infusion of American cash. Think what that would do to fund the rest of Prometheus." "Damn it, Corey," said Steve. "Prometheus wasn't organized for that purpose. Were you there?" A quiet, deadly reminder to Steve that Corey had been there, one of Prometheus's 4 original members. Steve, who had virtually blackmailed himself on board, looked grim but made no answer. "People," Marisa said before the uncomfortable silence could become something else, "let's line our ducks up, shall we? We need to reach a consensus on a number of issues, and we need data on others before we can make any decisions." She nodded to her assistant, Zhao Hui, who sat unobtrusively at a side table near the bookcases. Hui activated her laptop and picked up her stylus, writing, "Issues," on the compad. Marisa knew without turning that the wall screen behind her displayed the handwriting as printed text. Compad input screens found scrawls hard to read, so schools were teaching Spencerian and copperplate once again. Cultivating a good hand had become important. The revival of a 19th century art by 21st century technology amused Marisa on those occasions when she was in the mood to be amused.
"Seems to me," drawled John E., "that the biggest issue is our partners on Leo. Whatever the decision is, Motorola and others have a stake in it." "I have a feeling," Werewolf said, that man—"
He meant Donaldson. Marisa could recall few occasions when Donaldson's name had sullied Will Gregerson's lips.
"That man will certainly call in Motorola, Boeing McDonnell, and the others for the same heart-to-heart talk he had with Marisa, if he hasn't already."
"Maybe he already has," Dolores said. "I received a very guarded phone call from Pete over at MacDac last Thursday. It didn't make any sense at the time. But now, I wonder."
"We have international partners, too," John E. reminded them. "Even if all of the American members agree, what will the Germans or the Japanese say?"
"Or the Russians," said Wallace. "Or," said Joao Pessoa with a pointed smile, "the Brazilians." "That's why I asked Heinz Rucker to make some inquiries," Marisa told the group.
"Does the government plan to pay us an adequate fee for the use of the facilities?" Khan asked. "Bean counters," said Werewolf, to no one in particular.
Khan shrugged.
"Military activity on Leo will decrease its usefulness and attractiveness as a business and industrial park. That constitutes a taking under the law, and we are entitled to compensation. The Third Amendment may come into play, too."
"Could Donaldson argue national security and exercise eminent domain over the American-owned portion of the assets?" asked Dolores.
Matthias rolled his eyes. "Oh, great, and everyone else would sit still for that." "The legal justification is slim," John E. said slowly.
"I don't think he would go that far," said Wallace. "He isn't stupid."
Gregerson snorted. "Optimist. Besides, what makes you think he's the one actually calling the shot?"
"Yes," said Marisa. "I wondered myself if the actual objective was to intervene in the Balkans, or to intervene in the construction of Leo. We still have enemies in the administration."
"Bring back Champion," said Corey, pumping a fist in the air.
The others chuckled. "What is it, Joao?" The president of Daedalus rubbed his nose.
"Find out if the weapon system is ready. If it is, your Donaldson may be serious. If not, it may be, like you say, a ploy by some of his advisors to stir up trouble on the Leo board."
Corey grunted and waved a hand around the table.
"Look what it's accomplished so far."
The chuckles this time were nervous. When the meeting had broken up and the others had departed, Marisa sat alone in the boardroom. The bustle of activity in the outer office came as an indistinct hubbub through the heavy doors. She sat with her hands balled on the tabletop and stared into the worried countenance reflected in the polish. A lee shore, Daddy would have said. Shoal waters. Pete had loved sailing and had loved taking risks. He would take his ketch close hauled to the coastline, daring the wind to shift and help the waves push him onto the rocks. Harriet, who knew nothing of sailing, would complain about the sun or the rocking motion. Young Marisa, who did, would hold her breath until Pete brought the ship onto the opposite tack and cut into the open sea. Marisa contemplated the action list on her compad screen, where Zhao Hui had captured the give and take in neatly tabulated notes. She could remember when Prometheus had been a much simpler matter. Plots and plans and secret meetings. The old hand and fireball logo. She could remember even when Prometheus was nothing but a wild-eyed notion that she and Corey and Wallace and dear old Keith McReynolds used to kick around this very table. Sometimes, at still moments like this one, She could hear the buzz of their voices, worried, intrigued, thoughtful, playing with the notion, poking it with a stick to see if it would stir. What would an asteroid do to the Earth if it ever struck? A lot. What can we do about it? Not a damn thing. What could we do about it? Go somewhere else? Swat it aside? And so Prometheus had been born, of Wallace's fascination and Corey's cold calculation and Maurice's trembling, barely reined terror. And Keith. She had never learned what had convinced and motivated that gentle old man. She pushed back in her chair, tilting in a deliberately confident pose, and challenged old Henrik eye to eye. "It's not your call, you old pirate." Henrik would never have started Prometheus. He only approved of sure things, like the Spanish treasure fleet off Cuba. Though Gramper, who resembled the founder in more ways than the set of a cheekbone, had pointed out that the treasure fleet had been no sure thing either. Still, take a hard-headed practical man like Henrik, or like Gramper, or Cousin Chris, or most of her presidents, and dangle a nice ROI on a stick out in front of them, and they would take a few steps to grasp it, and a few more, and before they were quite aware of it, they could tiptoe their way into low Earth orbit. Chris, Werewolf, Dolores, Joao, each member of her alliance had a reason for joining Prometheus. Telecommunications, satellite repair, ballistic transport, solar power, exotic materials. To Belinda, the whole project was secondary to her desire to inspire her students. All important, all worthy, but none of it mattered next to the possibility that the sky might really fall someday. The others knew of Maurice's interest in asteroids. She kept an observatory on the roof of her home and was active in Skywatch, so it was no big secret. But only the inner circle and John E. knew that she had intended Prometheus from the start as a weapon to defend the Earth, and not even they knew what terror motivated her. Only 2 people had ever been that deep inside her. She could send Dolores and Chris sniffing around Theater Missile Defense Organization. Someone else could bump heads with Ham over at Oss and Pelion and decide whether Donaldson's scheme was even doable, given the current status of the station. Hines could sound out Rukavishnikov at Energia. But a group that size, while fine for spinning ideas and carrying out tasks, could not decide when to eat lunch, let alone a course of action. Only the pilot, feeling each tug of the sail, each pitch of the deck, could sense the right moment to put the helm hard alee. In the end, the decision would be hers and hers alone, something she would carry with her for the rest of her life. And with Keith dead and Barry gone, there was no one at all with whom to share the agony of that choice. 2. Collision Course. Roberta Carson rode the escalator up from the Potomac Avenue Metro Rail Station, still as a statue, while other, more eager commuters clambered past her. The package under her left arm seemed to grow heavier as she ascended, as if from some perverse sort of gravitational theory. Bad news increased in weight the closer you got to its destination. She repositioned the tattered, bulky manila envelope, clamped it tighter with her elbow. Phil was not going to like the news. He was expecting it, but he was not going to like it. But he knows better than to blame the messenger. As the escalator neared street level, it left the sheltering overhang, and she began to feel rain. Roberta tugged the hood of her poncho up over her head. Silly to dig a hole in the ground without a roof covering it, but it had probably looked real stoopy on the architect's rendering. She had never seen an architect's drawing yet where the weather was bad. Maybe architects lived in a different universe. Once at street level, Roberta stepped aside from the flow of pedestrians and looked around to get her bearings. This was one of those multi-street intersections with which Washington abounded. Even when you lived here, you sometimes had to check your directions. The late afternoon sky was clouded over, the position of the sun uncertain. The rain gave everything a shiny black appearance, transforming the asphalt and brick to diamond and glass, in which blurred reflections ran like watercolors in a world turned upside down. Fitting, she thought.
even if you had spent a year helping to invert it yourself. A change in the wind blew a sheet of rain into her face, and Roberta ducked her head and dashed across Pennsylvania Avenue onto 13th. In this quarter of the capital, a quiet side street of 3-story row houses set behind gates and postage-stamp front yards. A single building occupied the entire block, sliced like a loaf of bread into townhomes 1 room wide. One of them was hers. On the other side of 13th, from the anonymous shadows of black, hooded jackets, a cluster of men watched her progress. A neighborhood in transition between decent and dangerous, but not yet quite sure which direction the transition would take. But, as Phil had told her, in this day and age to deliberately live farther than walking distance from a mass transit stop was an act of criminal irresponsibility. It was when decent folk stayed put and refused to yield that neighborhoods were saved. Meanwhile, she kept her doors locked, and she didn't leave anything valuable where it could be seen through the windows. The porch light came on automatically when she opened the iron gate at the sidewalk. The door had a facemaker door warden, but Roberta preferred the old dependable mag strip readers. She did not trust the door warden's advertised ability to detect and reject disguises. But before she could swipe her key card through the slot, Phil Albright opened the door. "Raining hard?" he asked, as she scampered inside. It was a silly question. One glance out the window, or a moment's silence given to the drumming on the porch roof, would have answered it. But what he meant to ask was whether she was soaked. He was asking after her, and not the weather. Roberta tossed him the manila envelope, and he caught it underarmed in both hands. "It's not that far a walk," she said, answering indirectly his indirect question. She tugged her poncho over her head and hung it on the hook behind the front door. Then she pried her sneaks off without unlacing them and stepped into her house shoes. Her socks and the lower legs of her jeans were still damp, but it didn't bother her enough to change. Phil inspected the bulging envelope, wrapped in cellophane to protect it from the rain. After a year of opening and closing, of papers removed and replaced and added, it had grown rather decrepit. Somehow or other, Roberta had never gotten around to finding a new envelope. Phil Albright was an older man, just into his 50s, old enough to be Roberta's father if you went by calendars. He was short, 5'6", shorter even than Roberta, and his dark eyebrows ran nearly together over his nose, giving him a glowering appearance even in his cheerier moods. He made no move to unwrap the envelope. "Did it check out?" was all he asked. Roberta didn't answer him. "I need a drink," she said, but that was answer enough. "Christ." Phil seemed to sag, and Roberta wanted to run to him and hold him up with her own arms because if Phil Albright fell, the world would fall with him. He was destined, Roberta thought, to save that world, if an ungrateful world did not destroy him first. He dropped onto the sofa, tossing the envelope aside on the cushion, and rubbed his face with his hands. "Christ," he said again. Roberta sat beside him with her legs tucked under her. She put an arm on his shoulders. "You can't let this beat you," she said, giving him a gentle shake. "It's not like we didn't expect it. It's just the last little piece of the puzzle." Phil sat quietly for a moment. Then he said, "Simon Fell and I started the People's Crusades together. We've been friends since college. He was at Penn, and I was at Princeton, and we formed the Ivy Creepers, a guerrilla theater group. We used to stage demonstrations. That doesn't matter anymore. It's just that I know Simon. We believe in the same goals. I thought we believed in the same means." The People's Crusades boasted tens of thousands of paid-up card-carrying members coast to coast in city and town, and behind them hundreds of thousands of casual supporters. The Crusades, Phil had chosen the plural deliberately, fought child abuse, battering, pollution, poverty and homelessness, unfair labor practices, racism and sexism. It was a bastion of decency in a world that no longer cared. Roberta touched his hair where it curled on the back of his head. "What will you do, Phil?" He sighed. "What can I do?" He's got to go. He took money from the enemy. Your research proved that. Those receipts and travel vouchers and phone records. Him and Cyrus Atwood." He waved his hand vaguely in the direction of the rain-damp package. There was no way Simon could not have known. He just thought that it didn't matter where the money came from. He thought you could kiss the devil and not get dirty. "It was 9 years ago, Phil. It doesn't matter anymore." Phil made fists with both hands and struck himself on the knees. "God damn it, that's not the point. It matters to me. And you know what the worst part is?" She said no, even though she knew. Even though Phil had been agonizing over this for nearly a year, while each bit and piece of evidence was tracked down and verified, and the truth crept closer and closer, like some rough beast. He had to purge the crusades of Simon and his supporters. Roberta saw that as clearly as Phil did. But if he hadn't agonized over the decision, he would not have been fit to lead the movement. "Simon let himself be used," Phil said. "A cat's paw so Atwood could score off Van Hoyten Industries. What happens if that gets out? What price is the purity of the cause? Kiss donations and memberships goodbye, just for starters, and depending on how the dice roll in the next Congress, maybe even investigations into all our finances. No, Simon has to go." "So," said Roberta, withdrawing her hand from him at last. He hadn't even noticed her touch. "She wins." He looked at her. He looked like hell. "No one wins, Carson." Roberta shook her head. "Marisa Van Hoyten wins. She splits the Crusades. Why do you think she had her dirty tricks people spending years piecing that evidence together?" She pointed to the tattered envelope with her head. "Why do you think she gave it to me?" His smile was free of humor. "And why do you think you and I have spent the last year verifying each document in there? Marisa and I have butted heads too many times in the past for me to take that bombshell at face value. And—" his lips twisted in that quirky grin of his, "you were her fair-haired girl back in high school." Morticia, the other kids had called her. The girl in black. Styx, she had called herself. From coal-black lipstick to spiderweb stockings. She had been many things then, but never fair. I was naive and gullible. She had followed after the rich lady like a baby duckling, had gone to that mansion of hers time and again when life with Mother proved too much, until I found out how she was using the school to brainwash us, to make us good little soldiers for her conquest of the universe. The Good Little Soldiers. That had been one of her best poems. It had been her heart poured out in meters and rhymes. The New Yorker had published it, her first breakout from the small press ghetto. "Open up your skull, dear child, and let us stuff it full." "She's a champion manipulator," Phil agreed. "She doesn't see people. Only resources she can use or not use." "Which really makes me wonder, Phil." "What?" "How is she using us? Why did she give me this evidence? She could have released it to her tame media outlets. She owns Heimdall and the American Argus. Instead, she gave you a chance to take care of things privately." Phil smiled and took her hand in his. "You think she's manipulating us somehow?" "She isn't as crude as Cyrus Atwood." Phil released her hand and stood up. He walked to the front window and looked outside at the pattering rain. He stuffed his hands in his pockets. "When I was younger," he said, "I used to think there were good guys and bad guys, and you could always tell them apart. Later, after I'd been out here a while, I learned better. There are good guys and not-so-good guys, and bad guys and not-so-bad guys. Marisa, most of what she stands for, I oppose. Big, grand ideas, A huge, hungry, wasteful society that eats worlds and craps pollution, that constantly wants and wants and wants and never gives. But she stands by that honestly, and sometimes we even see eye to eye. I've never been able to figure out where she fits on my scale." "She doesn't," Roberta told him, and he turned and gave her a questioning look. "She's not anywhere on your scale, Phil. She's something from outside, good or bad. She just is, like a force of nature." Phil didn't waste any time. He had spent a year verifying the information Van Hoyten had passed on to him, but once he was sure it was true and not some elaborate trick, he confronted Simon with the evidence the very next day. Tucked into a corner of Phil's office at People's Crusade's headquarters, perched on an uncomfortable plastic chair recycled from some school cafeteria, Roberta watched in misery while something she loved was rent in two. The office was furnished with Spartan simplicity, reflecting Phil's self-effacing personality. A pair of battered vertical files, an old wooden desk, a corkboard thick with newspaper clippings. Photographs on the walls with Rubin, Alinsky, Nader, and other progressives shaking Phil's hand, the only concession in the room to a cult of personality. Phil himself sat behind his big wooden desk with his elbows propped up and his hands balled under his chin, staring past Simon to the far wall and the door with the frosted glass panel. Periodically, he closed his eyes as if weary. Not watching Simon, just waiting. Simon sat opposite Phil, drawn up a little awkwardly because there was no knee-hole on that side of the desk. The incriminating papers were stacked in front of him, and he read through them methodically. Initially, Roberta had seen surprise on Simon's face. His normally calm, sharp features had widened momentarily, but, after the first sheet or two, they had closed up again, and he paged through the rest of the material as calmly as if he had been reading a pop magazine. He examined each page carefully and, once or twice, shook his head slightly while a grudging smile broke the composure of his face. Through it all, he said not a word. If there was any indication at all of his emotional state, it was the dull red flush on his neck behind the ear. When Simon had turned the last page over, he squared up the stack, and Phil, as if the move had been a signal, shook himself and looked directly at Simon for the first time. "Well," he said. Simon spoke. "Where did you get these?" An interesting first question, Roberta thought. Not, "What's this all about?" or "What the hell is this crap?" There was no point to feigning ignorance. "That's not important," Phil said. "Like hell," Simon's chin jutted out. "There's no way you could have gotten this material legally. It's a blatant invasion of privacy." Phil sighed and unballed his hands. "Then, you don't deny the evidence." "Evidence?" Simon swatted the papers with the back of his fingers. "This wouldn't stand up in court for a New York minute. The judge would throw it out, and he wouldn't even need a lawyer to tell him to do it." "You seem to be implying that there will be a trial of some sort." Simon hesitated, and his eyes narrowed. He ran a hand through his thick blonde hair. "What do you want?" he asked finally. Phil sighed. "I want a lot of things. I want to hear you say you did it. I want to know why you did it. But most of all, I want to save the People's Crusades." "That's what we both want," Simon said quietly. "Then this shouldn't take long." The silence stretched out while Phil and Simon stared at each other. Simon licked his lips and glanced toward Roberta. "What's she doing here?" "She did the legwork for me," Phil said, "verifying that information." Simon turned away after the first brief look, and Roberta let the breath drain out of her, grateful that Phil hadn't revealed her true role. That she had brought it from Marisa Van Hoyten all tied up in a pretty pink bow. That she had caused this confrontation. She didn't know if she could look Simon in the face if he knew that.
She and Simon had worked together on a dozen crusades in the 2 years she had been at the headquarters, and she had grown to admire his canny practicality. If Phil was the visionary, the one who thought the great thoughts and spoke the words that shimmered in the air, Simon was the master tactician. He could visualize what was needed to carry out a crusade, from strategic planning down to the mobilization of crusaders and their allies and the resources they would need. Phil's right arm, and partaking something of the nature of Phil, but more than, as some cattier crusaders smirked, a glove with Phil's hand inside. He cared about the same things, though his concern was edged with anger more than empathy. Simon's problem, Phil had confessed to her during one of their off-hours meetings, was that he hated the landlord more than he loved the tenant. "So it's come to this," Simon said. "Spying on us, like a goddamn jackbooted FBI fascist. I'm really pissed." Phil ignored the thrust. "Why did you take Cyrus Atwood's money?" "Are you running the Crusades as some little right-wing dictatorship now? Or have you just signed on at the CIA?" Phil insisted. "Why did you take Cyrus Atwood's money?" Simon threw his hands up and sank back in his chair. "Phil, I will take money from Satan himself if it helps the cause. You know that. We've done it before. Who do you think sent those anonymous checks? I never saw you hesitate before depositing them. You never saw me jump when Atwood said frog, either." This time, Simon did flush. "That's not the way it was. The RAM accelerator that Wilson Enterprises was building down in Ecuador? We thought it was a cannon like the Iraqis tried to build that one time, maybe even an atomic cannon. You thought so too, because that's what Atwood told us, and we were planning a crusade against it," Phil reminded him. "Marching back and forth and waving signs in front of the Ecuadorian embassy." The scorn in Simon's voice was evident. He leaned forward and used his forefinger like a rapier. "The kind of people who'd build an atomic supercannon aren't the kind who'd be impressed because a bunch of middle-class college kids had some time on their hands. They're the kind who would plan and execute a deadly missile attack on their enemies." Simon struck Phil's desk with his fist. "Sometimes direct action is the only answer," Roberta spoke up. "That depends on the question, doesn't it?" Simon turned and blinked several times, as if the response had come from an unexpected quarter. "Clever wordplay, poet," he said after a pause. "Does it mean anything?" "You were answering the wrong question," she said. "The RAM was being built to orbit satellites and supply pods on the cheap, not as a comic book superweapon. Atwood lied. He hired you to wreck it because Wilson was going to launch refueling pods for Van Hoyten's test flight, and he wanted that test flight to fail. The potential for mass destruction still exists," Simon insisted, "no matter what Wilson says his intentions were. We acted in good faith. And besides, disrupting corporate exploitation of space was a good idea, too. It still is." "Cyrus Atwood certainly seemed to think so," Roberta said. It was an odd feeling, arguing with Simon. Oh, they had argued often enough during planning sessions, debating the pros and cons of some tactic, but this was different. Not the zing of rational bullets, but the carpet bombing of emotion. Yet she had the odd feeling that Simon's scorn and anger was all crust, and that deeper inside he harbored other feelings. He was happy somehow. Relieved, perhaps, at being found out. Simon cut the air with his hand. "Atwood had his agenda. We had ours. What difference does it make? There'll always be a capitalist to sell us the rope." "You insist on missing the point, Simon," Phil said quietly. Simon turned and faced Phil. "Okay, what's the point?" "People were killed." Simon's lips parted, but no words came forth. "Yeah," he said after a moment, and his eyes would not meet Phil's. "Yeah. That was damn bad luck. Poor Henry. And now Cynthia's wasting away in some damn Andean prison. Let's not forget the Indios Henry hired,
and the workmen on the pipeline, and the 2 security guards. Okay! Simon stood up and his chair rolled across the room and bumped into the filing cabinet in the corner by the door. Okay, it was a bad idea, and it was botched. Is that what you want to hear?
Phil Albright sighed and shook his head. You can't imagine how little I want to hear that. He leaned forward over his desk. Simon, if I countenance that action, how are we different from the monsters who bomb clinics and shoot doctors?
We only planned to wreck the equipment. It was the property we were after, not the people. Okay, the workman was killed, but that was an accident. No one else would have been hurt if Ten Boom hadn't sent his company goons chasing after Henry. It was his fault that Henry and the others died. But corporate stooges always value property more than human life. They killed people just because some goddamn property got busted up.
It's the public, Simon. The dangers inherent in supercannons. Whether private corporations ought to exploit outer space, or whether our people or Rick Ten Boom's security guards were actually responsible for the deaths, the public doesn't analyze that deeply. All they'll see is that Atwood hired the People's Crusades to conduct some industrial sabotage for him, and some innocent people got killed.
Innocent? The security guards?
Simon paced the room like a caged tiger.
But Phil, it was what, 8, 9 years ago? We disavowed Henry and Cynthia when it happened, and it all blew over. Why bring it up again?
Phil sighed and looked down at the pile of bank statements and correspondence. Because there's no statute of limitations on stupidity. He pointed to the paperwork. If this information leaks out, the Crusades will look like prize dupes at best and hired mercenaries at worst.
Why should it leak, Phil?
Because despite what you may think, I don't spy on my associates. This little package was gift-wrapped and dropped on me out of the blue. Someone else has this data. So whether it leaks or not is outside of my control. If Wilson or Van Hoyten get wind of it, they may blow the whistle just to strike back at Atwood, and never mind that we get mowed down in the crossfire. So I have to make sure that if or when that happens, the Crusades will have acted on this information before it became public knowledge. If the media carries it, oh, they will. The Argus will put it on their home page and hyperlink it to everything from the market report to the comics. Progressive news nets would rather downplay it, the old why rake up ancient history spin, but they'll carry it too. Someone will break the story, and everyone will be afraid it will be someone else. We can count on friendly spin, but not on silence. Simon rubbed his hands together and made a ball of his fists. He looked at Phil.
What sort of action do you have in mind? Resurrect the dead? You're a good man, Phil, and you're on the side of the angels, but I don't think you're up to that one.
No, Simon. We already told the public that Henry and Cynthia were acting from misplaced zeal without any authority from the Crusades. This data, a wave of the hand at the packet, shoots a great big hole in that story. The action was clearly authorized by you.
So the line has to be that I acted without knowing what Henry actually planned to do.
Phil shook his head. Poor Henry. He's dead, so he can shoulder all the blame.
It's for the good of the cause. We both know Henry would go along.
It's not good enough, Simon. You knew he bought the stingers.
You signed the fucking check.
Phil spread the papers across the desk with a swipe of his hand, and Roberta shrank in her chair from the unwanted anger.
You can't pretend you didn't know. I told you, it was a screw-up. It was unintentional.
Great. And what do we say the next time a polluter uses that as a defense?
God damn it, this is a war. The light against the dark. And in any battle, the high ground is the edge. The establishment has a lot of weaponry that we can't match, from dollars in their coffers to Congress in their pocket, but we occupied the moral high ground. Nonviolence, the public interest. The underdog victim. We wore the armor of righteousness. And in one hasty, ill-considered moment, you lost us all of that. Because if there is one thing Atwood is not, it is an underdog. And if he has any interests, they are not the public's. And an attack with Stinger missiles on a RAM accelerator may be a lot of different things, but non-violent isn't one of them.
Phil's words moved Roberta profoundly, and she took her lip in her teeth. But Simon only said quietly, "What do you want me to do?" Phil hesitated a moment, then said, "You'll have to resign. This will split the movement. Better that than destroy it."
Jesus Christ, Phil. We've been in this together since day one.
You and Felix Lara and whoever else was in on this caper.
What is this, a purge?
We disavowed Henry and Cynthia on your advice. We let them hang out there to dry, for the good of the cause, you said. Well, now it's your turn.
Damn it, Simon, I'm not enjoying this either. You lied. To me. You're damn right I did, and I'd do it again, for the good of the cause. Because if anyone asks you what you knew and when you knew it, you're clean.
Well, thanks a whole hell of a lot.
Simon flushed deep red, but before he could say anything, Roberta jumped from her seat before she could stop herself. Stop it! You two have been friends longer than I've been alive. It shouldn't end like this.
Phil shook his head and gave her a devastated look. It couldn't end any other way.
Later that night, when her townhouse had grown quiet, Roberta lay alone in her bed and tried to imagine what she had to do. That she had to do something was clear, but what that something was she did not yet comprehend. Marisa Van Hoyten would haunt her life forever, unless she was exorcised. She and Phil had gone out to eat after the confrontation with Simon. They had gone to a wonderful Chinese restaurant around the corner where the staff knew them and gave them special treatment. Over the lo mein and happy family, she had tried, again, to convince Phil to run for office, maybe even for president. After a long succession of pragmatists and outright reactionaries, the country needed someone with a vision. Someone who could galvanize the conscience of the nation and aim them toward a proper future. Someone who stood on the moral high ground. Phil had laughed, but she knew he was flattered by her admiration. "Which party would nominate me?" he had asked. "I don't fit into any of their neat little boxes. The Republicans think a sustainable economy would cut profits, and the Americans think it would cut jobs. The Liberty Party can't see that letting property rights and the market set things straight is too damn slow, too damn little, and too damn late. The Democrats all spout my ideas, but to them it's just patronage, departments to expand and favors to dispense, and vote for us or kiss those favors goodbye." Cut across the lines, she had argued. Cut across the lines. Republicans who favor small business over big business. Americans more concerned about workplace safety than immigrants and imports. Frustrated Democrats who value goals more than programs. Liberties who see that private action and public action are both necessary to secure the individual's rights. You can bring them together, Phil. She had reached across the table and taken his hand, and he had not pulled away. Not through quid pro quo. Not by you-scratch-my-back support among cliques with widely different goals, but by standing together on common ground. "If there is a common ground," he had said. "If anyone can find it, Phil, it's you." With that wry little boy's smile, "It sounds like you're the one who should run for office." She had walked with him to the metro rail station and waited with him on the platform until the orange train had taken him away. Then she let the blue train carry her in the other direction, back to her own place. He had forgotten to return the mag card to her townhouse. She wondered if that had been oversight or foresight. She always kept her bedroom dark, but enough streetlight seeped in through the drapes and curtains to pick out the shapes of furniture and clothing. Roberta wondered if Phil knew she was ready for him. He was a wise man and knew a lot of things, but he might not know that. She drew her knees up and pushed one of her pillows between them. That was the difference between boys and men, she thought. Boys her age, 26, thought only about screwing. They were dicks with legs and a smooth pickup line, except when they didn't have the smooth line. But men had goals beyond which bed they were going to sleep in. Men had passions whose gland was the brain. She would have to do something for Phil, something that would make up for the damage that she had caused, something that would strike at Marisa Van Hoyten for setting the whole thing in motion and causing Roberta Carson to hurt Phil Albright. Something personal. Business and technology. She would seed those fields. She was not so foolish as to think she would best the rich lady on her home ground, nor was she so foolish as to think her poetry was more than an irritation. Her editors were already complaining that polemic made poor art. She would not blunt her talent using it like an axe to hack at her opponents. There were more notes than one she needed to sing. But something, some manila envelope she could hand over one day with the information that would discredit Van Hoyten for good and all, that would do to Marisa's precious program what Marisa had done to Phil's. Thank you. She could hear Phil whisper in her ear, feel his gratitude on her lips, between her legs. She didn't know what that information was, but she thought she knew where she could find the head of the trail that led there. 3. Gideon. Flaco had known that it would be bad, but he had no idea how bad it would be until Serafina called him by every name she had. José Eduardo Gonçalves y Mercado, you cannot be serious. Flaco leaned against the frame of the open window and stared at the snarling traffic on Fort Washington Avenue 4 stories below, at the grimy sidewalks, at the tight-packed throng of people passing one another in rigid isolation, at the dealers and the hookers and the hustlers hanging on the street corner, the corner of Powder and Pussy, waiting for the cars from the burbs to come and deal. He would give anything to leave this place and find Serafina a home somewhere bright and green, where flowers grew. The sun was still high, and the breeze that rippled the dingy white curtains of the apartment brought no relief from the July heat. Flaco shrugged and stepped into the kitchenette of their 2-room flat. He pulled a 6-pack of El Presidente from the refrigerator, snapped one can out of its ring, and tossed it to Serafina. He took another one for himself and rubbed it across his forehead and the side of his face. The icy condensation on the can let him forget for the moment how hot it was in the city. Even the sleeveless undershirt he wore did not help. "It is a wonderful opportunity," he said. "An opportunity to kill yourself." Serafina shook her fist at Flaco, the fist holding the can. It would be a bad thing, Flaco thought, to be near that can when it finally opened. He popped his tab one-handed with his thumb and poured half the contents down his throat. Then he put the can to his forehead again and rolled it back and forth. Serafina could not understand how important this opportunity was. "The company will take good care of us," he told her. "The company cares only about the money," she said. "Righteous beans," he said, switching to English. It was not so grand a language as Spanish, but it did have its own peculiar charms. "They spend all that money training us," he continued in the same tongue. "They're going to take real good care of us when we're upstairs." He ought to speak English more often. It would be important when they made the final selections. They wouldn't take anyone along who couldn't talk to his crewmates. "You're crazy, Flaco. My mother always told me never marry a Dominican. They're all crazy." Flaco reached out and grabbed Serafina by the waist and held her tight against him. "That's why we come after you Boricua girls. You drive us crazy." "Flaco." She pushed against his embrace, but not too hard. He was a skinny man, but wiry, with arms as strong as cable.
You work as a rigger. You had to be strong.
And there were worse places for Serafina to be than in her husband's arms.
I told you all about the hazard pay and the bonus. No place to spend money in orbit, so you and me, we have a good pile when I come back. Enough maybe to buy us a nice house.
Telling her about the hazard pay, that had been his mistake. Hazard pay meant hazard. Well, rigging was always dangerous if you didn't know what you were doing. Be some special dangers up in space, Tucker had told him. Yeah. So they wouldn't need people like Flacco then.
Be plenty money,
he told her as he insinuated his free hand between them, rubbing it over the hard, flat surface of her belly, not yet swelling with his sun.
Set little Memo up in style. I wish you wouldn't call him that.
What? You want me to call him Billy? He used an exaggerated Anglo accent with its flat, funny vowels.
She said, pressing against him. They're still crazy.
But she said that while she kissed him. His fingertips found the waist of her jeans, and he pushed them inside. Serafina squeaked and pulled the tab on her beer can. The spray spattered them both with the ice-cold liquid. It drenched the white undershirt he wore. Serafina laughed and danced away, and Flacco chased after her. She ran behind the sofa, and they faked left and faked right, and then Flacco leaped over the back of the sofa. She whooped and dodged him. He cornered her finally in the bedroom, but they had both known when they started that he would. ASA and Pelion Heavy Construction held its qualifying trials at Pegasus Field, several miles south of Phoenix, Arizona. The company shuttle bus from Sky Harbor rolled through a different country than the one Flacco knew. He had never seen so much empty space or so few people. It gave him the shivers. A dull-colored bird burst from the roadside brush and darted across the highway in front of the bus. The driver said it was a roadrunner, and one of the other men on board said, "Beep, beep." The way the driver laughed, Flacco figured he'd heard that one already. The Pegasus complex was a half-dozen low-profile Adobe Tech buildings set in an arch around a broad landing field. The airport shuttle dropped Flacco and two other men at the administration building in the center, where they stood with their duffel bags in the hot desert wind, wondering where to go next. A large bronze of a winged horse reared above the main doors directly in front of them. Through the gap between the admin building and the next one to the left, Flacco could see spaceships squatting on the field. 3 of them were the small ballistic ships that flew Earth to Earth, but the big one with the scorch marks was an orbiter. Flacco stopped a man in brown coveralls who seemed to know where he was going and asked him where the riggers who wanted to work on the space station were supposed to meet. The man gave them directions, and Flacco thanked him. As they set off, one of Flacco's companions spoke.
"Do you know who that was, mano?"
Tonio Portales was a thick-set Miami Cuban who had joined Flacco's flight in St. Louis.
"Who?" "That dude you stopped for directions. His name tag. That was Ned Dubois."
Flacco shifted his duffel bag to his shoulder for an easier grip.
"Dubois? Wasn't he the man who—"
"Yeah," said Tonio.
"He was the man who, first dude ever took one of those plank ships up into space."
Flacco grunted.
"He's still flying? I was just a kid back then."
"You just ein kid now." Sepp Bauer, Flacco's other companion, had joined them at the Pegasus shuttle stop in Phoenix Sky Harbor. He had come from some place called Karlsruhe by way of JFK and spoke an English so badly accented that Flacco could barely understand him.
"I mean, that was, 9 years ago, right? I was only 13, in middle school. They showed it on a big screen in assembly."
"Yeah," said Tonio. "Remember how somebody blew up the big cannon so the fuel pod got cracked and went into the wrong orbit? And then they thought his co-pilot was lost in space after the pod blew, but Dubois found him anyway?" Tonio shook his head. "Oh, man, I'd love to do something cholo like that."
Sepp grunted. "So, you hope mine tether breaks so you can rescue?"
He glowered dangerously.
Flacco watched Tonio puzzle out the syntax and then give Sepp a fearful look.
No, I would never,
the Cuban managed to say just before the big German burst out laughing. They found the check-in table just inside the entrance to the second building. Flacco showed the first woman his driver's license, and she gave him a name badge with his O&P company photograph already on it. The others had to look into a doid and have their image scanned onto a card. Their pictures, pixel pictures, looked as bad as anything ever captured on film. The second woman checked his plane ticket against a computer screen and gave him a chit that he could use for reimbursement later. The third woman gave him a folder stuffed with all sorts of documents. "There are forms in here for you to fill out," the third woman explained. "O&P employment form, government tax forms. This," she pulled one out and showed it to him, "is an application for a green card. Because this phase of the construction is being managed out of Phoenix, an American work permit will be required." Flacco grunted. "No necesito una tarjeta verde." His parents had brought him to the States from the Republic when he was 8, but he didn't see why he had to explain himself to anyone, least of all to a down-your-nose Chicana. Boricuas and Cubans were enough to put up with. The woman looked doubtful but shrugged. "Your packet also includes today's agenda, mano," she continued, "plus a map of that part of the facility you are allowed into." "On tomorrow's agenda?" he asked. A wintry smile, all the colder for the desert heat he had just been in. "You will be given that if you are invited back." Flacco saw what she meant when he entered the auditorium where the opening meeting was to be held. It was laid out like a movie theater, with a stage and a screen up front and rows of seats on risers. There were easily 200 men in the room, some pasty-faced Anglos, but mostly a mixture of bronze and ebony. Young, strong, and immortal. Thin, burly, bearded, clean-shaven. A handful of women, each the target of a dozen men. Flacco was surprised that so many had volunteered their personal time just for the chance to be picked for one of the 50 slots. ¿Por qué no? The pay was generous, and later you could point to the sky and tell your grandchildren that you had built a star. It would be a thing to be proud of. The men sat scattered around the auditorium, some chattering in groups, twisting around in their seats and leaning over the backs, or standing in the aisles, or lounging against the wall under the projection booth, chattering in a hodgepodge of languages that blended into an unintelligible buzz. Most of them sat alone, slouched in the padded seats with their arms folded, waiting for something to happen. A few were sleeping. There was a group of 10 men, mostly chunky, mostly blond and pale-eyed, who clumped together and talked among themselves in a gargling language that Flacco guessed was Russian. He knew the consortium that was building the station included Russians, and Brazilians, Germans, and Japanese as well, and he wondered if there were some sort of quota system in place. So many welders or pipefitters from each nationality. Flacco wouldn't mind losing his slot to a better rigger. Well, not too much. But it would not be right to lose it to a lesser man just because the lesser man held the right passport. Tonio caught up with him, and, a few moments later, Sepp. The German was frowning over his packet of forms. Tonio pointed. "I see 3 seats," he said, and started down the aisle. Flacco and Sepp followed him. Funny, thought Flacco, how 3 men who have just met can become partners. He wondered how many of the other chatting groups were like his own, friends who were also strangers. The first speaker was a suit, so Flacco gave him a special sort of attention. The suits would not make the decisions that mattered, unless there really were quotas to be juggled, but the suits usually knew all about purpose and scope. Some guys didn't care about that. As long as you did what the crew boss told you and you got paid on time, what did it matter? But a man who knew what he was building and why did a better job building it, and that might matter when they picked the crew. The video they showed on the Pix wall was beautiful, backed by lively, inspiring music, and narrated by a voice overlaid with lots of authoritative bass. Flacco would have sworn the space station was the real thing, if he hadn't known the real thing was still unfinished. And maybe parts of the video were real. Who knew? That movie last year where the star had OD'd in the middle of filming, you could hardly tell which scenes had the live actor and which the morphed reconstructions. The video started with a view of a space shuttle launch, while the voice explained how the external tanks were once jettisoned to burn up over the Indian Ocean. But our kind soon found a use for these enormous containers, a frugal sense of recycling, plus a dream. Animation, Flacco decided, as the camera followed the shuttle all the way into orbit itself. Space launches were cheaper than they used to be, but they still wouldn't have had a camera ship flying side by side with the shuttle, would they? Flacco held his breath when the background faded to the black of space. The Pixwall was a max screen wraparound, so it was almost like wearing a Verge hat, which was almost like for real. Now, when the shuttle is finished with the external tank, NASA drops it off in orbit for pickup. The video showed a smiling shuttle pilot waving through his front viewport to a crew of space-suited figures wearing the Leo roaring lion icon. "Our guys," the voice continued in a folksy tone, "attach the booster rockets just as the great Forrest Calhoun and Ned Dubois did when they salvaged the very first external tank in 2007, after a programming error accidentally put it into orbit." Flacco flexed his hands and studied the action intently. Animation or actual film, that was a rigging job. He nudged Tonio with his elbow and jerked his head at the screen. Tonio grinned and nodded. "Yeah, they teach us the proper method, you bet, but it couldn't be too hard if a couple amateurs done it first." Leo brings these tanks up to the construction site at orbit 6900/O/O/X/X, where they are now being configured into a new space station. Now Flacco was certain the video was morphed. He watched men stringing cables and nudging the huge tanks into line, head to tail to form the hub shaft, fitting the others in pairs around it to form the pinwheel, ready now for the welders, pipe fitters, and other trades. Construction wasn't anywhere near that stage yet. Each tank provides over 2.5 kilosteers of living space. That's 90,000 cubic feet. Enough cubic for 100 people to live and work comfortably. More, if they're friendly. People living in cast-off containers sounded a lot like a shantytown to Flacco, and some of the news nets were calling it just that. But none of those newsers were hiring riggers, and something cheap but real beat a deluxe daydream any day. When the rah-rah and the flag-waving were done, and they really did wave flags, full of stars, stripes, double-headed eagles, rising suns, and all sorts of stuff to celebrate the international nature of the job, the suits handed things over to the hard hats, who gave a series of briefings a whole lot more practical and a whole lot less inspiring. The morgue shot of the Brazilian welder whose hard suit had ruptured sent a dozen of the men out of the auditorium. One of the external tank modules would be named Anselmo Takeuchi in his honor, they announced. Cold comfort to his family, but a grander monument than most construction workers ever got. Flacco hoped they wouldn't have to name all the tanks, but figured there'd be more than one placard welded in place before completion. A good thing indeed that Serafina was not here. One of the men they introduced was Morris Tucker, who would boss one of the rigging crews. Tucker stood and nodded to the assembly, but didn't speak. But then, he never had been a man of words. Flacco had worked with Tucker on a couple of groundside O&P jobs. He figured Meat would be a tough boss, but fair, and hoped he would draw the man's crew after he was picked. After the introductions, O&P marched them through a battery of medical and psychological examinations. Flacco's original application had included a complete physical exam, but Leo was taking nothing for granted. Doctors and nurses in white coats poked him and prodded him and extracted fluids by a variety of means, and they looked into places that he wouldn't even let Serafina look. In one room, they put him in a Verge hat, and all of a sudden he was standing on a girder a long ways up in the air. He had to walk to the other end. When he glanced down, people and cars were so small they looked like pepper on a tablecloth. When they told him to walk back again, The ground was so far down that airplanes flew below him. He hated the pencil and paper tests most of all. A lot of the questions didn't make any sense. Which would you rather be, a ballet dancer or a hockey player? What did that have to do with rigging a job? Ballet dancers were all swish, but hockey players were dumber than a stone. So, which was the right answer for getting the job? I'd rather be dumb or swish. Psychotesting. See if you're a psycho. He wondered if the tests were really any good. They don't want the best welders, a burly copper-skinned man told him while they both waited on a cold wooden bench to be called into still another examining room. They want the toughest welders. No importa, Flacco told him. I'm a rigger. The other man laughed. Riggers too, he said. You can be the goddamnedest rigger on the face of the earth, but you won't be on the face of the earth. They'd rather have a second-rater who doesn't get seasick than a top-notch guy who pukes in his spacesuit. Hope you're not scared of heights. He laughed again. They'd rather have a guy who can think cool when it hits the fan than one who follows the practice to the letter, and then cites the paragraph number that proves he did everything right after everything turned out wrong. Flacco grunted. Sounds like they won me then. The man chuckled and stuck out his hand. Henry Little Bear, upstate New York. Eddie Mercado, Washington Heights. Folks call me Flacco. They shook hands. Little Bear was bigger than any man he'd care to argue with, and nearly bigger than any two. What brought you here? Same thing as most, I expect. Pay, adventure, the chance to drop a gob of spit a real long ways. I hope you don't enjoy the weed too much, Flacco. It wasn't anyone's business what he ate, drank, or smoked, so he made no comment. Little Bear tilted his hand up to his mouth with his thumb mimicking a spout. And you better not love the firewater too much. See, my wife, she's a med tech, so I know what some of these tests they're running are for. Weeding out the weed, so to speak. Flacco scowled at him. What are you talking about, tonto? Little Bear grunted. Kimosabi, they know one-'em potheads or alkies. Then dropping the act, or folks with vacuum cleaners for noses. Now Flacco grunted. He hadn't meant tonto in that way, but explaining would not have improved things, and Little Bear seemed to have taken it good-naturedly. Flacco was silent for a moment. Made sense, what Little Bear said. It would cost O&P a bundle to lift a man to orbit and keep him there. They wouldn't want drugs or alcohol to screw up his judgment. Your wife ever tell you how long afterwards they can tell? I mean, if it was just a little bit. Little Bear grinned. Nerve-wracking, ain't it? He leaned against the plaster wall behind the bench and rubbed his hands together. Wish I had me a drink to get me through this. Flacco gave him a suspicious look, but the man was just grinning. At 5 o'clock, the shuttle buses lined up in front of the building to take them to the hotels Pegasus had booked. Flacco stood in line with the rest and waited his turn to board. His hand stole to his breast pocket once or twice and patted the folded-up receipt that nestled there. Good for one more day, so either he had passed the tests or it took time to get all the results back. Not all the men in line wore the same grin he had. Some looked dejected, some relieved. A few had an uncertain look, as if wondering what they had gotten themselves into. A group of Pegasus employees had gathered in front of the administration building to watch. Civilian dress for the most part, though a handful wore colored coveralls. The pilot, Dubois, lounged against the cement column at the foot of the building's entrance ramp, talking to a younger man with red coveralls and punk hair. Morris Tucker joined them and traded fives with the slacker. Noticing Flacco at the bus stop, Tucker waved. Hey, Flacco! Flacco returned the greeting, and the man in line behind him said, Looks like you got yourself some grease. Flacco shrugged. Seen Tucker around. It don't mean nothing, 'cause he don't make the pick. Yeah, well, having friends never hurts. Be a shame if someone got a slot out of special favors. Flacco turned and looked the man in the eye. You know, mano, it's a good thing you are already so ugly. The other man was heavy-set and wore a big curly beard. Intricate tattoos of eagles and hawks twisted up both his arms. His eyes narrowed, and he twined his fingers through his beard.
"How come?"
"'Cause then when I rearrange your face, it won't make so much difference." A couple of the men in line laughed. Sepp Bauer slipped back a few spaces and stood next to Flacco with his arms folded. The bearded man grunted, and his lips broke into a grin.
"Well, Pancho, like the poet says, a man's reach should exceed his grasp."
He offered his hand.
"Name's Bird Winfrey."
Flacco hesitated only a moment, but there was no point in pushing things any further. Besides, they were about to board the bus, and it would be a long ride into town.
"Flacco," he said,
"I'm a rigger. What's your game?"
"NDT technician. You guys put it all together, then I find all your screw-ups and make you do it over."
"Not me, mano. You go talk to the welders like Sepp here or Tiny Little Bear."
"Takes all kinds, Slim," the man agreed, now all amiability. "Takes all kinds."
Flacco had never expected Asa and Pelion to put them up at a Hyatt, so he was not surprised when the bus turned down Van Buren Street instead and drove between rows of broken, flickering neon signs advertising hourly rates. Some of the men, the foreigners mostly, muttered comments about saving money at their expense, but Flacco lived in Washington Heights, so this part of Phoenix actually looked a little upscale to him. Still, nothing prepared him for the new Kontiki. With its facade of bamboo and rattan and the tiki masks flanking the doorways, it was about as unlikely a sight to find in the southwestern desert as he could imagine. Still, it had a bar, so after dumping his gear in his room, he headed there. The Aku Aku room was dark, with spotlights flashing off a faceted globe in the ceiling. In the back corner, a fountain dribbled into a pool in front of a plaster Easter Island statue, and a pix wall that showed swaying palm trees and waves breaking on a lazy beach. The color was a little dull, and some of the pixels had gone dark, so the effect was like looking through a dirty window. Booths separated by wicker partitions lined the left wall, and a bar with tall bamboo and canvas stools stood on the right. The floor space between was packed with tables, just barely enough room between them for a skinny man like Flacco to squeeze through. The waitresses wore grass skirts, halter tops, and sandals, and did the hula when they walked through the room. The barman wore a grass skirt too, but he was big enough that it didn't look like anyone was going to mention it. The decor was all Pacific Islands except the CD juke, which was wailing a cappella goofball music with a Mexican beat. A half-dozen women in spike heels and heavy makeup were making the rounds, wearing skirts so short it was hard to see why they'd bothered. They cruised from table to table, chatting up the guys, touching them, sometimes letting themselves be touched. Bird had cornered one by the waterfall, and negotiations were in process. A blonde with short-cropped hair draped one arm around the shoulders of a Russian rigger named Solodkin and leaned over the table so the man's companions could get a good look at her wares. "Like flies around honey," said one of the grass-skirted waitresses near Flacco. She held a tray of drinks balanced on her hand. Flacco stepped out of her way. "Which is which?" he asked. She looked at him and brushed a dark curl off her forehead with her free hand. She hadn't spoken to him in particular. She had just voiced her thoughts. "Could work it either way, I guess." She jerked her head at the prostitute leaving with Bird Winfrey. "Never seen so many in here. Word must have got around that you guys were coming." She moved off with the drink tray, her grass skirt rustling as she rolled her hips. Flacco didn't know if the disapproval he had heard in her voice was for the immorality or the competition. The waitress was plain-featured, with black shoulder-length hair and a face that had put on a lot of miles in a very few years. But who knew? She might be selling more than drinks herself, and as for quality, in that line of work the customers seldom dickered past price and delivery. The bar was beginning to fill up with construction workers, so Flacco searched for a seat. He saw Henry Little Bear sitting on a bar stool that didn't look strong enough to support one of his legs. Little Bear had a schooner in front of him, and he raised it to Flacco in salute. Flacco found Tonio, and a woman holding down a booth near the back, and he slid in across from them. "Hola. How'd you beat me down here? All I did was go in my room and toss my bag on the bed. Here you have a beer already." "There you go, you dumb Dominican, wasting time on non-essentials." Tonio kicked his duffel bag, which was sitting under the table. "I came straight here. I can unpack later. This here's Lucia." Tonio wiggled a thumb at the woman. Dusky, with a white, uneven smile, a blouse so tight and cut so low that if she hiccuped, she would pop out onto the table. "I'm Eddie," he said. "Hi, Eddie," she answered in a throaty professional voice. "I have a friend, if you want." "I'm married," Flacco said. The woman gave him a look that went like, "So what?" But Flacco didn't feel like explaining himself to a stranger. "Just more for the rest of us," Tonio said, squeezing Lucia on the thigh. The woman laughed and wriggled provocatively, but her smile stopped at the eyes, which were devoid of anything but patience. Flacco looked away. Years ago, when he and Chino and Diego had decided it was time for them to be men, they had gone to one of the women on St. Nicholas. He had seen that look then, in the back of Chino's old Pontiac, and had vowed then that he would never again be with a woman whose soul was somewhere else. The waitress who served them was the same one who had spoken to him earlier. Flacco figured the odds were against the Aku Aku room carrying El Presidente, so he settled for Tecate. The waitress took his order and Tonio's reorder, but pointedly ignored Tonio's companion. If either Tonio or Lucia noticed, they didn't care. Sepp found them an hour and several drinks later. Tonio was in the middle of a long and improbable tale of immigrant smuggling in South Florida. If half what Tonio said was true, there wasn't a Haitian left anywhere on Hispaniola. Thanks to him, they were all in Miami or New York. Lucia pretended to listen and looked at her watch from time to time. When you worked piece rate, you didn't have a lot of time to spare for social chit-chat. Sepp was a sudden blonde presence by their booth. "There you are," he said, as if they had been hiding from him. Flacco slid over to make room, and Sepp squeezed in beside him. Sepp looked around the lounge and put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled. He made a bottle of his fist and poked his thumb at the table in front of him. Then he settled into the seat and grinned. "Now we see what disguises for beer in this place." His gaze cruised over Lucia, moored on her breasts. "Hello, Schatz," he said, using the same smile. Lucia batted her eyes. "Hello, Dutch." She moistened her lipstick with her tongue and shifted her posture to display herself better. Tonio scowled and pushed her. "You're with me," he said. She shrugged him off. "Whenever you're ready, hermano." Tonio lifted his schooner. "Momento. I'm drinking with my compadres." "What took you so long?" Flacco asked Sepp, as the waitress dropped a bottle of Budweiser on the table without even pausing to see if that was what he wanted. Sepp twisted the cap off the bottle and took a swallow. He put the bottle down again with a shake of his head. "In Bavaria, it would be illegal to label this beer." He threw one arm across the back of the padded bench where they sat. "It did not take so long. I unpack, hang my clothes in proper order, arrange the drawers, stow my traveling pack." Flacco and Tonio looked at each other and laughed. Sepp listened to them for a moment, then shrugged. "On the space station, that neatness will matter." Flacco stopped laughing. Who knew when the testing really stopped? Flacco could not sleep. During the night, it was said, the Arizona desert grew bitter cold, but here in Phoenix, the empty night sky served only to release the heat pent up in the concrete and asphalt, so that the sweltering warmth that surrounded him seemed to ooze from the ground rather than from the scorching sky. The air conditioning at the new Contiki labored in vain. He sat up in bed and stared at the glowing digital display of his travel alarm. 2 o'clock? He would be in fine shape for today's competition. He didn't have to be better than everyone to win a slot on this crew, but he did have to be better than a great many someones. He sighed and laid his head down on his pillow.
only to be snatched upright by a metallic crash outside his window, followed by a shouted curse. Flacco rolled out of bed and strode to the window, where he stood to the side and lifted a gentle edge to the curtain. That was a move that Diego had never learned. When there are noises in the night, you do not go and stand directly in front of a window. Funny, he hadn't thought of Diego, or Chino and the others, in a great many years. Some things were best not thought of. The nighttime streets, the women and the product, and the thick blocks of cash that bought both, the trembling eager high that was half adrenaline, half product, the sound of a lone car racing by, the sight of a dark alley mouth, the distant, toy pop-pop sound of a deal gone bad, the wary, live feeling on the edge. In the alleyway 3 stories below, he saw the shape of a woman slowly rise to her feet beside the hotel kitchen loading dock. The streetlights at the end of the block created knives of light and shadow from the angles of the buildings, and the woman, partly in and partly out of the shadows, seemed unreal. A ghost of pale, disconnected legs and arms. She brushed herself, futilely considering the kitchen waste and the pools of fetid water that spattered the pavement. She whipped an arm up in a gesture of contempt, but whether at a particular person or window, or just at the building itself, Flacco could not tell. She turned on her heel and nearly tumbled to her hands and knees again. She bent and held both hands against her thigh. Flacco wondered if he should call someone or go down to her. Her long thighs seemed to run up forever, ducking only at the last minute behind the cover of her meager skirt. Watching her, he felt his desire swell. In this heat, skimpy dress only made sense, and he could not tell in this light or from this angle if the woman was one of the waitresses, one of the hookers, or even an ordinary citizen out walking in nighttime alleys for reasons of her own. Undoubtedly one of the women who had gone off with Bird or the Russians or the others, and who had found things a little rougher than expected. Reluctantly, he watched her limp out of sight before letting the curtain fall and slipping back into his own bed. He thought of the woman's thigh as he lay there, and how it had seemed to glow from the distant street light. On the 3rd day, Flacco and the other riggers were taken to Pegasus Hangar No. 2 for their practicals. The hangar, 20 stories tall, loomed over the rest of the complex just off the far right end of the horseshoe. Massive, square, and metallic, it was the only structure on the grounds that made no concession to Adobe or the Southwest. The orbital ship that Flacco had noticed on Monday had been brought inside. The ship's dingy, scorched gray fuselage had been partly disassembled. One panel still in place near the nose bore the large block numbers RS-64 and the name Harriet Quimby. The orbiter, they were called planks for some reason, was 200 feet tall, with a shell made largely of titanium-sheathed smoke. Solid smoke was light. Structural aerogel, they called it, but it could be difficult to handle because of its very lightness. The size of smoked structural pieces could fool you into thinking they were heavier than they were, and you wound up moving them a little too fast and a little too hard. Not that that would damage the smoke, but it would sure as hell damage anyone in the way of it. By volume, smoke was mostly air, but it was strong like honeycomb and could withstand extreme loads and stresses. They were even starting to build cars with it. It was light enough to get fabulous gas mileage, but strong enough that it wouldn't crumple in an accident. Flacco had handled the material occasionally in construction work. The Wilson Tower in St. Louis had smoked its upper stories to gain height without putting a lot of weight on the load-bearing beams. A crew of men and women in grease-stained red coveralls stood by and watched the riggers. "You dudes are crazy," one of the Pegasus mechanics shouted. "Me? I'm keeping both my feet on the dirt." "Never said I wasn't crazy," Flacco told him. The man laughed and shook his head. 3 other men, olive-skinned with trim mustaches, stood a little apart from the mechanics, drinking thick coffee out of styrofoam cups and talking to one another in Portuguese. The Pegasus people seemed to ignore them. These men wore brown coveralls, and their patches featured a winged sun rather than a winged stallion. A third group, dressed in O&P blue with 2 stacked triangles on their badges,
watched from a walkway 100 feet overhead. Flacco recognized Meat Tucker and figured the men with him were the other rigging crew bosses and their superintendent. Flacco rubbed the palms of his hands against his own denim coveralls and hitched his tool belt and harness a little higher. He'd had people watch him work before, but never so many, and never with so much depending on it. "Wonder how many of us will be left after today," Tonio whispered to him. "Figure they want to cut as many as they can before spending money on weightless and orbital training." "Don't forget to cup the water in your hand," Flacco advised him. "What?" "Judge Gideon, in the Bible," he said absently, while he scanned the setup. "He tested 30,000 volunteers and picked 300 of them." Tonio grunted, but made no reply. There were 2 overhead cranes on traverse beams with blocks and tackle dangling from them. No, 3. And the third one way up there was a pivot crane with an operator's booth. Did O&P expect them to be operatives as well as riggers? Probably. Leo would never lift featherbed. There'd be multitasking for sure on this contract. A 50-ish man wearing a white hard hat and a long dust coat was waiting for them. He had a clipputer tucked under one arm. "Gentlemen," he said, and inevitably some wit in the back of the group said, "Who came in?" Whitehat ignored the comment. "I am your examiner. I have your work orders right here." He flourished the clipputer. "The O&P crew chiefs up there on the balcony will observe and judge your work and will advise me, but I will have the final down check. There are no appeals from my decision." He turned and pointed toward the partly disassembled plank with the clipputer. "Your assignments are to prepare this equipment for its regularly scheduled preventive maintenance check. The Pegasus crew is on hand to assist you in tasks outside the rigging craft boundaries." Flacco pursed his lips in a silent whistle. Van Hoyten Industries was famous for its never-waste-a-mission frugality, so why not use the practicals to get some real work done? But that meant there was more riding on this test than just his own performance. The Harriet Quimby's performance on its next flight could also depend on him. He wondered if that extra pressure was deliberate. Leo's multinational investment was in the billions, and the consortium meant to recover those expenses. There would be conflicting priorities for flawless work and for cutting costs and maintaining the schedule, with the workers caught in between, as usual. So this trial might be more than to test their rigging skills. It might be to see how they would react to stress. They tested in groups of 5, while the others waited in the maintenance conference room. Those who went out did not come back, and Flacco pondered that while he sat and read a very old magazine. Flacco went out with the 4th group late in the morning. The examiner printed a work order from his clipputer and gave it to Flacco, and Flacco read it carefully. His task was to remove Module 477JJK-3 from the forward superstructure and move it to the electrical bay. The CAD print that came with the work order highlighted the module and showed the anchors where he could hook on with the overhead tackle. It didn't look like a hard job, not one that would separate the real men from the wannabes. He had taken 2 steps toward the crane elevator when he noticed the date on the drawing. Revision D. December 20th, 2005. 3.5 years old. He glanced at the Harriet Quimby. Could be the gal was that old. He didn't know one model from another, and planks of one sort or another had been lifting for 9 years now. But who was to say that there hadn't been retrofits? Flacco turned and faced the examiner. "Hey, mano," he called, waving the print. "This the current rev?" Whitehat looked up from his clipputer and, without a change of expression, held out his hand. Flacco gave him the drawing, and he looked at the drawing control block, then checked something in his database. "No," he said, wadding the print into a ball. "Quimby's to Rev F." He touched a button on his clipputer, and a new drawing emerged, which he handed to Flacco. 3 other men in Flacco's test group looked at their drawings, and 2 said, "Shit," and brought their sheets back to the examiner too. That was when Flacco knew that this would be a different sort of test, and that he could take nothing for granted. Harriet Quimby was tall enough that the 5 examinees could work independently at different tasks. 3 of them, including Flacco, were on the upper levels. The other 2, including the sole woman among the rigger candidates, drew ground-level assignments. Flacco and the 2 other men entered the bright orange elevator cage. Flacco pulled the gate shut and latched it, and a short black man engaged the lift motors. As the cage rose, he stuck his hand out to Flacco. "Thanks, dude," he said. "Never thought they'd give us bad prints for a test. Name's King Boudreaux, from Nolans." He shook Flacco's hand like a pump handle. "Eddie Macaro, Washington Heights. People call me Flacco." He studied the young man. Light tan, only 5'4", but with the shoulders of a weightlifter. Flacco lifted an eyebrow. "King?" "Pa thought Martin was a sissy name, and Ma was a Methodist and didn't care for Luther." He shook his head. "Thanks again. About the Rev, I mean." After King got off on 3 level, the 3rd man, who had remained silent, spoke. "You're balmy, mate," he said. He possessed a fine, curly red beard, a respectable beer belly, and the shiniest head Flacco had ever seen. "If you'd kept your full yip shut, we'd have 2 less competitors to worry about now." Flacco shrugged. "What if you'd had an obsolete drawing, too?" The bearded man snorted. "Think I'm stupid? I'll check mine, just like you did. Here's your stop, mate." He pulled the cage door open. "See you round." "Yeah? You too?" He let the sentence lift into a question. "Red Hawkins, New South Wales." Hawkins's handshake was a single, hard squeeze. A Pegasus electrician and a pipe fitter were waiting for Flacco when he crossed the catwalk from the crane tower to the ship. The pipe fitter shook his hand and said, "Good luck." They had their own drawings, wiring schematics and piping drawings, respectively, and the first thing Flacco did was check his drawings against theirs. Sub-assembly numbers and rev levels matched. "Okay," Flacco said. "Let's find this sucker." The 2 Pegasus mechanics knew where the module was located, but they were following his lead. They would not permit him to screw up the maintenance, though. Test or no test, the ship was signed over to their care. But Flacco also knew that if they did intervene, he would have failed the test. "God damn!" The voice came from floor level, and the pipe fitter smiled. "Guess someone down there just matched his mechanicals against the P&Ws. "You talk too much, Bob," the electrician said. No harm done, Bob. Eddie here already got past that one." Flacco looked at them. "You both named Bob?" Bob the pipefitter grinned. "Life's a bitch, ain't it?" Flacco located a module that looked like 477JJK3. The drawing said the module ought to have an asset tag, but when Flacco finally located it, in a different position than the drawing had indicated, the asset number failed to match. He looked at Bob the pipefitter. "This puppy have a mate?" "Could be," the pipefitter allowed. "Now who's being cute?" said Bob the electrician. "Port side," he told Flacco. "These are regulator valves for the oxidizer tanks. Each tank got a main and a spare. Sometimes they get switched, like you rotate your tires." Flacco dusted his hands off and rose to his feet. "Let's go find it." "Who cares?" said pipefitter Bob. "They both look the same and they both got to come out for PM. What difference does it make which comes out first?" What difference indeed? Yet Flacco could not shake the feeling that he was still being tested. "The devil did tempt me, and I did eat." "Get behind me, Satan," he said. But he said it with a grin to take any sting out. "Huh. Fussy, are we?" "No," said Flacco. "But I'm thinking that the last thing you ever want to do in space construction is disconnect the wrong module." The actual rigging was straightforward. A 3rd man waiting for them on the port side was introduced as the regular rigger on that job. Flacco asked him if his name was Bob too, and he winced. "Jesus, no, call me Jimmy." The 2 Bobs disconnected the hydraulics and electricity and signed off on Flacco's work order. Then Flacco unbolted the module from the superstructure, pulling in a guy wire from the No. 2 traverse crane to hold the unit in place until he was ready to lift. Then he checked out the structural integrity of the module. The drawing showed the support points, but Flacco was taking little for granted. Be a hell of a thing if the module fell into 2 halves when he lifted, with only one half fastened into the tackle. Even after he had ratcheted the chains and lifted the module out of place, he called the crane operator over the two-way and told him to hold while he checked the balance and the security of the rigging. When he was satisfied, he signaled the operator and gave the thumbs to the ground signal.
"Not too bad," allowed Jimmy.
"So far. You still gotta move it to the bay and unrig it." Flacco stretched his arms back as far as he could and arched his back. "You gonna teach me to kiss girls, too?" Jimmy shrugged.
"You could find worse teachers."
"Watch it down below. Crane coming." Red Hawkins on the ship's one level was bringing across the number 1 traverse. The two cranes moved on parallel tracks, number 1 being somewhat higher than the one Flacco was using.
"Hold up a few minutes, Chico. I need the crane operator for a while."
"Name's Flacco," Flacco told him.
"Whatever."
Flacco grinned and slid to the deck with his back against the bulkhead and his right leg dangling out the open side of the ship.
"This is the part I like best,"
he told Jimmy and the two Bobs.
"Goofing."
Jimmy leaned out the side and looked down, holding onto the cross brace over his head.
"You know,"
Flacco told him,
"that as soon as we get outside, we can clue in the afternoon group to these little tricks of yours."
Bob the electrician smiled. "So who uses the same tricks all the time?" Flacco ran his hand along the inner skin of the vessel by his head.
"How come you guys aren't trying out for this job?"
Bob the electrician shrugged. Bob the pipefitter said, "I don't like the commute." Jimmy the rigger said,
"Been there, done that."
Flacco looked at him.
"You been up?"
"I'm on the gold crew. We lifted the first couple of ETs into 69 double-aught, but the law says no more than 6 months up, and then you get 6 months down, minimum, between stints. So O&P and the other contractors rotate crews. Blue crew is up there now. Red crew goes up next. You're green, if you make the cut. You'll double up with red crew for a while until you learn the ropes."
"Crane coming through,"
Red bellowed from above. Jimmy looked up.
"Nose lock,"
he said. "Real bitch," said Bob the pipefitter. The nose lock shifted in its tackle, and Flacco pressed the red button on his two-way.
"Crane," he said. "Load's coming loose."
Jimmy cupped his hands around his mouth and hollered to the workers on the floor below to clear away. The nose lock swayed back and forth under the now motionless crane. Red's face appeared from the next level up.
"What the hell you playing at, Chico? You trying to screw me over?"
"The load's loose," Jimmy told him. Red tossed his head in annoyance.
"Shit."
He spoke into his own two-way, and the crane tracked back toward the ship. The nose lock turned and fell a few inches. Flacco made throat-cutting motions, and Red stopped the crane.
"I can see underneath. A stay bolt is working loose. Every time you move the load, it swings a little and pulls it out more." "Double shit gum. I'll leave it hanging, and it will by Our Lady drop sooner or later."
Red tugged at his beard.
"How about I lower it real fast? I might get it to ground level before it comes loose."
"Or you might not." But it was Red's call.
"Try it," he said. "I'll watch from down here and tell Crane to stop if anything happens. Did you hear that, Crane?"
"Gotcha." Flacco was glad to see the crane operator was taking things so well, but then, why shouldn't he? It wasn't him being tested. Flacco ran a hand across his brow. It was one hell of a test. The nose lock began to drop, and almost immediately twisted out of true.
"Stop the drop,"
Flacco told the operator. The entire rig was now level with where Flacco stood on the decking. He couldn't see the loose bolt anymore.
"King," he called. "How's he look?"
"Bad," the Louisianan hollered from the next level down.
"The one stays out entirely, putting a bad strain on the others. You got 3 lines and God holding it up."
God, Flacco felt, could be relied on, but he wasn't so sure of the other stays.
"Okay,"
Flacco put the two-way to his face.
"Crane, what do you have on a pivot arm up in the ceiling?"
"Hook and ball? Why?"
"Run some tackle out there and swing it over. We can run a basket rig under the nose lock and lower it using both cranes."
"I don't know."
"Do it!"
Flacco had no authority to give the orders, but someone had to do something fast. He looked at Jimmy, who scowled and nodded, and leaned out of the ship to make a thumbs-up gesture to the control booth. The echo of the motors tripping in the ceiling emphasized how silent the maintenance hangar had become. Flacco watched as several cables of chain tackle ran out the pivot arm, which then swung across the room until it could drop the line between the nose lock and the ship. Flacco guided the operator using the two-way until the ball and hook dangled just outside the ship. Flacco swallowed and gave a nod to the three men with him. Then he clipped his safety line to a crossbar and, before he could remember what a fool he was, stepped across and into the curve of the hook. It was a big hook, strong enough to hold more than a mere human, and a skinny one at that. But Flacco could not stand comfortably except on one foot. He clipped his second line to the lanyard on the hook cable. Jimmy unclipped the first line, and it rolled up into its reel on Flacco's belt. Flacco wrapped his arm around the crane cable and gave him a nod, trying to look unconcerned. Jimmy gave him a salute. "See you in heaven." The cable danced and swayed. Flacco looked up to see Red Hawkins clipping himself on farther up. "We both don't have to be out here," Flacco said. "Fuck you, Chico. This is my job. They unhooked your load down below and brought number 2 crane over to the other side of my load. I'm going to transfer over. You bring the fly into the tackle underneath, and I'll run it up the other side. Then we'll do the same thing with the second strap. You got a problem with that, Chico?" "No problem. Like you said, Gringo. Your job. And don't you forget it." Flacco waited until Red had secured himself on the other side of the nose lock, then gave the crane operator the go-ahead to lower them both. When they met underneath, Flacco handed Red the free end of one of the chains. He was acutely aware of the massive structure dangling over him. He could feel its weight curling the hairs on the back of his neck. He said, "It would be tragic if the rigging gave way now." Red grunted and looked up. "Yeah, it'd be the end of a beautiful fucking friendship. But look again, Chico. It ain't the rigging giving way. It's the nose lock. Fucking corrosion is what it is." He fixed the end of the chain to his crane. "And damn me if I'll let you look good at my expense." They finished the job without speaking. When the basket rig was secure, and they checked that 6 ways from Sunday, Red gave the signal to the crane operator to lower away on both cranes. The nose lock swung as the new lines took off some of the weight, and its center of gravity shifted, but it reached the ground without further incident. The other candidates and the Pegasus people burst into applause as Flacco dropped off the hook onto the floor. Meat, up on the catwalk, gave him a thumbs up. Red slid down a free chain from the traverse beam. He glowered at the nose lock while he tugged his heavy canvas gloves off. Flacco tucked his own gloves in his tool belt and offered his hand. "Good work, man." Red slapped his gloves against his left palm. He looked like he wanted to punch out the mechanism. "I always do good work, mate." He turned away without shaking and faced Whitehat, who had come over and was squatting by the nose lock. One of the men in the brown coveralls was kneeling by his side, and they were conversing in low tones. "So, what's the verdict?" Red demanded. The brown coveralled man held up fingertips covered with rust. "It appears to be saltwater corrosion, but we cannot be sure yet." "No, mate, I meant the goddamn test." Whitehat looked up. "The results will be posted this evening," he said. Flacco grabbed the examiner's sleeve and tugged him around. "You crazy, mano," he shouted. "What kind of test was that? People could have been hurt, killed maybe." He threw his work order, his exam paper to the ground. Red stepped away, as if to dissociate himself from the outburst. Tomorrow Flacco would curse himself for yelling at the examiner and blowing his chances for the job, but right now he didn't care. Whitehat flushed, and his ears grew a prominent red. He stood up and yanked his sleeve from Flacco's grasp. "Get a grip, kid," he said. "We don't play things that way. You may not be worth jack shit, but that nose lock is sure as hell valuable hardware." Flacco stood back, and his arms fell to his side. "It wasn't." "A test?" Whitehat snorted. "Of course it was. It just wasn't planned." Flacco flew into JFK on U.S. West. Serafina was waiting for him at the end of the concourse and nearly knocked him over when she jumped into his arms. They were standing in the middle of the flow of traffic, but Flacco didn't care. For every glower they got from an out-of-my-way businessman, they got 5 smiles from people who remembered what love had been like. "Oh, Flacco, I missed you," she said between rapid-fire kisses. "And I missed you," he said, lowering her to the floor. "Ha!" She tucked her arm through his, and they made their way through the crowds toward the shuttle bus. "You out there in the sunny desert with all those Mexicana women to tease you? I did not see one Chicana half so beautiful as you." And it was true. Others might argue that Serafina's nose was a little too big, or that her breasts were not, or that her legs were too short, but not Flaco. He could remember the women in the new Kontiki, their golden brown and tan skin, their easy availability, but worn and old before their years, and none so fine on the eyes as Serafina. Serafina's love was free, and so he had paid for it the ultimate price, the rest of his life. For dinner that evening, Flaco took Serafina to Mambi on Broadway. It was a warm night, a night that wanted walking. They strolled cross town arm in arm, letting silence do for words. August 16th was only a week and a half off, and a festive mood was beginning to build in the neighborhood. There had been Dominicans on Manhattan since the late 1700s. Upper Broadway, here at the northern tip of Manhattan, was a Dominican Broadway, and the clubs and theaters that lined the street pulsed to the merengue. The breeze carried the rich odors of sofrito and mangú and thick guisados. The panas and their bombias, the young men and their women, were laughing and dancing in the street, holding impromptu parties on the corners, or eating their mondongo with beans and wet rice. Not that the anniversary of Trujillo's capture meant anything to them. It meant little enough to Flaco, despite the long, impassioned stories he had heard at his grandfather's knee. Mostly third and fourth generation in America, the brightly dressed young men and women bubbling on the street knew the day only as an excuse for alegría. Flaco exchanged greetings with a dozen friends in the few short blocks. Half of them did not even know that Flaco had been gone. A carefree bunch, even when care was called for. Here and there in the crowd, Flaco marked older men in their 30s with hooded, predatory eyes, and he hugged Serafina closer to him. Danger wore an older face than it once did. There was safety in crowds, but it was never entirely safe. Serafina had been expecting some mamitas with the greasy pollo frito piled in baskets, so when he led her to Mambi, she gasped and said, "Flaco, can we afford this?" Flaco grinned at the successful surprise. By midtown and downtown standards, Mambi was not terribly expensive, but they were so far up the island that you had to go a long way downtown just to reach uptown, and by the standards of the Gonsalves Mercado saving account, dining out was not a thing to be done lightly. "O&P paid us for the week of testing," he told her, "so now we can celebrate." "You're coming home." "That too." Serafina fell silent. She stared at the restaurant window. In her reflection, a small frown creased her brow, and her fingers briefly caressed her stomach. They both ordered the costilla de cerdo con berenjena that Mambi was famous for. Flaco ordered a wine. It was not so proud a wine as to have a year on it, but it did not come in a returnable bottle either. He lifted his glass to Serafina and said, "Tuas, you and me, and little Memo." Serafina smiled and touched her glass to his. "The trials went very well, I think," he said, after he had swallowed and set his wine down. "Met some good men, and a few assholes, too. They told me helping out your crewmates, regardless, counted for a lot of points." He grinned. Serafina took a bite of her eggplant. "This is very good," she said, and developed an interest in her meal. "Mama came over while you were away. We bought a crib for Memo, and some clothes. Oh, Flaco, they were so tiny, I just wanted to cry." There was no telling with women how they would react. Flaco smiled and tried to look confident. "Everything will be all right. You'll see." Sometimes the thought of being a father terrified him. A helpless child, trusting him utterly, following after him. He would have to provide for the little one. He didn't know if he was ready for the responsibility. He didn't know if he could lead the boy anywhere it would be worth his while to follow. Grow up, be a rigger like your papita, or a waiter like your abuelito. But ready or not, here it came. His hands trembled, and he cut firmly into his pork rib with his knife. Did Serafina feel the same doubts as he did? It would never do to show his uncertainty to her. She depended on him to be the strong one. "The money I make on this job," he told her, "we set Memo up right." Serafina's fork clattered on her plate. Flaco looked up. "What's wrong?" "You're not going back, are you?" "Of course I am. I passed the trials. I told you, didn't I?" Or had the subject never come up in the joy of reunion? Had he known somehow to avoid it? "Flaco, you will die up there!" A few heads turned in the restaurant, then just as quickly looked away. Young people spoke of dying too often. The reason was well known, and a reason best not known. Flaco wanted to leap up and tell them they were wrong, that Diego's death had turned him from that forever. He was a man of the construction now, a rigger. A life that was not so exciting and paid not so well, but which might last long enough to see your sons and your grandsons. No one shot you through your window at night because you were rigging on the wrong street corner. But his quarrel was not with these strangers. Flaco's grip tightened on his fork, and he stabbed his pork rib hard enough to send it off the plate. He had dreamed of this weekend as a happy one of laughter and love-making, never giving a thought to Sunday afternoon and the long flight back to Phoenix. "I will not die," he said. Death was something that happened to quiet old men or to flamboyant young ones, but those who might have wanted to see Flaco dead were themselves no longer quick. "Hundreds of men have worked up there," he assured her. "Very few have been hurt, even in small things." He did not mention Anselmo Takeuchi and how the blood had flowed from the eyes and mouth of his exploding body. His was not an error Flaco would ever make. "What if you are not here for little Memo? How will your son and I survive without you?" Serafina twisted the napkin in her hands. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Pregnancy always made women more emotional. "You will be provided for. The benefits are generous." She pushed away from the table and jumped to her feet. "You are cruel, Flaco. What will I do for comfort in the night with nothing but money for your bones?" She fled without waiting for his reply. Another woman in the restaurant raised her voice. "You tell him, sister. They can't treat us that way no more." She favored Flaco with a glare. Some of the men laughed and made motions with their hands or arms. "Show her who the boss is. Stick it to her, that's what she wants." An elderly couple by the window, their lips pressed tight in distaste, bent over their guisado. Flaco pulled a couple of presidents from his wallet and threw them on the table without waiting to see what the bill was. At the door, a solitary old man with his napkin tucked in at his neck stopped Flaco with a hand on his sleeve. "You will be all right, young man," he croaked in a voice harsh with cigarettes. "It is love that makes them mad. She would not hurt so much if she did not love you." Flaco was not such a fool as to chase after Serafina. She had not run from him in order for him to catch her. Not this time. The thought of her alone on the nighttime streets worried him, but it was not as though Boricua girls grew up any less savvy than Dominicans. She would go either to their apartment or to her mamita. He would find her. They would rendezvous, match orbits, like the news people on TV were saying about the spaceship and the asteroid a little more than 2 weeks from now. He looked up at the sky, but the city lights were too bright, and there was nothing up there but a gray, pale shroud. The merengue was pounding in Isidro's bar off Dykeman Street, but with more than a little of that Milwaukee goofball in the mix that the older panas found so irritating. Not the pure sound at all, not Cibao, not even the southern style with its log drums. But Flaco had come here for the drinks, not the music. "Is it wrong of me to want to provide for her?" he asked Clotario, his best friend among those still living. He stared at his tall, thin glass of El Presidente. "Is it wrong of me to want to afford things for her?" His voice was slurred from the drinking. He could hear the soft, slushing sound of it, but he didn't care. "No," Clotario said. "Of course not. It is only that she will be lonely for you." Flaco drank his beer, set the glass down hard on the table. 7 months training, he said. ground side, and space side. But I'll be back before the child comes." "A long time," said Clotario, "for a woman to be without a man inside her." "She will not be the only one lonely," Flaco said with a twist to his lips. Clotario nudged him. But there will be women on the crew, no? Even in space they have these secretaries, and you yourself mentioned a few welders and technicians." Flaco stiffened. "Serafina is the only one for me. I have given her my pledge." Clotario laughed. "Oh, you are the righteous one, Flaco." He made a mock sign of the cross and kissed his fingers. "Your lady welders may be as attractive as their own welding tanks, but you will see, they will grow more beautiful as the months go by. Never will they be as lovely as your Serafina, who is the most desirable woman in all the heights. But," leaning toward Flaco, "they will be so much closer." Flaco turned his attention back to his beer. "One voice inside me says, 'Flaco, stay with your woman and take care of her during her months.' But another says, 'Earn the money you will need to care for her forever.' How often do such opportunities come for men in the trades?" "There are other trades," Clotario said casually. Flaco gave him a dead look, and he shrugged. "Then, if you wish, I can look after Serafina while you are gone." Flaco stared at him through the gauze of alcohol, saw the easy smile on his lips, heard the smooth assurance in his voice. Before he was quite aware that he was doing so, Flaco had sunk his fist in the pit of his friend's stomach. Clotario fell gasping for breath, and Flaco found himself suddenly in the center of an open space as the others in the bar made room. Isidro reached under the bar and said, "Flaco, you and Tario take it outside." He made no other moves. Everyone stood very still. Flaco bent over the gasping Clotario. "You do not touch my wife while I am gone." Clotario lay with his knees tucked up, clenching his belly. "Flaco, I didn't mean. You will not allow anyone else to touch my wife when I am gone. If anyone does, I will kill him. I give my word on that. Do you understand?" Clotario nodded dumbly, and Flaco bent lower, putting himself in the man's face. "I do not give my word lightly. I have done so only twice. Once when Diego died in my arms, and once when Serafina and I stood together before God. And you, Clotario, know how well I kept my word on that first occasion." The voice whispered to him from the alleyway on Dykeman. "Flaco," it said. "Hey, Flaco." It was the street talking to him, he thought. When he turned, he saw a woman standing there, looking tired, feigning interest. "Long time, Flaco," she said. Flaco made to pass by. She stepped out and took him by the sleeve and pulled him into the alley. Flaco staggered after her, too woozy to resist. The alley was rank. The ancient bricks of the buildings were sweaty with runoff from the clogged rain spouts on their roofs. "What do you want, Bomba?" he asked. But it was a stupid question, because he knew what she wanted. Her fingers told him. "I need you, Flaco," she whispered in his ear. Her tongue licked him there, sending a thrill down his spine. "They tell me you are good, fast, and clever. You can help me." She wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed herself against him, but the notion gradually soaked through the alcoholic mist that it was all a ruse so she could whisper to him. "Jaime, he beats me all the time if I don't make enough tricks." "Leave him," Flaco said shortly, and she laughed. "Then who gives me powder? You could do that. You'd be nice to me, nicer than Jaime." She was drunk too, Flaco realized, or high. He could have her here, and in the morning she wouldn't even remember, and that would be like it never happened. "I can't be nice," he admitted. "Jaime, he's getting a load tonight from downtown. I know where he's gonna be. You're smart, they always said. You could nine Jaime and sell the shit, and then you and me, we'd be fat." "How much shit?" he asked, because his tongue, awakened by the alcohol, was living its own dangerous life. 10 keys at least," She told him, "Mexican pearls." Flaco pursed his lips. He didn't know street for pearl these days, but 5 years ago 10 keys would mean 30 kilobucks, as much as a 6-month tour on Leo. 30 kilobucks of Mexican pearl could also get you nined, but death was on the station, too. A nasty, lonely death, either way. And if all he wanted was a place for Serafina and himself, here was a way that was faster and only a little riskier. He could use this woman. He didn't know her name, though she obviously remembered him. He could use this woman to take Jaime, a nobody but somebody enough to cast pearls, and then cut her or keep her, as seemed best. Serafina was in bed when Flaco finally returned home. She pretended to be asleep, but Flaco knew it was pretense from the stillness with which she lay. He stood in the bedroom doorway, bracing himself with one arm on the jamb against the swaying of the floor. The August night was too hot for sheets, too hot for nightgowns. Serafina lay beautifully uncovered, wearing only her white lace underwear. Flaco's breath came shorter. He could have her. She probably wanted him to, or else why was she lying just so? He had never forced himself upon her. But he had never struck and threatened his pana before tonight either. And if tonight was the time to rediscover the old Flaco, the Flaco of the careless streets, then perhaps it should be the whole man that was found. But he turned away without disturbing her. The old Flaco was best left buried. He closed the bedroom door gently and found his way to the couch in the outer room, where he lay down carefully. A 2-room, walk-up flat in Upper Manhattan. It was little enough, but it was theirs. Their names were on the lease. But how he dreamed of escaping. A house with trees and a yard where Memo could run and play and grow tall and strong. Sleep would not come. After a time, he rose from the sofa and walked softly to the open window. He sat on the sill, looking down at the nighttime. The crackling neon signs of the 24-hour cafes, the blinking traffic lights at the corner, the furtive men and women conducting their business in shadowed doorways, in parked cars, among the children's playthings in the little park where the streets all came together. A black car rolled up Fort Washington Avenue, slowed at the intersection, and turned right. No one paid it any mind, not the hustlers, not the hookers, not the couple standing in the doorway to the transient hotel, whose rhythmic movements never missed a beat. Not the whiskered old man with the strap still around his arm, staring where the stars ought to have been, pulse thumping to a rhythm no one else could hear. He wondered if the woman had been setting him up, if this Jaime was someone who had reason to remember old scores. Most likely, she had been tempting each man as he came, and would continue to do so until either Jaime heard of it and nined her, or someone took her up and got both of them killed. By turning her down, Flaco had undoubtedly condemned the next man along the street to a nasty death. And yet, every man thought he had the eggs and the brains to carry off such a play. Flaco turned away from the window. It was not Serafina he had to save. It was not Serafina he had to pull away from these streets. As long as he could hear their siren call, the old Flaco would never stay entirely dead. Saturday was strained, and he and Serafina spent their time not in love-making, but in making arrangements to sublet the apartment. It made no sense for her to stay there alone all those months. She would move back with her mamita. He would put his things into storage. Flaco's parents would take care of the lease and keep an eye on things. When Flaco spoke to his father over the phone, Papita gave no hint whether he thought Flaco wise or foolish. But that had been Papa's way, as far back as Flaco could remember. After that, after he had helped Serafina move back to her mother's place in Spanish Harlem, it made no sense to wait for Sunday evening. So, after one last night in their apartment, he turned the keys over to Papita and caught an early morning flight back to Phoenix. For the first Sunday in the 5 long years since Diego went down, he missed Mass. Interlude.
rock concert. The radar display pinged at slow, deliberate intervals, and a simulated woman's voice whispered closing distances in Forrest's ear clip. "Relative velocity, 20, murmured the AS. Forrest sighed as he adjusted the burn, keeping his trajectory centered on the profile displayed on the pilot's pick screen. The flight plan called for 100 days to reach the rock, 40 days hanging around, and then another 200-odd days on the long orbit home. And the whole year long he would be listening to the goddamnedest sexy voice in the universe whispering in his ear. Could be worse. Could be Krasnarov whispering in his ear. He could see the rock through Bullard's sunroof viewports, a motley of light and shadow difficult to make out against the starry backdrop. He couldn't decide if they were coming up underneath the asteroid or they were flying upside down as they approached it. Which way was up? Every which way. "Damn hard to see that, Mother," Forrest complained. "Even the sunlit side." The Iron Mike sat in the Planck's co-pilot seat with his face pressed into the cross-haired, close-approach telescope calling off angular velocities, while Forrest tickled the attitude jets. "Dark body," he commented, without looking up. "Just like my women," said Forrest. Krasnarov made a face, but kept his eyes firmly on the telescope. Forrest wondered what the Russian did for amusement when the computer's contralto grew too much for him. "Close your eyes and think of Mother Russia." Nacho Mendez made a noise halfway between a sigh and a grunt, and Forrest grinned without turning around. With no specific duties during the close-approach maneuver, the geologist was playing TV producer, feeding digital video to Heimdall Communications back Earthside. VHI had hoped to recover some of the expenses of the voyage by syndicating the whole thing as a TV show. Sensor doids strategically placed inside and outside the ship collected visual and other data. Why not use the images for entertainment? Because there's nothing more boring than watching three guys cramped inside a tin can scratch themselves for a year. Forrest could have told them that from the get-go, but no one ever invited him into the rubber room where decisions like that got made. The departure from Mir got good ratings, and the first en route rendezvous with a ram pod 2 weeks later. But the other episodes bombed, and the powers that be finally decided to wait for Close Approach and Touchdown and run a 2-part special instead. Maybe they teamed me and Mikey because they hoped personality conflict would enliven the show. "2 echoes on the forward," he alerted Krasnarov. "Something else out there. Does Mama Bear have a cub?" The discovery that some asteroids had their own personal moonlets had caused quite a sensation among the stargazers some years back, but Forrest's concern was more practical. Even with low relative closing velocities, he'd rather not bump into any loose change if he could help it. "Supply pods identified," Krasnarov announced. 3 of them. Forrest glanced at the radar. "Acknowledged." The second echo had already resolved into 3 distinct points. No interference with his approach, but he noted from the Doppler that one pod was slowly falling astern of the asteroid. "Have to go rope that doggy first." Behind him, he heard Nacho's whispered commentary on the ship-to-Earth feed. Forrest wondered how many folks on Earth were actually watching the show, given the gut-wrenching thrill of a barely visible rock growing slowly larger on their TV screens. Probably half the audience was hoping for an attitude jet to get stuck, like on Gemini 8, so Fartrip would go smashing into the asteroid and brighten their otherwise drab lives with a bit of death and destruction. Forrest adjusted the aim on the external searchlights to heighten the visual contrast on the asteroid. A long, narrow ovoid, nearly black, about 500 meters long, according to the rangefinder, pitted and pocked with countless craters. A hole on the end facing them. A big hole, like God had played through and taken a divot. "A very odd shape," Nacho said, as the ship closed in and the perspective shifted. Whether he spoke for the Earth audience or for the crew, Forrest did not know. "The rock appears to be bilobal. One portion is long and thin, the other smaller and more ovoid. From this angle, it looks like a large, legless grasshopper." "Set the laser spectrophotometer, Captain," Nacho requested. "I want to get a second composition reading, from the smaller lobe this time." Location selected, said Krasnarov from his station. Entered into targeting computer. Set phases on stun, Forrest agreed. Krasnarov raised his head from his eyepiece and gave him an irritated look. Forrest energized the laser. You couldn't see the beam. That had disappointed Forrest during the practice drills in Earth orbit. Too many sci-fi movie ray guns had led him to expect lightsabers slashing the night. A small region of the brighter lobe began to vaporize. Spectrum reading captured, Krasnarov announced. Our analysis of the earlier vapor sample, Nacho told the Earthside audience, showed the larger body to be mostly iron and nickel, with some silicates and lighter metals. The smaller body, he paused while the data rolled up on his side screen, is primarily silicates of various sorts. There is evidence of aluminum and magnesium in the spectra. Forrest grunted to himself. So, the rock was made up of rock. If that constituted a big surprise, geologists should get out of the house more often. The difference in appearance and composition, Nacho continued, his voice rising a notch, suggests that the two lobes were originally separate bodies fused in a collision. This opens up many exciting possibilities for planetary science. Forrest imagined the Earth audience pinned to their seat by that one. Hear that, Mabel? Might could be two asteroids hit each other. Okay, give Nacho his due. It probably was exciting. It was just a real special kind of excitement. Something reflective, announced Krasnarov. Bright flash, north edge, 100 meters from the left. Yeah, I saw it, Forrest said. He stopped the traverse on the searchlight and brought it back on target. Computer, he said. Searchlight. Maintain fix absolute reference. End instruction. He released the control button and let the AS take over. Artificial stupid neural nets were dedicated to particular tasks. This one would keep the searchlights aimed despite the motions of the ship and the target. Nacho, can you put a doid on that sucker? Max mag. Scene. Number 2 doid on the main screen. 700 meters, the computer told him. Closing velocity, 10. Forrest fantasized that it was the asteroid itself speaking to him, that the rock was a woman waiting for him, urging him closer. A dark body, scarred by an uncaring universe, and not very reflective. Yeah, he had rendezvoused with plenty of those. Never a landing, though. Never a home port. Santa Maria, said Mendez. What is that thing? Forrest glanced at the pic screen above the forward viewports. A gleaming metallic monster looming over a black, craggy horizon. Skin glittering gold and silver in the ship's searchlight. Thin, spider-like antennae. 2 black, triangular patches that stared unblinking at the approaching ship like empty eye sockets. But that's impossible, Forrest thought. Nothing can live in the vacuum of space. He checked his close approach radar again. Parallax. Whatever that thing is, it's not on the asteroid, but behind it. Another ship? Asked Nacho. Whatever it was, they'd be making its acquaintance shortly. One thing about ballistics, it was damn hard to change your mind about where you wanted to go once you were on your way. Forrest's hand shook as he made his next course adjustment. Me? First contact? Little green men in a spaceship? I'm not ready for it. The world isn't ready for it. Krasnarov sang out his angular motions, calm and clear and business as usual. His face, when he raised his head from the viewfinder for a brief study of the monitor, expressed interest and little more. But were the lips pressed a little tighter, the eyes a micron narrower? Were the gears shifting deep in the bowels of Senor Machine? I am putting on my data glove to study the image, he heard Nacho announce. Computer, big screen, A. Display scale. A linear scale appeared in the corner of the screen, and a virtual cartoon hand nudged it over by the silver creature. 3 meters wide. Really little green men. It looked bigger at first because the asteroid's horizon is closer than we're used to. Nacho double-clicked on the image, and the edges shimmered. A CAD program took it and reduced it to finite elements, leaving only a stick figure of the vessel, truncated where the asteroid had blocked the view. The image rotated and turned. Then, in dizzying succession, a variety of designs were superimposed. Within seconds, the AS had found a match in the micro-CD library. Krasnarov burst out laughing. "It's the Japanese probe," said Nacho. His voice was flat, disappointed, relieved. Forrest twisted around and looked at the Brazilian, but the man's broad face was a foreign language that Forrest could not read. Forrest settled back into his harness and laughed. "For a moment there I thought—" Krasnarov looked at him. "Thought what?" "Nothing." Forrest concentrated again on his steering. "Braking burn. 5 seconds. Too much lollygagging. They were off the rendezvous profile, but who would have thought that after losing contact so soon after departure, the Japanese probe would still arrive successfully at the rock? It must have been holding station since last Christmas, waiting for instructions that never came. Jesus H. Christ spent 40 days and nights fasting and meditating in the wilderness, and in the end had a vision of his true name and the course his life would take. Far Trip was scheduled for its own 40-day layover in the planetary wilderness, and if they would not exactly meditate, they would at least study on the situation, and the freeze-dried, dehydrated, squeeze-it-from-the-tube microwaved goop that comprised their meals would do for fasting until the real thing came along. But when Forrest pointed out the parallels to his crewmates later that day, all he got on the bounce-back was a blank look from Krasnarov and a nervous laugh from Nacho. Forrest ordered everyone to rest up for the upcoming morning. There was a lot on the menu. Set the anchor bolts and the tether for salute, conduct an initial survey, and lay out an isometric grid on the surface, erect the on-site power plant and align its solar antennae, undock Bullard from salute, and collect the 3 supply pods that were co-orbiting with the asteroid. A busy time indeed, and no time to waste. "Beginning nitrogen purge," Forrest announced formally and for the record. "Switching over to pure O2 and ramping cabin pressure down to 70 kilopascals." That was stage 1. Stage 2 would be 30 kilopascals, the same as suit pressure. He snapped over the lock on the air mixture controls with a flourish. "The no smoking sign is lit," he declared. Krasnarov grunted. Now that the Earth-side transmission was finished, he saw no reason to play Mr. Congeniality. "It is no joke," he said. "Ship air and suit air must be equalized, or we risk the bends. Your shuttle astronauts spent 2 hours pre-breathing pure oxygen to purge the nitrogen from their blood, but are too many EVA scheduled for this mission." "Well, gee, Mike," Forrest said. "I didn't know that. Thanks for sharing it with us." Krasnarov pressed his lips together. Nacho looked from one to the other, but said nothing. "But I wasn't just wisecracking about no smoking," Forrest went on. "As long as we're explaining the obvious to each other, let's not forget what a pure oxy environment did for Grissom, Chaffee, and White. If a fire does break out, we can snuff it by popping the airlocks, but that'll be a real bummer if we aren't wearing suits when it happens." Once again his dream of the month before flashed through his mind, sucked out of the can and falling into forever. Plastic fittings and fiber optics reduced the risk of sparks, and most of the fabrics were resistant to oxygen impregnation, and the pressure was being reduced. Still, you could never be too careful. "It would be better," Nacho said, "if our suit air could be Earth normal." "Sure would be, son," Forrest agreed. "If you want to try bending your arms and legs against 100 kilopascals instead of 30, plus strapping a couple nitrogen tanks on your LSS backpack." After the other 2 had retired to salute, Forrest violated his own order about getting rest and spent the next several hours in Bullard monitoring the relative motion of Far Trip and the rock. The rock was a little booger, but it did have gravity, and any 2 bodies in the universe attracted each other, excepting only himself and Mike Krasnarov. They were all as skittish as a preacher's kid in a barrel house, even the Iron Mike, taking refuge in trivial lectures and wishful thinking and, be honest, Forrest, silly wisecracks. They should give each other a little more space. Though
Forrest looked out the forward viewport, past the long axis of the asteroid to the starry void beyond. It wasn't as if there was any shortage of that. Starting tomorrow, they would really begin to feel how far away from everything they were. Forrest was still buckled into the command chair 4 hours later when Mike Krasnarov rose unbidden from the transfer tunnel. He didn't say anything, but hovered beside Forrest like the ghost of Christmas yet to come. Forrest unbuckled and floated free of the seat, and Krasnarov took his place, running his fingers along the control panel as usual. "Keeping station?" he asked, as Forrest inserted himself into the passageway. Forrest nodded and departed. Instead of going to his bunk, Forrest propelled himself through Salyut to the forward blister. 1991JW, craggy, ragged, broken and pocked, filled the window with a jumble of light and shadow. Not a very big world. Not glamorous, like Mars or Venus or the moon. No one had ever gazed on it in the evening sky and dreamed dreams. Yet it was the only world Jimbo Calhoun's little boy was ever going to get. Sensing motion, he turned and saw Nacho Mendez hovering behind him. "I thought I ordered you to get some rest," he growled. "I couldn't sleep." "Oh, the three of us, we'll be in fine shape come morning." "I've dreamed of this all my life, ever since I was a child." "Did you?" For me, it was the piloting. Forrest Calhoun, rocket jockey. Hey, look, Notch, about what I said earlier. I'm sorry I was so sarcastic, but when Mike gets on his high horse, it just rubs me wrong, is all. Nacho said nothing for a while. "You've known each other a long time," he said at last. "Nah, it just seems like a long time." Then he thought about it and shrugged. "Yeah, I guess we have. Since the old flight test days on Fernando de Noronha, 10, 11 years ago." "They tell stories about him, about you." "Legends in our own time, that's us." "There was the St. Petersburg suborbital. You and he were co-pilots for that." "Yeah, and the two of us were booked to take the old Bessie Coleman up to orbit, except Levkin boogered the stew at Claudio, so he and Ned got the first orbital flight instead. Yeah, there was a lot of pranking back then." One time, he had dumped a trash can on the simulator cabin while Krasnarov had been inside training. But Levkin had crossed the line. "Remind me sometime to tell you what Tabasco sauce in a spacesuit's urine collection device feels like." "Didn't Mike go aboard an unmanned test launch?" "The first one. Nestorov. We were all damn tired by then of all the sims, you know, and there were some glitches in the remotes, but I think he just wanted to be the first to fly the bird. We all did." "Where is he now?" "Who, Mike?" Now there was a dumb question. "He's back in Bullard, watching that things don't go bump in the night." "Are you sure?" Now wasn't that a hell of a thought? Mike sneaking over to the rock just to be the first to touch it? It would have been unthinkable in the old by-the-book good team player days of a generation ago, but there was a different breed of cat flying today, an eye on the risk, more willing to defy authority, plus an authority more willing to tolerate defiance, provided it succeeded. A hell of a thought. They were all here to do a job, but you couldn't help but think of the glory. Or that folks back home might have certain expectations. VHI probably lusted after the mining rights and might have a claim if a VHI employee first set foot over there. But hell, Russia and Energia had claims too, and Brazil, and the UN itself. Even Wilson Enterprises, whose RAM accelerators and supply pods had made the mission thinkable. He shook his head. Too complicated for Jimbo Calhoun's little boy. Krasnarov won't prank, he decided. He's too methodical, too planned, to go EVA without a lifeguard. Not with 6 hours left on the nitrogen purge. No mistakes is his personal motto. He snuck on board Nestorov because he knew the test would fail without a human hand. When old Mikey weighs the pros and cons in that precision balance of a brain, the chances have to get better, not worse, before he'll pull a hack. Senior Machine. Forrest almost wished that Krasnarov would try a stunt. Something crazy. Something human. He rubbed his face with both hands. Should have sent a shrink along, or done a better job picking the crew. Not that they weren't the best, but maybe they should have given less attention to expertise and more to personality when they did the old eeny-meeny. Maybe they should have tapped 3 more congenial souls. Though the 3 nominees could harmonize like the boys' choir of Harlem, and after 99 days vacuum-packed together, they'd still be almighty testy by the end of it. "Someone has to be first," said Nacho. "If VHI or the UN Deep Space Command has a preference, they've been almighty sly about telling us." Either they didn't care, hard to believe, or they couldn't get their corporate and political act together, much easier to believe. They would probably be debating the damn fool question for 5 days after it ceased to matter. Maybe he should cast lots, or download a request for instructions. Nuts. It's your call. You're the captain of this little joyride. Not VHI, not the UN Deep Space Command. He conjured his father in his mind, a big man with hands the size of footballs, a cotton farmer with white sharecroppers when for a black man in East Texas that had still been a defiant act. "What should I do, Pa?" Pa's rolling bass wasn't there to answer. It hadn't been for too many years. Pa wouldn't see his son on the TV or feel his heart swell watching him. Of all the things Forrest wanted that he couldn't have, and there were many, that was the one he wanted the most. The initial touchdown would be televised, and, if not quite the whole wide world would be watching, at least a significant fraction would be. There was something deeply symbolic about tomorrow, something almost ceremonial. It would make a difference what he decided, and not only to himself. So what would his old buddy Ned Dubois have done? Screw it. Ned would be over on the rock already, waving to the cameras. Showboat? Hell, when they painted the big red letters on the paddle wheel housing, they spelled out SS Ned Dubois. The very day Far Trip cast off for deep space, Ned Dubois and his sidekick Chase had taken a plank all the way to the moon just for the hell of it. Low Earth orbit was halfway to anywhere. All the pilots on the orbital trade had talked about trying it someday, but old Ned, he was more doing than talking. And yet Showboat Ned had given up a sure seat on this expedition. Because he wouldn't leave his wife and daughter for a year? Or because he thought Forrest deserved the slot? Only fair. Maybe Ned hadn't spiced Claudio's feijoada, but he'd sure as hell flown into the history books sitting in Forrest's seat. One of the great things about freefall was that you could fall asleep anywhere, in any position. You didn't have to lie down. In fact, you couldn't lie down if you tried. Forrest awoke the next morning still floating in the observation blister, with his slippers still fastened on the stick fabric mat. Poking his head into the crew quarters, he saw Ignacio Mendez already dressed and groomed, with his hair slicked down and his ducktail tied up in the back with a green ribbon. Nacho floated near his bunk, with his head bowed over clasped hands and his eyes closed tight. Of the 3 of them, Nacho had the least experience in space. 2 years of training, along with the other geologist candidates, but he did not have the long familiarity that Forrest and Mike had. A long way from home, and that first step is a doozy. Nacho made the sign of the cross and kissed his fingers. He opened his eyes and started when he saw Forrest. "Don't let it bother you, son. His eye is on the sparrow. Remember your training, keep your wits about you, and your friends close by." Forrest grinned. Or maybe it was the other way around. Nacho attempted an answering smile, but gave it up. "Senor Machine is already suiting up," he said, pointing aft with his thumb. "That's Mikey. The early bird does get the worm. Why don't you hustle yourself back there and see if there are any night crawlers left? Tell Mike to check all your seals and safeties." He clapped Nacho on the shoulder and sent him aft with a push to his butt. Isaac Newton sent Forrest coasting back into the blister. He stopped his motion with automatic touches to stanchions and bulkheads. For a few moments longer, he gazed over his shoulder at the rock. Finally, he kicked away. There never had been but one decision he could make, and damn Ned Dubois anyway. The plank's normal cargo bay just aft of the control cabin had been reconfigured for far trip into an all-purpose space, with personal stowage, ship's supplies, spare parts, tooling, and even a few compact fabricating machines neatly folded away into lockers and bins, courtesy of Boeing Space Outfitters. The Boeing folks had cut their teeth packing for the shuttle back in the old days, and they liked to say they could stow an elephant in a handbag if they could only figure out where the folds were. Forrest battened the manlock to the control deck and turned to face the others. The Iron Mike looked faintly absurd in a suit striped like a barber pole, though it was no less absurd than Nacho's polka dots or Forrest's own checkerboard. Someone in the rubber room had decided that visibility was more important than dignity. "Time to make it happen," he said. "Well?" said the Russian. He was rubbing the anti-fog compound on the inside of his helmet visor. "Have you decided who will be first? The rest of us have work to do." Forrest's suit, hanging in its rack against the aft bulkhead, gave the impression of a fourth crew member stoically waiting instructions. It returned a look as blank as Krasnorov's. Forrest noted that old Fuss and Feathers had already hooked up the electrical harness to Forrest's hard torso, too. The Snoopy cap floated in the air above it, giving the impression that an invisible man wore the suit. Forrest saw the drink bag and food bar were in their holders inside his helmet, and the mission checklist attached to the torso's left wrist. Busybody, he thought, always double-checking everyone else. Sorry, Charlie, but they named me El Jefe. "In a minute," Forrest told him. "Where's my long johns?" Officially, the NASA-developed long johns were called the Liquid Cooling and Ventilation Garment. Bureaucrats had such a way with words. They couldn't come right out and say spacesuit. They had to say extravehicular maneuvering unit, and then call it an EMU for short. You could carry on an entire conversation with those guys and never once use anything but an acronym. No wonder they had managed to make spaceflight boring. Forrest zipped up the front of the spandex garment and flexed his muscles. "I feel like a comic book character," he said. "Someone paint a big F on my chest." Krasnov spoke aside to Nacho. "For once, he is accurate." The lower torso was a single garment that included boots and a ring bearing at the waist. Once he had pulled it on, an interesting feat in zero-G, but Forrest had done it often enough. He crouched under the upper torso and slid arms first into the hard shell. His arms moved easily into the sleeves and his head out the neck hole. Forrest waited until Krasnov unsnapped the torso from the rack, then he fastened the waist seal and hauled in his Snoopy cap and put it on. He checked all his seals, and then Krasnov checked them all again. Forrest eyed the ship's clock. "Almost showtime," he announced. "The data link is locked onto Helios Light, and the pickups are all aligned. You know your marks." Forrest positioned his ear clip and throat mic and switched to the Heimdall network frequency. "We're ready up here," he announced. A glance took in his two companions. Both nodded. Krasnov impatiently, Nacho nervously. Forrest waited for the bounce back. 1 potato, 2 potato. When it finally came, he heard a smooth, synthetic voice saying, "Commercial ends in 15, 14. Forrest grunted and checked the time on his heads-up visor screen. He had to assume that the Heimdall techs were savvy enough to take the speed of light lag into account. If he started when the countdown reached 0, his commentary would reach Earth just as the commercial actually ended, and Heimdall could go live at just the right moment. Of course, some numbnut would be sure to complain to the FCC about false advertising. What live from 1991JW meant when the images were nearly a minute old was enough to delight a Jesuit. "Okay, guys," he said, cutting Heimdall out of the listen-in for a moment. "Here's the way it's going down." He liked that expression. Going down. The big cargo lock faced the asteroid, which made that direction officially down. Not so's you'd notice, but sometimes, if he was real still and used a lot of imagination, Forrest thought he could feel the rock's infinitesimal tug. He explained how they would carry out the initial task. Krasnov shook his head. "Still showboat," he conceded, "but a better show." Forrest cut Heimdall back in just as the countdown reached 0.
"Greetings again from the Rock," he said, facing the onboard droid. He gave his very best down-home, aw-shucks, brave-in-the-face-of-danger smile. He assumed that Krasnarov, floating on his left, looked suitably heroic, and that Nacho at least looked willing. "Like we told you yesterday when we did the parallel parking, the Rock isn't exactly the sort of place where you can land a spaceship, especially one like Far Trip, which isn't designed to land anywhere. There's not a whole lot of level real estate over there, and it's not very attractive, gravitationally or beauty-wise." He grinned at his own joke. "In fact, we won't be on the asteroid so much as at it."
Forrest had decided with the very first broadcast that folksy was best. It was the way he was born and raised, and, as Krasnarov liked to point out, he didn't do dignified very well. And he was, after all, dressed like a damn checkerboard.
"Our first order of business is to run a tether from Salyut to the Rock. This will not only keep our home from drifting off station, out of position, but it will help our crew move back and forth by sliding along the cable. The task will require all three of us to evade."
He turned to Krasnarov and Mendez.
"Ready?"
His two crewmates nodded.
"All right. Helmets on."
Like 3 conquerors crowning themselves kings. Well, they were, weren't they? They seated their helmets and gloves and sealed them. Each seal required 3 independent motions. You couldn't open them by accident. Forrest and Krasnarov checked each other's seals, then they both checked Nacho's. When Forrest was satisfied, he switched to suit frequency, but left Heimdall in the listen-only loop.
"Let's do it."
They filed through the airlock one at a time. Krasnarov first, Forrest last. When he got outside, the others were waiting by the airlock, gripping the handholds. Krasnarov had already unshipped the tether reel and was holding the gleaming clasp. Forrest made patting motions around his spacesuit.
"Hey, I hope one of you guys remembered to bring the house keys with you."
Nacho laughed. Krasnarov said,
"My suit leakage rate is below 0.3 kilopascals."
No sense of humor, Forrest decided. The only time Krasnarov would ever wear a silly grin would be when he died and the muscles all relaxed.
"Sure, Mike," he said. "Nacho, check your Delta P."
The suits were made of impervious neoprene and Kevlar and polyurethane-coated nylon and all what have you. Not exactly cheesecloth, but there was always some leakage. Forrest pulled himself via the handholds and footholds to the outside equipment locker where the piton driver was located. It didn't make sense to store bulky outside gear inside the ship. He stuck his feet into the footrests underneath the locker and twisted the latch with the T-bar on his equipment belt. The problem with working in space, as Cernan had discovered to his peril, was that there was no damned leverage. No gravity to make things stop once you made them go. When he twisted the T-bar key, the key tried to twist him, too. Without the footholds, he would have gone into a spin. The piton driver was a smooth, light cylinder with a handle and trigger. Forrest checked to see that it was fully pressurized, but he did not load a piton into it yet. He clipped it to his belt tether, closed the locker hatch, and twisted it shut.
"Calhoun, have you tested your propulsion unit?"
Krasnarov must have Alzheimer's disease, Forrest decided. He kept forgetting who the captain was. Forrest would have to set him straight after they were off the air. He pushed away from the plank and gave a short burst on his suit jets that sent him coasting back toward where the others waited. The suit propulsion units, or spews, were arranged so he could move in any direction and were controlled by an AS to prevent tumbling. A braking burst brought him to a stop by the airlock.
"Everything seems to be working," he said casually. "Got the tether, got the driver. We all set?"
You couldn't see heads nod through the darkened visors, but nobody said, "Wait a minute, we forgot something." Forrest pointed to the rock 200 feet below them.
"You've got the landmarks fixed, right?"
Meaning the area of the asteroid's surface within view of the outside droids. Wouldn't do to put on a show if the action happened off stage.
"Nacho, you hang on to the tether. Mike'll be right behind you. Don't worry. It's just like jumping off a 20-story building."
Nacho didn't answer for a moment. Then he said, "Just like practice."
"All right, on my signal. 3, 2, 1, go."
The three of them started toward the asteroid. Mike unreeled the tether behind him while he guided Nacho, who, Forrest noted, was using his spew after all.
Just hope he knows how to brake.
He switched Heimdall out of the circuit for a moment and beeped Krasnarov.
"Soft landings," he said.
"I am watching him," the Russian replied. He could feel the slight push of the compressed gas thrusters, but it hardly felt like motion. It was the rock that seemed to approach them. A black slug of iron and nickel pocked with ancient craters. Forrest kept the smooth area they had selected as a landing zone centered on his faceplate target array, and the spew's AS nudged him sideways just a little. If any of them touched ground before the others, they'd need the slow-mo instant replay to prove it. There was some dust, the debris of millions of microscopic impacts from interplanetary pebbles, but not enough, Forrest noted with a pang, to leave footprints in. Nacho dropped to his knees and tested the ground with his thumper. He pointed and fired a burst of fluorescent orange paint from his finger gun to mark a place. "Here," he said. "There are no fractures to weaken it." Forrest loaded a piton into the driver and pulled the hammer back. He placed the muzzle in the center of Nacho's target and pulled the trigger. The bolt shot home, and if the asteroid could have rung from the impact, it would have tolled like a cathedral bell. Forrest felt a momentary vibration through his boots before the recoil lifted him into the air, but he had been expecting that and used his spew to bring himself back down. Krasnarov stepped in with the fly end of the tether and snapped the buckle through the eye bolt that Forrest had seated. The whole operation had taken place in the space of 3 heartbeats. Find a spot, drive it home, snap it on. In the pause that followed, the three of them faced one another and, without a word spoken, exchanged a high five. That had not been planned. It was a spontaneous gesture that even the Iron Mike indulged, because by God they had just done something right. Who was first? We were first. And what had to be done, we did together. If Marisa Van Hoyten or anybody else back home had been looking for symbolism, they didn't have to look any further than that. And then Forrest spoke the first words uttered by any human being on a body in translunar space. He had never been one with ready words, except for a joke and a bit of easy banter, and making memorable speeches about mankind's destiny was not his style. He had decided against making a speech for that very reason. Let the commentators and the other important people back home handle the ringing pronouncements. Yet, what he said did ring, with the sound of a bolt driving home. He turned to the others in his crew. "Let's get to work." 4. Waking the Dead. August came, and with it the long-awaited far-trip rendezvous. Marisa repaired to her lodge in the mountains high above Jackson Hole, far from the cameras and publicity. The lodge, made of wood logs and looking very primitive from the outside, sat on the lip of a broad semicircular cup, a cirque, where ancient glaciers had taken a bite from the mountainside. Antelope brush and mountain rose clothed the sharp stone-littered slope below. Wayne Coper came over from his own lodge on the other side of the cirque, and they swam together in her swimming pool. Afterwards, leaning on the rail that enclosed the hardwood deck behind the lodge, they enjoyed the view. The planking beneath them was stained from the water that drained from their bathing suits and ran down their legs. A brisk swim always invigorated, and, at that altitude, the dry air and the unfiltered sun quickly dried things. Through the thick stands of lodgepole pine and Engelmann's spruce far below, Marisa caught glimpses of the waters of Jackson Lake glittering like sequins in the sunlight. "So," said Wayne, "you won't be watching this asteroid thing from Brussels or Johnson? Why not? It's your baby, right?" "It is past time," she told him, "that the public stops associating my name with every space venture. I wasn't the only player even in the beginning. Granted, VHI companies provided the plank, the beamed power, and one crew member to Far Trip, But Wilson Enterprises provided the supply pods, Energia supplied the Salyut and another crew member, NASA lifted the Salyut into orbit. I could go on. The Enterprise must become the common property of all mankind if it's to thrive. And besides, though she did not mention the thought aloud, she had no desire to watch the inevitable preening of Donaldson and others whose only contribution to the effort had been to refrain from strangling it. We're going to watch it from up here, on my Pix wall, special feed. You can come if you want. He flashed her an ironic smile. Will Harriet be there? Oh, dear Lord, no. I believe it is Budapest this season. Then I may come after all. The wind tousled his gold-gray hair, and he brushed back the curls with his hand. Wayne was a husky man her own age, broad-shouldered and ready with a smile. His arms and legs were covered with light curls that glistened with beads of water, and his chest was lightly matted with hairs evident only to the touch. Buff, they used to say. The conclusions she would leap to, rubbing his chest with the backs of her knuckles. Does she know I have a lodge up here now? You haven't told her, have you? Not a word. Remember how she used to throw us together when we were in school? Oh, Mom and Dad were in on the cabal, too. It would have been socially perfect, a merger of the Copers and the Van Hoytens. They did everything but strip us naked and lock us in a bedroom together. Marisa laughed. Too direct for Harriet. She prefers a well-laid scheme. They all must have been terribly crushed when we broke up. I was terribly crushed. I didn't understand why. I was in love with you. You only thought you were. It was just hormones. A vagrant breeze off the snow-cap above the lodge twisted down the mountainside and touched her with its cool breath. Marisa felt the goosebumps rise on her arms and legs. She must have shivered, because Wayne put his arm around her shoulders. She did not object, and he left it there. Nothing wrong with hormones, he reflected, but, yeah, I saw years ago that it would never have worked out. You would have been my first wife instead of a reliable friend, a useful neighbor, and an undemanding, if occasional, lover. My guests will be arriving shortly, Marisa said, gauging the time by the sun. Ah, he said. He stroked her shoulder softly with his hand, then released her. Cobb and his staff must be on their way up from the village, then. She turned and faced him, and played her nails along his arm. Not until I call him. Wayne was never pushy, but he recognized the signals. It was funny, she thought, as his arms enfolded her. Sex had never been a consuming interest in her life. She had indulged out of curiosity when she was young, and out of love, or the appearance of love, when she was older. But she had never indulged solely for recreation. Yet lying with Wayne on a pool towel on the redwood decking meant no more to her or to him than playing tennis. Neither love nor curiosity entered into it. It was just something good friends sometimes did together, like playing tennis. She could still count the men she had had on the fingers of one hand. Her cousin Brittany needed a spreadsheet. What's funny? Wayne asked. His hands stroked her back gently, unfastening her swimsuit top so smoothly that she was barely aware it had been done. Nothing, she said. Spreadsheet, indeed. The werewolf could not abide being in the same room with an electronic device without tinkering with it. Even after the technician declared that the Pixwall was tuned into the satellite feed and that the color and everything else was nominal, Will Gregerson insisted on adjusting it himself. He scowled at the screen while he touched miniature knobs with blunt, clumsy-looking fingers. He opened the panel on the side of the wall and adjusted settings that Marisa had not even known existed. He even interfaced a keyboard and dealt directly with the programming for individual pixels. When he was done, he backed away from the equipment and glowered at it. That looks much better, Will, Marisa said, although she could see no appreciable difference. It will have to do, Werewolf allowed. He was a hard man to please. Steve Mathias had once accused him of being a perfectionist, and the Wolf had demanded to know if that meant Steve was an imperfectionist. Steve, who juggled Prometheus's multiple interfacing projects and was so intolerant of anything that caused schedule delays, responded,
The perfect is the enemy of the excellent. The two of them might have consumed the entire meeting in dueling cliches had Marisa not put a stop to it. The blue is still a little off, Werewolf said. It's fine, Will, his wife told him. Gregerson's wife matched his broad build, but was light-complexioned where he was dark, and as pleasant as he was gruff. She went by the unlikely name of Fluffy. Subtleties of color are wasted when you're doiding an asteroid. Fluffy Gregerson was a well-known painter, though under a more bohemian nom d'art. Will is always after me, she confided to Marisa, to do pixel painting. He claims it's a new form of art, but of course it's only an extreme form of pointillism. Do you license your works to be digitized? Marisa asked. Fluffy looked at the floor-to-ceiling, wall-to-wall thin film screen and shook her head. Only for small screens. I don't do murals. I have several landscapes in the wall's memory, Marisa said. Sometimes I have the wall display the Grand Canyon or the Hudson Valley or Mare Tranquillitatis. Usually I just relay the outside view. It gives one the illusion of sitting out of doors. Let me show you. Marisa touched the keypad to demonstrate, and the satellite feed test pattern gave way to a panorama of the Grand Tetons, the Eagle Nest, Bivouac Peak, Mount Moran. Stubborn snow clung to the niches and creases of their upper flanks, resisting the August sun. In the foreground was the rough-hewn wooden deck that ran around three sides of the lodge, and standing on the deck, enjoying the view, was Belinda Carr. Belinda was a short, stocky woman of athletic build, aggressively gray-haired, early 60s, approaching retirement, if retirement had been a word in her vocabulary. She walked with the energy of a wound spring, barely slowed by her years. Mens sana in corpore sano. Once, years ago, she had shown Marisa an Olympic bronze medal she had won with the U.S. field hockey team. Turning, Belinda faced the lodge and seemed to look directly at Marisa. An illusion, Marisa knew. From the porch, the outside wall looked like perfectly ordinary wooden timbers. The Doid pickups were barely noticeable, even if you looked for them. Still, Marisa nearly raised her hand in greeting before she remembered that she was looking at an image, and the image was only one way. She excused herself from Fluffy and hurried to the front door, where she took a light sweater from the peg hanger there and flung it over her shoulders. August was high summer, but at this altitude, summer was an academic concept. Belinda had stepped off the porch to the hardpan that encircled the lodge. Small stones ranging from fist size down to pebbles littered the yard, a reminder that tons of ice had once slid down this very mountainside to engulf the plains below. Only a few tufts of hardy, high-altitude grasses poked through the gravel. Belinda had crouched to pick up one of the rocks when Marisa caught up with her. "Are my rocks that interesting?" "Hello, Reese." Belinda did not rise immediately. She studied the stone she had picked up and turned it over in her hand. "I remember reading one time that these mountains were a seabed eons ago, and this," she tossed the lichen-spotted rock to the ground, "was once the muck at the bottom. Sometimes you see fossils if you look closely enough. Like me." "You're hardly a fossil." Belinda tried to rise but stumbled, and Marisa clutched her by the forearm and helped the other woman to her feet. Belinda wore a green and white checked flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows. Her hand was warm and dry. Her grip on Marisa's arm was firm. Her nails, pared like a man's, were polished with a clear lacquer. "I have no patience for nail care," she had told Marisa once. "There are more important things to worry over than a broken cuticle." "And hardly facile, too." Belinda brushed the knees of her baggy jeans. "I must be getting old," she explained. "Tosh! If your mind is young, the body will follow along." "These are young mountains," Belinda said, dusting her hands, "as mountains go. The wind and rain haven't quite worn them down to nubs, like the hills where you come from. Yet they're immeasurably old. It makes me feel young just to contemplate them." "Belinda," Marisa said in sudden alarm, "why did you go into the hospital?" Belinda squeezed her arm. "Don't worry, Reese. I'm not Keith. I won't go away without telling you first."
Marisa began to walk slowly back toward the lodge, and Belinda kept a hand on her arm as they walked. The memory of Keith's death could still seize her by the throat. "It was such a shock," Marisa said. "One minute we were talking, the next he wasn't there anymore. My friends die, and my enemies won't." A few steps went by in silence. Then Belinda said, "They told me it was exhaustion." The way she said it, you would have thought she'd been told the cruddy uglies. "You ought to take things easier." Belinda gave her an amused look. "Excellent advice, considering the source." Marisa laughed. "Yes, we'll both drop in harness, won't we?" "Mentors at a critical juncture," Belinda told her. As senior principal, Belinda oversaw the private and charter schools that were part of VHI's Service Industries division. "We may have to close our Indianapolis practices. The city schools have improved to the point where our quality is no longer a selling point. The hazard of setting an example is that others copy you. What options do you have?" "We could niche ourselves, the way some hardware stores and booksellers do when the superstores move in. Adapt or die." "Yes. Circumstances change. It's the only constant. She hesitated momentarily. "I was thinking about Barry recently." Belinda paused on the bottom step of the porch and spoke without turning. "Were you?" "Yes. I was wondering how he was getting on since... you know." Belinda faced her. "I'm surprised you care, considering. I meant professionally. He was one of your best principal teachers." "He was competent. Please, Belinda. I know you never liked him personally, but... all right, he was the second coming of Socrates, if you like. As far as I know, he's still running that private teaching practice you set up for him in North Orange. And as far as I know, he's still making a go of it." "There were a lot of things," Marisa told her, "that we never got straight between us." Belinda tugged her hand from Marisa's elbow. "There are a lot of things," she replied, "that you never got straight with a lot of people." "You mean about asteroids?" Belinda said nothing, and silence formed between them. "Among other things," Belinda said at last. Marisa said, "You know, I dislike talking about my feelings, my fears. I know that was unfashionable once, but personal reticence is in nowadays. By not sharing my feelings, I was simply ahead of my time." "It's not that, Reese. Or it's not only that." Belinda turned and walked slowly up the steps to the lodge. Marisa had never seen her use a stair rail for support before. Reality fails as art because it is badly scripted. But Heimdall Communications used time delay to juggle and select from the views downloading from Fartrip. Sometimes, in the video style of the naughty aughts, the screen juggled views from the ship and all three crew member helmets all at once, and a kaleidoscopic variety of magnifications, overlays, and montages that Marisa found hard to follow. The asteroid gleamed an iron black and white under the ship's floodlights, and the derelict Japanese probe hovered in the background, sparkling in subdued colors, partly eclipsed by the rock. Sitting on the couch watching the life-sized images on the broad pix wall, Marisa felt as if she were aboard Fartrip herself, observing Calhoun, Krasnarov, and Mendez through a portal on their ship, or sometimes through their own helmets. Wearing a Verch hat, she thought, you could imagine you were there yourself. Calhoun's choreographed landing surprised her. She had expected the command pilot to place the first footstep himself. The man had an ego as big as Ned Dubois's, and an even greater flair for showmanship. Well, she herself had argued at the planning sessions that the crew be given as much autonomy as possible, and that mission control limit itself to advice and support. Let the men and women in the field make the tactical decisions, she had said. The day of centralized direction was over. Forrest Calhoun's words, "Let's get to work," had a better ring, she thought, than any of the pretentious speeches that had been proposed. Full of bold thoughts and grandiose words, they lacked the simple sincerity of Calhoun's matter-of-fact statement. She made a mental note for Gene Forney to play it up in Heimdall's news scrolls and downloads. Let's get to work. As good a motto as any for the new millennium. Werewolf Gregerson, sitting on her right on the long sofa, bobbed his head toward the PICS wall where the three men had scattered to various tasks. An inset image showed a commercial, what most households were receiving at this point. Dolores thought if Calhoun was first, Pegasus would have a claim on the asteroid. I bet she's frosted. Dolores is too impressed with symbolism, Marisa said. Ability, not ceremony, will determine who receives the mining rights. No one can own an asteroid, said Belinda, who sat on Marisa's left. Werewolf leaned forward and looked at her across Marisa. Maybe not, but if Dolores claimed it, who would come out and jump her claim? This year? No one. Next year? No bet. The number of companies with extraterrestrial mining capabilities, Marisa said dryly, is somewhat limited, for now. Werewolf hunched forward and tugged at his beard. Krasnarov is supposed to put up the power plant next, he said. Did you want to watch or... He paused as Cobb passed by, offering a tray of sweets. Hiram Cobb was the lodge's caretaker and doubled as butler whenever she held affairs at the place. Marisa selected a sweetmeat from the tray. Or what? She asked. Gregerson glanced at his wife, sitting on his other side, and leaned closer to Marisa. Or discuss that man's threat, he said lowly. Donaldson. Who else is threatening us? Today or this week? Werewolf glowered. You know what I mean. It's a wicked notion. Belinda's voice was steel. I don't know why the board didn't reject it out of hand. There were some arguments in its favor, Marisa said. And I bet I know whose. Weapons of mass destruction in orbit? It dirties the dream. It puts blood on our hands. Only if Donaldson gets to use them. He may use them only as a threat, or Congress may tie his hands. He may not ask Congress, Werewolf said. The Constitution clearly gives Congress the authority to make war, but the precedents for unilateral presidential action are so ingrained by now that that particular genie may never be stuffed back into its bottle. Donaldson doesn't wash his hands without getting consensus, said Marisa. He spreads the decision out. It's his way of not accepting blame. A wonderful leader we selected for ourselves, said Gregerson. Marisa turned to him. Will, we have to deal with him one way or another. Don't let your dislike of the man color your evaluation of the situation. The threat to Aurora and Pegasus are genuine. If he lets Clock invoke Chapter 35, Belinda said, or withholds the external tanks, take it public. Leo is popular. You can round up enough votes in Congress to overrule him if you work at it. That means getting political. Reese, there's mud behind the scenes, too. I will keep that advice in mind. Belinda crossed her arms and slumped in her chair. A school teacher's advice. I can just hear what Dolores and some of the others would say about that. We have to consider what is best for the business, Belinda. Best in the long run, Reese, not only what's best in the short run. There's a moral issue involved. Werewolf grumbled, as he did so often when he was about to disagree. Don't be so sure all the morality's on one side, Belinda. Putting those weapons in orbit could end the Balkan War, or prevent future wars. That goes into the moral balance pan, too. Marisa gave him a curious look. I thought you were against the proposal. He shook his head. Not in principle. Like I said, you can make a case for it. My problem isn't with the plan, but the planner. With Donaldson? Yes. If it's going to be done secretly and unilaterally is a crappy way to do it. It seems calculated to maximize negative publicity. What if the objective is to disrupt the Leo board with internal squabbles? What if the weapons plan
is only a means to that end."
"I don't believe that Donaldson is that subtle."
"No, he isn't. But was this his idea in the first place? It strikes me as too damn bold to have hatched from that particular egg."
"Who would have put him up to it?" Belinda asked. Marisa thought about it. "Cyrus Atwood, for one," she said. "The technophobe faction at People's Crusades, for another. In short, opponents who want to preserve the status quo, and opponents who want to turn back the clock to the status quo ante."
Werewolf held up 3 fingers. "There's a third faction, Marisa. Not opponents, but competitors, who only want to hold us back while they steal a march."
"Like Pac Orbita, you mean?"
Werewolf shrugged. "They aren't opposed to the race, just to us winning it."
"You haven't narrowed things down much," Marisa said wryly. "As far as I'm concerned," Belinda said, "it doesn't matter. Who cares what the ends are if the means themselves are wicked?" Marisa shook her head. "There are no simple answers."
"Sometimes there are, Risi, if you ask the right question, if you don't cloud the issues. Too much sophistication can look remarkably like naivete."
After the crowded boisterousness of the lodge in Wyoming, Silver Pond seemed like an abandoned city. She and Harriet seldom encountered one another, save at meals. "It is too large a building," Marisa thought, "to be so empty." But that reminded her of the husband who was no longer present, and the son who never had been. She took shelter, as she so often did, in the Roost, her office and her refuge. The small, close room had been built in what had been the attic and provided a panoramic view of Wessex County from its dormer window. Her rooftop observatory was close by. There were times when she spent most of her day up here alone. The staff would not come unless summoned, and Harriet had never bothered. Marisa opened a file on her home computer and labeled it Donaldson, Pro and Con. In the Pro column, she wrote, "Avoid de facto shutdown of Aurora via Chapter 35, and assure availability of external tanks to complete Leo, and additional funding in compensation." After a few moments of thought, she added, "End Balkan War." She jabbed the question mark button several times because she was not entirely sure that the move really would accomplish that. In the Con column, she wrote, "May cause dissension on Leo board," and because she respected Belinda, "Morally wrong?" The Central column she reserved for questions of fact. Donaldson's real objective. Donaldson, the prime mover? SDI weapons operational? Russians, Japanese, etc.? If yes, can I deliver? If no, will Donaldson carry out his threats? Can Leo be completed if Donaldson does stop ETs? She looked at the list she had created. Too many questions, not enough answers. Donaldson would not wait forever, and after a while delay became no by default. She cupped her chin in her hands and contemplated the array, but wisdom would not come. She wished she had Gregerson's moral balance scales. She could weigh each argument based on its impact and its likelihood and drop them all onto one pan or the other to see which way the balance tilted. But life was never that easy. Justice carried scales, but wore a blindfold. A decision required a decision statement. What did she, Marisa Gorley Van Hoyten, want out of this? She inserted a new row at the head of the table and typed, "Protect the Earth from asteroid strikes." A wry smile crossed her lips as she typed, "Ultimate paranoia or ultimate practicality." You could read the statement both ways. Protect the Earth from asteroid strikes. That was her purpose, regardless what Donaldson intended, regardless what the Prometheus Steering Committee or the Leo Board intended. She would take either side of Donaldson's plan if it furthered that objective. But which option would do that? Would a yes accelerate the completion of a protective shield by forestalling the threatened roadblocks? Or would yes delay it by disrupting the construction of Leo? She stood up. There were no answers. There were no nice moral equations. There were other players with other values playing other games. You could weigh each possibility, assess the likelihood of each scenario, and still the decision was never automatic. She went to the dormer window and gazed outside. It was a cloudy night. The sky was a roof. First Watchung Mountain was a wall, a long, sharp ridge that ran out of sight in both directions, its summer greenery dimmed by the pallid light. To the west, cornfields undulated in the winds. To the east, a dingy pall hung over North Orange. A dreary vista without the sun to light it. She wished it would rain. There were pleasures in watching the rain. The intercom chimed. "Yes, Sykes?" She spoke without turning. The room was empty. She was talking to the air. Sometimes it bothered her when she could not see the person she was talking to. "A message from Mr. Forney, miss." "At Heimdall? What is it? Has something happened with Far Trip?" "No, miss." The speaker relayed Sykes's voice with superb fidelity. He sounded as if he were in the room with her. The cruel illusion of telepresence. You could forget how alone you were. "Mr. Forney has faxed a wire service story to your attention. Cyrus Atwood—" "Oh, dear Lord," she asked bitterly. "What has that bastard done now?" "Died, miss." The news jarred her like the stroke of a bell. She wasn't sure why. Not surprised, exactly. Atwood was at an age when death was a likely line item on his daily to-do list. Nor was it sorrow. He had done everything in his power to stop Prometheus. He had instigated government harassment by an earlier administration. He had forced the shutdown of the Arizona laser and its removal to Ecuador. He had publicly campaigned against the SSTOs. He had sent a man with a knife to threaten her. And he had suborned murderous activities. Aitor Carnero, Daedalus's deputy flight director, had sabotaged the first orbital test flight. A renegade pair of Phil Albright's Crusaders had attacked Wilson's Antisana ram. And the mysterious outlaw hacker, Crackman, had planted a logic bomb in the Flocker software. Close calls and more luck than anyone deserved. Ned Dubois had had the orbital flight software double-checked on no more than a hunch. And Jimmy Poole had code-danced while Flocker was running in real time and defused the logic bomb before the rescue ships would have collided at Skopje. And Ten Boom had managed to launch the vital fuel pod just moments before the missile struck the ram. Good luck all around, if you didn't count the bodies on the ground at the ram site. Either Atwood was literally insane, and we shoot mad dogs, don't we? Or he had simply refused to know what measures his bought agents resorted to. And that, too, was an insanity. No, she felt neither surprise nor sorrow. Only a massive oppression had been lifted from her without warning. She felt disoriented, as if a shackle she had been pulling against in vain had been abruptly loosed. "Yes," she said. "Thank you, Sykes, for passing that on." Marisa lowered herself into her chair by the computer desk. A padded, tall-backed contour seat, it fit her body like a glove. She swung back and forth in it, kicking her feet. A smile played around her lips. This was the first positive contribution Cyrus Atwood had ever made. A dim shadow appeared on her desk, and she spun in her seat to face the window. A break in the clouds had appeared, and through it, a slice of the setting sun. She attended the funeral, of course. It was the mannerly thing to do. Enemies or no, she and Cyrus had been long acquaintances. They moved in the same circles, knew the same people, attended the same charities and galas. And if the Atwood fortune was smaller than the Van Hoyten, and its concentration diluted among a wider range of heirs, it was nonetheless one of respectable size and of even greater antiquity. And besides, she needed to satisfy herself that the devil was really dead. The viewing and the services were scheduled at St. John the Divine on Manhattan Island, so it was a simple matter for Charlie Jim to fly her to the helipad along the Hudson River, where one of Lawrence Sprague's drivers met her with a limousine. Harriet went with her, of course. She had flown back from Budapest just for this, After all, she had known Atwood, too, in her social circle. Traffic slowed to a crawl near the north end of Central Park, then to a halt as the limo turned onto Amsterdam Avenue. The street was a sea with yellow taxicabs and darkly tinted limos, all converging on the cathedral. "Such a crowd," Harriet marveled. "Cyrus's death is rather popular." Harriet pursed her lips. "Such talk. Nil nisi bonum, you know." "Do not speak ill of the dead." "Why not? Did death bring virtue in its wake?" "Don't worry, Mother. I shall behave myself once we are inside." "I know the man was a boor, but one performs one's social duties." "He was worse than boorish, Mother." "Because you and he did not see eye to eye? Hardly grounds for such hostility. After all, you and I do not see eye to eye either on some subjects." Conversations with Harriet were battles. Sentences were salvos. Her remark was light-hearted, but it was a challenge as well. "You and I are not enemies, Mother." Though she had been, in some things, and had proven infuriatingly right in the end. "And you have not hired killers when we have disagreed." Harriet tisked. In a life of hyperbole, truth could go unrecognized. On the way into the church, she overheard one of the on-air personalities speaking. "A voice of caution in the new, uncertain era of change." There was no camera, only a cameraman wearing a doid on his headband. The on-air could have worn it himself, using a throat mic for the commentary, except the cameraman had a union, and the personality would not have been on view in millions of homes. Cyrus had been high church, of course. Not that he had been a believer. Marisa doubted he believed in anything beyond his own privilege. But thoroughly establishment, thoroughly conventional, and thoroughly Anglo-Saxon, it was inconceivable that he would grace any church but Episcopal. There had been an Atwood on the Mayflower. A distant, collateral relative, not an ancestor, she remembered him saying at one of Harriet's parties years ago. That God-shouting low-church Puritan hippie was the black sheep of an otherwise respected and conventional family. He had made that joke to a doyen of the Mayflower Society, at that. Funny that she could remember the man laughing and cracking disrespectful humor. After the services, a church usher sought her out and invited her to meet privately with Edward Bullock, Atwood's nephew, and heir to the bulk of his holdings. The Atwoods had been childless, and Bullock had been like a son to the couple, or so the story went. Marisa followed the usher to the sacristy off one side of the high altar. She glanced at the crucified one as she passed through the sanctuary, a tortured body writhing on a cross. Would the church have been less successful, she wondered, if its founder had not sacrificed himself for the sake of its future? Her own church was a reformed one, and preferred an unadorned cross, a reminder of the sacrifice, but without the agony and pain. Bullock waited alone in the sacristy. He was a thin, delicately featured man of 35. He dressed well, in clothing of a conservative cut, with a discreet mourning band barely visible against the black fabric of his sleeve. His lips were full and red and protruded just a little. Quite attractive, if you went for the pretty boy pouting type. He stopped his pacing when he saw Marisa and crossed his arms. "So," he said after a moment's regard, "you are Lilith." "I beg your pardon?" There would be no handshakes, she saw. "That's what Uncle called you, Lilith, the mythical temptress who preceded Eve in the garden. Sometimes he called you the serpent. I'm sure you had your pet names for him as well." The devil. "Our goals differed." Bullock laughed. "He hated everything you stood for. Instability. Ruination." "Progress," said Marisa. "New frontiers." More secret amusement on his pouting lips. "I believe I said as much. Billions in sunk costs, zeroed out, virtually overnight. 5-year plans made worthless by unplanned and unregulated developments. You may call it progress. He called it instability." "And you?" He shrugged. "A stable, well-managed state, is best for everyone. It keeps a rein on ruinous competition and assures that markets are rationally allocated. It protects us from inequitable foreign competition. It allows us to work cooperatively toward the common good and provides a safety net against bankruptcy and failure." She crossed her arms impatiently. "Did you really ask me here to lecture me on Italian fascism?" "In a moment," he said. He studied her with a look that bordered on insolence. "You're an anarchist," he said. "An economic anarchist. Every man for himself, and the devil take the hindmost. People could not possibly be happy in your wilderness of boom and bust. But they would be free to pursue happiness, and that is all that was ever promised." The young man waved a hand in airy dismissal. "My uncle had a vision of a safe, well-tended garden of earthly delights, where the lion could lie down with the lamb, as indeed they can, though only the lion rises back up." He paused again. Not a man accustomed to being interrupted, Marisa saw, wishing he would get to the point. "You're a cynical woman. He told me that, and I can see now that he was right. You were the serpent in his garden. Well, he is vexed no more." Bullock turned to face the sacristy door, which stood open to the altar. Atwood's casket rested on its bier. A berobed priest read words from a book while he shook an aspergium over it. 6 pallbearers waited by. 2 other nephews, 3 older men, cousins or business associates likely, and a teenager with his hair swept back in the popular, aughty birdwing style. Bullock's son, she had been told. "He's at rest now," she heard Bullock say, "where the serpent stingeth not, nor harsh words pierce, where cool waters refresheth the brow." Marisa glanced at him and saw eyes blurred with water. Wherever Cyrus Atwood was now, she was reasonably sure cool waters was not a geographical feature. She said nothing, and Bullock straightened the jacket of his mourning suit. "We will be driving to the cemetery directly," he said. "Strictly family and friends." He turned away from the door, and turned back for just a moment. "He was a good man. I will miss him. I'm sure that your conflict with him shortened his days." And finally that proved too much for her to take. "A good man," she said before she could stop herself. "Blackmail? Sabotage? Murder? A peculiar definition of good." The tight, moist smile on Bullock's lips quivered for a moment. "Oh, he tried blackmail, against my advice, but your Barry Fast wouldn't cooperate. Stuck up for you quite strongly. Not that it did him any good in the end. And I'll admit that Uncle did engage in industrial pranking." "Pranking? A fine word for sabotage. What about the people he had killed?" Bullock turned skeptical eyes on her. "Had people killed? Uncle Si?" "I guess he forgot to tell you about that part. He bribed an employee of mine to sabotage the first orbital plank mission. He hired an outlaw hacker to sabotage the Skopje rescue in 07. We only avoided mid-air collisions by a hair's breadth. And your uncle financed the missile attack on the Antasana ram, where several people were killed." "Oh, come now. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Yes, he did pay your man Carnero to bugger that test flight, I'll admit that. But he never expected the Dago would stoop to murder. We were sitting together in the Union Club when we heard, and Uncle was appalled by what almost happened. Appalled. He was forced to rely on unreliable agents." "Not appalled enough to desist? Maybe the realization that he could order life and death got to him. Maybe he discovered it was a rush." "That's whack. We're evidently talking about 2 different people." "Yes, perhaps we are. If he was ill, he could have shown a different face to you than he did to me." "I've heard quite enough of your baseless accusations. We are ready to leave, so I must make this shorter than I had planned. The reason I sent for you. Did you know it's against the law for an American company to sell products in third-world countries if they would violate health, safety, or environmental regulations in this country?" There were few better ways to prevent such countries from developing, but Marisa said nothing. She regretted now having argued with him. Whatever sort of man Cyrus Atwood had been, Bullock had loved him, and the funeral service was hardly the venue at which to parade his crimes. Yet it galled her to hear him praised, even by his family. "Our lawyers will go to court next month to get an injunction against atmospheric beaming of microwaves on health and environmental grounds," which would shut down the power to several hundred satellites, including the Leo construction site. "You can't be serious," she said. "You're not just attacking VHI, but Motorola, Boeing MacDac, and others as well, including the governments of Kenya and Ecuador." Bullock shrugged. "They should be more careful of the company they keep. And as for the WOGs, we'll goad some UN commission into action. All we need are plausible scare stories and gullible reporters." He turned toward the doorway to the altar. The priest saw him step forward and nodded to the pallbearers, who hefted the casket and prepared for the recessional. Marisa could not understand Bullock. He was a young man, her junior by a decade. The young were supposed to embrace the future, not the past, not the status quo. Yet his opposition was adamant, even hysterical. Why make enemies of third parties? It was unreasonable. Yet personal animus might easily outweigh reason. "One question," she said, as he stepped out of the sacristy. He looked at her over his shoulder. "Be quick." "Why did you tell me what you plan to do? It gives me time to prepare a defense." "This is my uncle's funeral," he said. "I didn't want you to enjoy yourself too much." Harriet was waiting for her by the vestibule, a rock in the stream of people leaving the cathedral. When Marisa rejoined her and they walked out together to where they would meet the limo, Harriet said, "You were closeted with him quite a long while. I heard some whispered comment on it in the pews." "They were impatient to leave. We delayed things." "Mr. Bullock cuts a rather handsome figure, does he not? Granted, he is young, but—" Harriet could never stop handicapping potential husbands. Bullock was already married, but that was a mere technicality in a day when spouses had become disposable commodities. Marisa spun and looked up the central aisle of the now deserted church at the crucifix that hung above the altar. Now why would he do that? She asked. He could have gone along with what they wanted. Why did he have to sacrifice himself? Harriet's face looked puzzled and shocked. "You are not talking about Jesus Christ, are you?" Marisa shook her head and turned away from the altar. A sardonic smile curled her lips. "Hardly." The subdivision was called Schooner Lake. The carved wood sign at the entrance bore a fully dressed Yankee clipper riding the winds, and the street signs were topped with a miniature replica of the same ship. Everything was done up in beige and blue and pseudo-nautical motifs. The streets were named Hawser Lane and Forecastle Circle and Bowsprit Drive. Even the decorative banners some of the residents flew towed the thematic line. They sported ships, anchors, seabirds, lighthouses. Never mind that a clipper ship was not a schooner, or that the pond that lay at the center of the ring of townhouses would hardly support a rowboat, let alone anything dressed in sail. There was no end to the creativity of developers, nor much beginning. Marisa pulled into a cul-de-sac off Topgallant Road and parked her Ford Skyline in a space marked Visitors. The other cars were mostly mid-sized models, a scattering of utility vehicles and sports cars, a Mercedes or two. This was a middle-class development, but decidedly upscale. The people who lived here had money, or expected to. Across the parking lot, a young boy tossed pebbles at a second-floor window. Marisa paused after locking her car and watched in puzzlement. Whatever was the boy up to? Finally, someone opened the window and exchanged a few words with the pebble tosser. Then, a second boy climbed out the window and shimmied down the drainpipe. Marisa caught her breath until he was safely on the ground and the two had run off together. Then she shook her head and went in search of the address she had been given. Number 1227 was the end unit on the building. It had a door knocker in the shape of an old sea dog captain.
Surely the covenants did not require anything so outré. A glance revealed that the other doors in the building indeed bore plain brass knockers. Gingerly, she reached out and lifted the pipe jutting from the grinning face. "Avast!" cried a computer voice from the speaker grill, which was why she was laughing when Barry Fast answered the door. If he was surprised to see her, he gave no sign. He grinned that amused grin of his and took her hand just like they were old friends. His touch was polite but familiar as he led her to a sparely furnished living room. A compact brick fireplace on the outer wall, flanked by 2 windows, a long gray sofa that was soft and comfortable when she sat in it, a tower of power in the corner with a micro-CD-ROM player, amplifier, hard drive, and other equipment Marisa did not immediately recognize. On the desk beside the tower was a widescreen monitor and a laser writer. The corners of the room were occupied by red clay pots brimming with tall, leafy plants. There were no other chairs. The only place Barry could sit was at the desk across the room or on the sofa beside her. He remained standing. "Can I get you anything?" he said. "A Manhattan?" No, thank you." She was nervous being here. There were years between them, years of intimacy, years of estrangement. She was not sure why she had come. "Some ice water, maybe?" "Yes, fine." If she had determined to be a guest, she could not deny him the duties of host. Barry ducked into a kitchen alcove on the other side of the work desk. Beyond that was a dining room with a dark wood table with a floral spray centerpiece and table settings for 4. It did not look much used. The other room visible from where she sat was lined with bookshelves and had a sliding glass door that led onto a patio deck. "The reason I was laughing," she said, "was your door knocker." His head appeared for a moment, a flash of teeth. "Oh, God, yes. It's awful, isn't it?" Then continuing from the alcove, "But it's nautical, like the rules say, and the board couldn't find anything in the covenants that forbade it." "Still finding ways to thumb your nose at the rules, are you?" "I don't like being fenced in by other people's notions." "Were you the one who changed the Forecastle Circle street sign to Forecastle C''CLE? He laughed. "No, but I wish I were." "You haven't changed." A moment of silence before he reappeared with her ice water in one hand and an amber drink in the other. "In some ways," he said. Marisa glanced at his drink as she took her glass, but she said nothing. "How did the joke go?" "You drive me to drink." "That's not a drive. It's a putt." "How have you been getting on, Barry? You look well." He took a long swallow. "Well enough. I think I may have a life again." "Why are you here?" She hesitated. "I don't know yet. It has been years." 2. And never a word from you that wasn't filtered through a lawyer. Now you show up on my doorstep. You would not have wanted to hear the unfiltered words. He finished the drink, looked at the empty glass. Then he turned his stare on her. "But I didn't need to hear them. I wanted to hear them. You should have screamed, ranted, pounded on me with your fists. You should have asked why and rejected all my answers. Do you know why?" She shook her head. "Because it would have showed that what I did meant something to you. But you took it so damned coldly, like you take everything else in life but your precious project. Like you were just looking for an excuse to dump me." Her water glass was sweating, making her hands cold and wet. "I don't remember it that way." She remembered running, crying through the woods. Barry had called her cold that last afternoon, on the bench atop Skunktown Mountain when he had shown her those awful photographs. "I felt betrayed. It hurt." "Did I ever mean anything to you? Or was I just something to throw in Harriet's face?" "That is a terrible question." "Not half as terrible as that I need to ask it." She looked around for a table, found one beside the sofa, and set her water glass on a black slate coaster. She would not meet his eyes. "You meant something," she said softly,
What did you say? I said, you did mean something to me. Did, but not anymore. There was no way she could pretend. She would be another person than she was today if he had not been in her life. Maybe better, maybe worse. Happier or not so happy. There was no way to tell who she might have been. A stranger, someone different. Because she had known Barry, that could not be meaningless. You still do, but not the same something. Fair enough. He turned his glass one way, then the other. He upended it and let the last few drops trickle down his throat. How have your projects been going? Oh, you know, a dozen pots all boiling at once, and a dozen hands trying to upend them. He grunted. I read in the paper where Cyrus Atwood died. That's one less lunatic to worry about. I'm afraid I may only have traded an old enemy for a young one. I wasn't sorry to see the last of him. It was because of him that you and I— She stiffened. Let's not rewrite history, she said sharply, or shoot a dead messenger, even so wretched a messenger as Cyrus. All he did was have you photographed while you did it with that woman. It was the doing that mattered. It would have mattered even if I had never learned. He closed his eyes. I'm not proud of it, but it wasn't as simple as you make it out. Try to simplify it for me, Barry. I'm a real smart chick. Damn it! He turned on his heel and vanished into the kitchen alcove once more. When he reappeared, his glass had been refilled. What possible difference can it make now? Do you still drink? She asked. He looked from her to the glass in his hand and back. Are you still frigid? She rose from the sofa. How dare you! And yet, if anyone deserved to ask the question, it was Barry. And if anyone deserved even part of an answer, he did. There was more than one hand that had arranged the poses and pressed the shutter on that camera. She was not entirely blameless. She turned away from him because she could not look at him, and after a few moments she spoke. I will not pour out rationalizations about Gramper or Harriet or Pete. But the Van Hoytens have always favored reserve. I could never let it all hang out. But I am trying to learn to be more spontaneous. Barry laughed, and she turned red-faced to look at him. I can just imagine the 12-step program, he said. I'll bet you tackle it with the same single-minded intensity you bring to everything else. Schedules, practice exercises, development program, test flights. That is quite enough. But Reese, that's the same old, same old. Still the lean, mean thinking machine. You obsess. But obsess won't make the heart grow fonder. Practiced passion isn't the answer. Your problem is you magnify everything, from lovemaking to asteroids, and then go overboard. You used to wake up in the middle of the night with that horrible dream and— He paused and studied her, sudden concern in his eye. And you still do, don't you? She wouldn't answer, but felt her lips harden against each other. Who was he to feel concerned for her? He nodded. You're a fanatic. You're obsessed with the asteroid threat. But I am right, she whispered. Sure, I know it. So what? That doesn't make you not obsessed. She turned to gather her purse. This is not going well, is it? I don't even know what this is. Why did you come to see me? He took another long swallow. It doesn't matter. You came all the way from Silver Pond to Berwick Township to talk about everything and say nothing, and it doesn't matter. Right. She held her purse against herself. It is a long drive. May I impose? Oh, yeah, sure. He waved a hand. Through the rec room. He turned away and stared out the window. Marisa left him and used the facilities briskly. She only wanted to be away from here. It had been a mistake to come. She paused while washing her hands and looked into the mirror, surprised at the distraught face she saw there. It was he who had kept the mistress, she reminded herself. And he probably would have done so regardless how passionate she had been. She could have moaned and groaned and ground her hips like a harlot, and he still would have wriggled inside that schoolteacher's skirts. He was the sort of man who fell into things too easily. Returning through the rec room, she noticed the photographs and paintings that Barry had hung there. One was a reproduction of the Karen Chong painting of the experimental plank Nestorov lifting from Fernando de Noronha in a tower of flame. Another was a photograph of Barry surrounded by the student marketplace students, Lila, Chase, Tani, and the others, with Grantland de Young, who had been Witherspoon's building manager back then. A third was of Ned Dubois, posing with Barry and herself. She had the same photograph, and only now did she realize that it was Ned and her in the foreground, and Barry a little bit behind. A fourth was a painting of a night scene on a desert mesa. A pencil-thin beam of light pierced the sky from the great microwave laser in the center of the scene. Among the watching figures, she could mark Werewolf, who had built it, and her cousin Chris, who had designed it, and the Air Force general in his wool flight jacket, and there, at the edge of the circle of light, half in the shadow, Barry Fast, with one hand on the shoulder of a young hardhat. None of this would have happened, the painter was saying, without the teachers. Barry had been a teacher, until his marriage had made it pointless. Karen Chong painted that one too, said Barry. Marisa turned and saw that he had joined her. That's supposed to be Meet Tucker in the hard hat. I've never seen it. Chris commissioned it and gave it to me. That was good of him. Chris is a good man. Barry nodded at the painting. That was the night of the first test, when we beamed electrical power to the Jean Bullard's solar panels. The night the baby... Marisa's hand went to her womb. I remember. Sometimes almost. I forget. Yeah. He stepped away. Well, I won't keep you. I came to thank you, she said. He stopped, and his eyes narrowed. What? The reason I came to see you. I came to thank you. Thank me? For what? She continued looking at the painting. It was done up in shades of blue and violet, and the night sky above the figures was impossibly starry. The white of the tracer beam blended into the river of the Milky Way. When Cyrus tried to blackmail you with those photographs, and you refused to cooperate, you could have gone along with his scheme, and maybe those pictures would have been destroyed, and maybe I would never have seen them. And maybe Atwood would be trustworthy. Oh, he kept his word when he gave it. That was the funny thing about him. It was a mad vision, but he believed in it. So tell me, Barry, why you let yourself be crucified. This is going to sound hokey. Try me. I believed in what you were trying to do. She turned to face him, and he quickly averted his gaze. Oh, not the killer asteroid stuff, he continued, waving his hand, but getting people to look up again. I saw the hope it gave those kids. You made the future something they could build, not something they had to endure. I wouldn't have a hand in smothering that. So you sacrificed yourself for my vision? I wouldn't call it that. I thought I could weasel out of it somehow. I guess some ways I was just as crazy as Atwood, only, old Cyrus, he told me he'd show you those pictures, and you'd see what kind of man I was. But he forgot one thing. What was that? He had to show them to me first. And I saw what kind of man I was. Saturday mid-afternoon traffic on the Grey Horse Pike was light. Marisa picked a lane and stuck with it, driving a little bit faster than the pack. When she came up behind a car, she swung out into the far lane and around the obstacle, putting miles between herself and Barry. It was hard to say just how or when Barry had entered her life. The Mentor Conference in the summer of '99? But he was just a face then, a charmingly cynical teacher she had chanced to encounter. The meeting at Silver Pond, when they had screened the Institute nominees? The time she had invited him to stay for dinner when his car died? You couldn't pin it down exactly. It had crept up on her, like a thief in the night. Now it looked like she would have as much problem pinning down his exit. He would fade out just as he had faded in. Someday someone would say, "Hey, remember old Barry Fast?" And she, depending on who she had become and the mood she was in, would dredge up the good times, or the bad, from the silt of her memory, and play Remember When. It was up to her what she chose to remember. Along with the paintings and photographs Barry had chosen to display in his home, Marisa had noticed two other things. From where she had stood in the rec room, she could see into the kitchen alcove, where a bottle of amber liquid stood on the counter beside the refrigerator. The label read, "Apple juice." The second thing, on the other wall, beside the dining room, hung a portrait photograph of herself. A three-quarter profile, taken in the light blue Herrera gown with a simple choker of pearls around her throat, prettied up in the flattering way portraitists often did. Barry had kept that photograph, and it hung framed and mounted in the townhouse he had bought in the settlement after the divorce. 5. Departure. Roberta Carson watched the landing on the asteroid because everyone else at Crusade's headquarters was watching, and probably just about every place in the whole country you couldn't not watch it, so what the hell. You could admire the adventure, you could admire the heroism, you could even admire the theater. It was something the whole wide world had done together, from the high-tech lab-coated Westerners to the Kenyans who serviced the Kilimanjaro laser. And if Marisa Van Hoyten had her great long finger stirring this pot too, she had not been the only cook. And that liberated Styx to enjoy the show, at least a little. Crusade's headquarters had once been a grocery store, and a honking big front window gave a panoramic view of row houses and storefronts, a mixed residential-commercial Washington neighborhood, neither upscale nor slum. The domes and monuments of Government City were out of sight on the other side of the building. A large circular table littered with papers and forms and magazines, and this morning's bagels and coffee dominated the center of the room. The cadre sat on folding chairs, bunched together on one side of the table, so they could all get a good view of the television bracketed to the wall, where the astronauts capered in the awesome night. "A lot of money," said Dottie Wheeler, "just to watch three guys drive a spike into the ground." "But consider what ground that spike was driven into," Isaac Cole replied. "I think it was inspiring," Melanie Kaufman said. The cadre was a smaller group than it had been a month ago. Simon Fell was gone. So were Felix Lara and the others in the direct action faction. Roberta did not approve of what Simon had done, but the Crusades would miss his organizing hand. Sloppiness was slowly creeping into their daily operations. Mailings were going out late. Phone calls and email were not promptly returned. No one wanted to sit at the receptionist's desk. Dottie shook her head. She was a slim woman in her mid-30s with short-cropped red hair and a preference for baggy sweaters. The money spent on that circus could have been spent here on Earth. "Where do you think it was spent?" Isaac asked. "And it added a lot to the economies of places like Kenya and Brazil," Melanie said. Roberta picked up a tray carton and began gathering up the trash from the table. She collected the aluminum cans first, sloshing them to make sure they were empty, and carting them to the big blue recycle tub. "Distorting the economies, you mean?" 50-ish Ellis Harwood was broad-shouldered and favored twill jackets in houndstooth patterns. He taught political science at the university and was a fellow at several prestigious think tanks, so his intellectual credentials were firm, but he looked like a retired football player. He had, in fact, played college football, back when it was a sport and not a business, and liked to preach what he called a muscular progressivism. "Why does our side get all the wimps?" he liked to ask. He leaned forward on his arms and shook a finger, as if he were conducting a seminar. "The world can't afford for everyone to live a wasteful Western lifestyle.
We don't do these people a service by seducing them from their traditional ways of life with Western toys." "That's right," said Dottie. "I agree that we have to think smaller and stop wasting resources so much," Isaac said. "But it's new technology that will let us do that." "That Hollywood production," Harwood gestured to the television, "was hardly an example of thinking small." "And now they've gone and ruined the ecology of that asteroid, too," said Dottie. "Big industry isn't satisfied ruining just one planet." Harwood twisted in his chair. "What do you think, Bertie?" Roberta detested the nickname Bertie, but she never made an issue of it. Isaac was Ike, and Melanie was Mel, just like Dottie was Dottie. It was Ellis's way of being friendly, and never mind that he picked the nicknames. He could intimidate you with that booming voice and his air of absolute certainty. It was easier just to let it go. "Yes," said Melanie. "And what does Phil think?" Roberta started filling the box with the little tubs of Philadelphia cream cheese and the wrappers and paper sacks that the bagels had come in. The knives she clattered into her ceramic mug. "Why don't you ask him?" she said. "Oh," said Melanie with airy dismissal. "I thought you might know." "He ought to say something," said Dottie. "We need direction on this. The Crusades ought to speak with a single voice." Roberta glanced at the office door. Usually Phil left it open so anyone could drop in any time and talk to him. Sometimes, though, he needed his privacy, or he was on the phone. "We don't have to speak out on everything," Roberta said. "If we never stop talking, people will eventually stop listening." "That's their problem," said Dottie. "No," Harwood nodded thoughtfully. "Bertie's right. What we choose to say should be well-timed and important enough to get attention. We don't want to sound like constant nags and whiners." "And we don't want to stand across the path of history yelling, 'Stop,'" Isaac said. "That's what conservatives do. Progress is the root of progressivism. We just want to make sure that the progress is in the right direction, that it's spiritually uplifting, inclusive, prudent, and fair." Roberta left them and carried the carton into the kitchenette in the rear of the building, where she set the mug and the silverware in the sink while she dumped the trash into the bin. She picked up the mug and rinsed it out. Isaac Cole entered with his own mug and refilled it from the percolator. A laser-printed sign above the percolator read, "Be sure to unplug at the end of the day." Someone else had written by hand underneath, "But only if your partner agrees." Isaac spoke while he filled the cup. "Did you catch what Dottie said? Ruin the ecology of the asteroid?" He shook his head. Roberta shrugged. Sure, it was a Herbie thing to say. Did Dottie even know what an asteroid was, or an ecology? Not everyone can be fully informed on every issue. Her heart's in the right place. "Meaning she dislikes Van Hoyten almost as much as you do. Me, I can take her or leave her alone." "Who? Dottie or the rich lady?" "Both. Systems are the enemy, not people. If half of what Dottie says is nonsense, I just listen to the other half." Roberta shook out her mug and dried it with a towel. She hung it on a pegboard on the kitchen wall. "How do you know which is which?" Isaac blew on his coffee and took a cautious sip. He made a face. "That's awful. Someone should clean the pot." He cradled the mug in his hand. "You and I have something in common," he said. "The others like to make big statements. But you and I are fact-oriented. We want data. I didn't go to a mentor school like you did, but at least you can thank your rich lady for that much." Roberta wiped her hands. She didn't think she and Isaac had all that much in common. "It really used to bug Simon," she remembered, asking for the facts. "I think it bugs Dottie and Ellis, too." "Ellis thinks you're questioning his expertise when you do that. Dottie thinks it means you don't believe." "It's not a question of belief. We're not a church. We're not preaching a religion." "Some of us are," Isaac said. "That's what bugs me. I joined the Crusades to help solve problems, not to sing progressive hymns and speak in humanist tongues. It's a weak sort of belief that dreads the facts." She could feel a poem start to form in the back of her mind. Belief and fact and acceptance and proof, and how it all jumbled together in the mind. She hoped she would not forget the images before she had a chance to jot a reminder in her notebook. Isaac's coffee had cooled,
and he took a swallow and shuddered. "I think that was Simon's problem," he said as he poured the rest of the contents down the sink. "I don't think he was a believer at all. I think he expected the data to contradict us, so he never wanted to look. Me, I'm more optimistic. I think the more data we have, the more it'll support our positions." "Which makes you a believer, too," Roberta pointed out. Isaac laughed. "Yeah. Everyone has to believe in something. I believe I'll have another drink." "W.C. Fields," Roberta identified the quote. "With Isaac, you always had to play one up. He wanted to be an alpha male, but hovered somewhere around Omicron." "You have your gurus, I have mine." Then on a more serious note he added, "Phil does need to take a stronger hand, now that Simon's gone. Or he needs to appoint a new chief of staff." "Why are you telling me?" Isaac shrugged. "We're not dating," Roberta insisted. "Okay, you're his confidential assistant, and you go out on meetings. Look, it doesn't bother me. Phil's not my type." He grinned. People who made a point of saying how unbothered they were usually the most bothered of all. Roberta wondered if the others had any inkling what those meetings had involved. That she had been the bearer of the tidings that swept Simon Fell out of power and crippled the Crusades. That she and Phil had met and talked and agonized over what to do with the information as they carefully verified each and every item. And that personal feelings, no matter how intense, had never once intruded on the business at hand. She knocked on the office door and opened it just enough to stick her head inside. Phil Albright was on the telephone. He covered the mouthpiece and looked up. "What is it, Roberta?" "Do you have a few minutes, Phil?" "I'll call you back," Phil said, and hung up. "Have a seat." He gestured at the half-dozen mismatched chairs scattered about the office. "You look upset." Phil was perceptive, always alert to the feelings of others. Roberta rolled one of the wheeled chairs to the side of the desk, next to the old wooden file cabinet, and sat uneasily on the padded seat. Phil waited, his head cocked like a bird's. His dark features focused on her. His soft, kindly eyes studied her. His hair looked like steel wool, but it was soft to the touch. Roberta kept her hands firmly in her lap. "The cadre was discussing the asteroid landing," she said. "I was watching in here while I made some calls. Impressive. Some of them feel we should have taken a stance on it." When Phil smiled, the brightness of his teeth offset the dark brows that knit together over his forehead. "I'll bet I can name names," he said. "I told them we didn't have to take a stance on everything." "That's right. We don't. Too much economic power flowing into too few corporate hands. People left behind by the new technologies. Launch pollution upsetting the atmospheric chemistry. There are plenty of things to be concerned about, but the asteroid expedition, in and of itself, isn't one of them. Besides," and again that ivory smile lightened his face, "maybe the world needed to feel good about something." "I think the cadre needs to hear you say that." "If you think it will help." "And that's another problem, Phil. Now that Simon's gone, you need someone who can keep the cadre focused. Either you need to get more hands-on, or you need to get more hands-on." Phil looked confused for a moment, before he chuckled. "Cleverly phrased. How would you like the job? Chief of Staff. Get a hand on the office." "Me?" Long nights spent in policy discussions, working out strategies, making plans, working closely together, late-night dinners in half-empty restaurants. "I'm not an organizer, Phil. I work in words and ideas, and—" "And what?" "And if you did name me as new chief of staff, some tongues out there would really start wagging." His eyebrows arched. "Really? Why?" Sometimes she did wish he would come down from his mountain. He was a visionary and needed far vistas, but sometimes a man ought to be able to see what was right in front of him. "They think, some of them, maybe all of them, that you and I, that we—" She stopped in confusion.
I thought you worked with words. But his smile took the barb out of the comment. He meant it as a gentle jibe. Roberta let out her breath. They think that you and I are seeing each other. His thick eyebrows curled around a frown. That we see, but... Oh. He looked at her, and it seemed as if he looked at her with new eyes. She saw how they focused this time not on her face alone. Do they have some reason for thinking that? Did he mean had she given them a reason? Roberta straightened in the chair and felt how it tilted back on its springs. Should she have worn a skirt for once, or a better blouse? If today was the day that Phil finally saw her, there should be something more fetching for him to look at. Phil was not so shallow as to be impressed by the accidents of physiology, but how you presented what you did have spoke to how you perceived yourself. Appearances weren't everything, but they weren't nothing either. Only that you and I spent a lot of time together while we were investigating Van Hoyten's allegations against Simon. And against Atwood. Let's not recall the puppet and forget the puppeteer. Well, some of them interpreted that as something more personal. I see. Phil folded his hands under his chin and brooded into a space a little in front of him. After a moment he raised his eyes and looked at her. As long as you and I didn't misinterpret, we're okay. Are you all right with that? It struck her suddenly what his concern was. She might have taken it as personal, too, and considered it sexual harassment. It was all she could do to keep expression from her face. Surprise or laughter would be wrong. Was that why he had never hinted at any interest? Was he so sensitive that he would not risk giving offense? Of course, she said. It was a sorry business, but it had to be done, and done confidentially. The fewer who knew, the better. Yes. Well. Phil gathered some of the papers on his desk and shuffled them together. Staff meeting this afternoon, right? We're filing a lawsuit against that nursing home chain. And we're starting an investigation of those orphanages in the Midwest. Environmental study on that maglev train proposal. What else is on the agenda? I'll have the list on your desk by 11, she said, rising from the chair. Thank you. The phone rang, and he picked it up. Yes, Hannah? All right, I'll take it. Roberta edged toward the door. As she reached it, Phil cupped the mouthpiece again and said, Roberta? What? Her hand was on the knob. She was almost out of the office. Would it have bothered you if it had been personal? No, she said, and she was out the door before it mattered. North Orange looked cleaner somehow, and she couldn't put her finger on why it did. Roberta cruised slowly down Queen Anne Boulevard, looking for the address she'd been given. The Queenie. The Queen. Annie's BVD. When she'd been in high school, at Witherspoon on the north side, downtown was the place you didn't go. During the day, most of the stores were closed up, and those that weren't sold gimcrack, tawdry goods. During the night, unattractiveness segued into danger. A brisker business went down along with the sun. Pushers and hookers hawked their wares with quiet signs and nods or with blatant displays. Come and get it. Come and get it. I got what you want. And if I don't, you don't know what you want. The cops could only nibble at the edges. The no men ruled. They sold protection, fixed prices, took their cut, kept the island nation and the lords of victory at bay. They were a government of sorts. It was no man's land. Roberta hadn't visited North Orange since the time she had come home from Europe to find her mother had died. And if the city was no longer sliding downhill, it was because it had hit the bottom a long time ago. There was no one left here she could call a friend. Most of the kids in her school had scattered to the winds after graduation, but she hadn't known any of them even then. It was still mid-afternoon, but the street corners were already filling with idlers, waiting for the night shift. The Skillets lounged in areaways and squatted on stoops and watched with lazy eyes as Roberta drove past. Go home, Whitebread.
'fore it gets night. You too white. You shine in the dark." What in the name of heaven had persuaded Barry Fast to start a school down here? A whole block of gutted buildings that had once filled the corner of Queen Anne and New Berwick were gone. The blackened studs and shattered windows raised at last sometime during the last 2 years. The wreckage had been something of a landmark, a way to give directions. Turn right at the corner where the gas line exploded. Maybe that was why downtown looked cleaner. There was less of it. She found Discovery School in an old 3-story walk-up in the middle of Justin, a residential street only a few blocks east from the abscess of the Queenie. Ragged and weary-looking, the row houses promised what her own neighborhood in Washington might someday become. But there were flower pots in some of the windows, with bright pink and white blossoms, and a fresh coat of paint on most of the doors. Mothers, too many too young for the role, sat on the stoops of the buildings and chatted. 2 or 3 were sweeping their porches. A few cracks of hope in the pavement of life. A promise that someday a flower might push through. The sign was nothing spectacular. Discovery School in block letters. No bright colors, no decorative balloons. No one down here would have been fooled. Fast and Morgenthaler, principal teachers. Of all the teachers Roberta had had, dorky Ms. Morgenthaler was the last one she would have thought to find in a clinging-by-the-fingernails charter school in the heart of no man's land. Roberta eased the dilapidated neon into a parking place near the school. She didn't own a car herself and knew better than to rent anything good-looking for a trip this bad-looking. 2 vain attempts to hire a taxi to take her downtown had been enough to send her to Rent-A-Wreck. She pushed the never-lost console under the dash. The satellite locator system hadn't worked the whole trip from the rental lot, but she saw no reason to leave it out where it could be seen. A woman leaned on her broom and stared at Roberta as she locked the car. "Hey," she called, "that my Duel's parking space. He back from work at 6. Roberta wanted to answer, "Has it got his name on it?" But hell, how many of these women had a man who came home from work at sundown? "I'll be gone by then," she said. "I'm just visiting the school to talk to Mr. Fast." The woman grunted. "You gon' teach there?" An odd question to ask. "No." The woman gave a swipe with her broom at the porch stoop. "Then we don't need you down here." A half-dozen other women nearby were listening to the exchange with faces expressing a wide range of disinterest. "I'm sorry," said Roberta. "Yeah." The woman resumed sweeping. "We all are." Roberta thought she should say something, anything, but the only thing she could think of, "How clean you keep this block," sounded so horribly patronizing that the words would gag in her throat, so she said nothing and climbed the steps to the Discovery School. Inside the front door, in what must have once been an entry foyer when the house had been a home, a woman sat behind a desk. In feature and clothing, she was indistinguishable from the women on the block outside, except that over her shift she wore a bright green vest bearing an emblem that must have been the school's logo. She looked at Roberta with wary cheerfulness. "Can I help you?" she said. She looked like she meant it, but wasn't sure she ought to. The nameplate on the desk read, Mrs. Moland. Sing-song voices drifted from the rooms down the hallway. She could hear a faint chorus of laughter from the second floor. "I'd like to see Mr. Fast. My name's Roberta Carson. I used to be one of his students years ago." The woman at the desk said, "Can I see some ID?" Surprised by the request, Roberta fumbled in her purse, finally coming up with her D.C. driver's license. "How's this?" she asked. "We have to ask," the woman said absently while she studied the document. "I know how it is." The woman looked her in the eye as she handed the license back. "But we know how it's going to be." She consulted a handwritten ledger. "Mr. Fast is teaching until 4. You could wait in the library if you wish, Miss Carson. Second door on the right." "Call me Roberta." Severely. "At Discovery, we address each other formally." So listen to Miss Priss. "Oh, well, thank you, Mrs. Moland." She turned away, but there must have been something in the tone of her voice, because the receptionist spoke sharply. "You don't like it, do you? Think I'm a tight ass, right?" Roberta shrugged and turned. I grew up in a more casual decade. Well, things be different now. And maybe you been dissed as much as black women been dissed in raps and movies and out there on that street. An arm jabbed toward the front door. Maybe you appreciate a little common politeness a whole lot more. Feeling rebuked, Roberta found her way to the library. The room looked as if it had been a library originally, maybe the only room in the house still fulfilling its original function. Dark wooden bookcases were built into the walls from floor to ceiling. The center of the room was occupied by weenie tables and chairs. Grade school. She'd forgotten how little weenies were. There were no children present for the moment, only the librarian, a bald, heavy-set black man with a gold hoop earring in his left ear who sat behind a desk. "You, Miss Carson?" he said. "Mrs. Molan says you were coming." His accent was islands all the way down to his shoes. "Tracking me? You don't trust folks much, do you?" The bald man laughed and didn't bother to answer. Roberta drifted over to the bulletin board. Colored foil letters ran across the top. "Know how it's going to be. Alonzo Sulbertson." Must be the school motto. About as inspiring as any motto managed to be. She wondered who Sulbertson was and why they picked the line. What did it even mean? There was a row of photographs underneath, grinning little boys and girls, mostly black but with a sprinkling of brown and white. The first was a chubby boy in a striped shirt standing in front of a charred house. Dobie Weston, class of 2010. Dobie was reading in his bedroom one night when he saw flames in his neighbor's house. He called 911 and told them what was happening and where the address was. Then he got his mother, and the two of them went next door and rang the bell until they woke up the neighbors. Because of his quick thinking, Dobie saved 3 people, including a baby, plus their pet dog. The other photographs were similar, though none of the stories underneath were quite as dramatic as Dobie's. 3 girls who had visited a lonely old woman every week until she died. Another girl who had gotten a scholarship. What is this? A new kind of honor roll? Sticks! Now there was a name from the past. Roberta turned to see Barry Fast in the doorway. "Sticks is dead," she told him. "I keep her in a box and only haul her out for special occasions." Fast wore a grin as wide as his face, as cheerful-looking as ever, but his eyes looked old. There were wrinkles in their corners. If those were crow's feet, it must have been a crow the size of Rodin, and while there were no white streaks in his hair, there was less of it all around, and it was definitely a shade or two lighter than she remembered. Well, being married to Marisa Van Hoyten must put a lot of years on a guy. Roberta took the hand he offered. Over his shoulder, she saw children lining up in the hallway, single file, under the direction of older children wearing white Sam Brown belts and a serious mien. Some of the weenies wore the same green vests over their clothing that the receptionist had. Others had stuffed theirs in their backpacks. Someone rang a great big honker of a handbell, and the line of students began to file out. "Uniforms?" she asked, tracing a vest over her blouse. Fast shrugged. "Sort of. The vests help promote a sense of community here at Discovery, but we make them easy to take off so the kids don't get in trouble on the street." She followed him to one of the reading tables, and they found a couple of adult-sized chairs and pulled them up. "Why would they get in trouble?" she asked. "It makes them a target. There's still an element in the neighborhood that thinks study and hard work is acting white. There was a fight over in the public school last year. A couple of Haitian kids were beaten because they were getting good grades." "God, I remember that happening when I was a kid," Roberta said. "Some things never change." "Oh, they change," he said with a sigh. "It just takes a long time. If I didn't believe that, I would have given this up years ago." "I heard you did. Give up teaching, I mean?" If Styx was going to unravel Marisa Van Hoyten, she had to start with the one loose thread that dangled from that knot. Barry Fast. Fast shook his head. "For a while, given the circumstances." "She made you." Fast didn't bother to ask which she Roberta meant. "No, not really. But if you're married to the woman who owns the corporation that owns your company, it does put a strain on the chain of command." His smile was rueful, his gaze inward. The silence was only momentary, and when Fast spoke again, it was to ask her what she had been doing with herself.
so they talked about poetry and Prague and the People's Crusades, and old times at Witherspoon and whatever happened to who. Fast filled her in on several of her classmates, and Styx pretended like she was actually interested. She kept looking for a way to wrench the conversation back to Van Hoyten without being real obvious that that was why she had come in the first place, but Fast was maddeningly conversational. He described how his school worked, the use of neighborhood talent for everything from playground proctor to handyman to teacher, the normal school boot camp for volunteer teachers, the 3 master teachers who mentored the apprentices and journeymen, and on and on and on while the afternoon grew dim and the librarian packed up and said a cheery goodbye, and she was going to have to leave soon without getting one single lead on the rich lady, when all of a sudden her name dropped right into the discussion. Marisa provided the seed money for the school's endowment, Fast said. We supplement it with annual pledge drives and corporate donations. Put most of it in equity funds so we get a steady return. Right now we plow it back, but in another couple years it should be ready for harvesting, and we can loosen the belts here a little. Miss Van Hoyten funded the school? I didn't think she was interested in the inner city. Fast shrugged. Oh, she had to start somewhere, and places like Witherspoon made the most sense. I didn't see it myself at first, but like Belinda used to say, you can't do everything at once, so you have to do something first. Then grow the program into the tougher jobs. Besides, Marisa wants to save the world, and these kids are part of it. Roberta shook her head. To make us all good space cadets, so we'd support her corporate programs and make her lots of money. Let's not call that saving the world. Fast looked at her. I don't think you're being entirely fair. She was just using us. At least that means she thought you were useful. Roberta stood up and stepped away from the table. She looked at the rows and rows of books. That was how you told a good school from a poor one. They had lots of books. There was even a pair of desktop computers and a rack of old-style CD-ROMs, maybe the only ones in no man's land. That isn't funny, she said. You don't use people. Fast waved a hand at her. Oh, sit down. Of course you use people. Didn't you ever call a plumber? When you call a plumber, the plumber is doing what she wants to do. Using is when you trick someone else into wanting your goal. Fast sighed. Have it your way. We've both had our problems with Marisa Van Hoyten, but at least grant her better motives. To save the world, Roberta said grandly with a sweep of her arm. Fast was silent for a while, tapping his finger on the table while he regarded her. He leaned back, and the seat creaked alarmingly under his weight. Finally, when he spoke, it was on a different subject. Did you watch the broadcast from the asteroid? The topic of his ex-wife had become difficult, so he was dropping it. Her trip up here had been a waste after all. Sure, she said, wondering how to bring the conversation to a graceful close. I guess everybody did. Did you know that the asteroid's orbit crosses the Earth's orbit? Puzzled, she said. Yeah, that's why they were able to go there. Fast shook his head. No, that's why we had to go there. At least why Marisa felt we had to go. There are lots of asteroids like Calhoun's Rock, maybe tens of thousands, and we don't know where they all are. Someday, one could hit the Earth. Heck, we get a couple tons of gravel every year from little bitty asteroids that break up in the atmosphere. Sooner or later, something a lot bigger will come along. Maybe not a dinosaur killer or a continent buster, but maybe a city smasher. So when I say she wants to save the world... Roberta could not keep her mouth from dropping open. You mean it literally. She mulled that one over, shook her head. What are the odds? Barry flipped his hand. About like winning all 50 state lotteries in 1 year. He smiled with half his face. And she thinks that risk? No, said Barry. She feels that risk. It gives her nightmares. Some of her advisors agree that it's a potential problem and that an impact like that would have a serious, impact. They don't feel her urgency, is all. Then she's overreacting to a minor risk, A lot of people think steps ought to be taken. She just gives it a higher priority than most. Besides, you work for the People's Crusades, so you should know all about overreacting to minor risks. That's not fair, Mr. Fast, and you know it. The Crusades are working for a better world. And so is she. Look, it's personal, and I wouldn't have said anything, except, well, she talked about you often. I'll bet. And she reads your poetry. Styx sank slowly back into her chair. She reads my poems? As of 2 years ago. Dryly. I can't answer for more recently. Roberta shook her head. She just wants to find out what I'm writing about her. Have it your way. I just wanted you to know she admires you, and you have her motives pegged all wrong. What she did with the schools wasn't out of greed for money. Just cut her some slack, is all I ask. Roberta stood again and looked at her watch. Did she cut you any slack? She asked. She had no idea what the divorce had been about, but she figured on what she knew about Barry Fast that the initiative had to have been the rich ladies. A bleak look came over his face, and he stared toward the far wall of the library. She doesn't even cut herself any. Fast showed her to the front door and saw her out. The sun had gone behind the buildings, and the streetlights along Justin had come on. Well, about 2/3 of them. A battered brown sedan cruised slowly up the street. Roberta hoped it wasn't Dool coming looking for his parking place. She pulled her jacket together at the collar and started down the stairs. Once inside her rental car, she locked it and sat quietly for a moment before she inserted her card and looked into the facemaker, Thief Begone. So the rich lady was afraid of asteroids, maybe even a phobia. Was that why she spent all those hours up in that rooftop observatory of hers? Asteroids hitting the Earth? It sounded a little loony to Roberta. Something maybe you thought about, but not something you worried about. She filed the information away. She wasn't sure if she had a handle she could use, but it was the first chink in the rich lady's armor that she had ever found. Double Knot Reunion Committee, Witherspoon High School, 400 Thicket Lane, North Orange, New Jersey, 07056. 4 September 2009. Dear member of the Witherspoon class of Double Knot, as you probably realize, we didn't get to hold a proper fifth-year reunion. What with the recession and all, no one ever got around to organizing one. But we say, better late than never. Our class has had more than its share of success stories. A congressman, a breakthrough novelist, a scientist, a world-renowned poet, a space pilot, a famous computer consultant, even the hero of Skopje. We were the class that was born to fail. We put the naughty in the naughty aughts. Come and help us rub the world's noses in it. Renew old friendships and have a fun evening of dinner and dance. Place, Wessex County Country Club. Take the Gray Horse to Old Morris Road exit, 3 miles west on the left. Date, Saturday, 14 November 2009. RSVP, above address. See you there. Greg Prescott, Class President, Karen Chong, Reunion Committee. The letter irritated Styx, coming as it did a week after her visit to Discovery School. Barry Fast had dredged up old memories of Witherspoon, shadow pictures of half-forgotten faces. Tall, awkwardly skinny, shaven-sided, earring dangling Chase Coughlin whispering his lust into her ear. Fat, nerdy Jimmy Poole saving the seat beside him on the bus in case Styx ever lost her mind and sat there. Bubble-headed Lila Frazzetti and her equally bubble-headed quarterback dildo Greg laughing at her when they thought she couldn't hear because she chose to dress differently than the socials. Dim-bulb jocks and cold-eyed sociopaths and self-absorbed teenaged narcissists and faded nonentities whose lives had never touched hers at all and whose names she could barely remember. Renew old friendships? She had never been friends with any of them. She had known few of them in school and none of them thereafter, and since graduation had spoken only with Tani Pandya. Styx had never been close to anyone, not even to Beth, her mother.
who had died unremarked while her daughter had been discovering the new art on the banks of the Vltava. World-renowned poet? How dare they brag on her as if she were a part of them? What had they ever done? She didn't need them to admire her. She didn't need them to read her poems. That night she went out to the liquor store on Potomac Avenue and brought home a bottle of Stolichnaya vodka and drank enough of it that she could not remember drinking the rest, and she had not done that since the year she shook the Wessex County dust from the soles of her Doc Marten boots. It was the vodka that dreamed it up, and the hangover that entered the e-dress. In a more sober and reflective mood, she would never have done it, never have even considered it. But a famous computer consultant might find things that a world-renowned poet flailing about on her own never could. She hooked the blue line to L'Enfant Plaza, where she could use the bank of public picture phones, and found a booth that was reasonably clean and not too badly damaged. Once locked into the privacy of the P-phone, she called up the crypt and found the public encryption key for Pool Security Consultants. The screen blinked, dialing, waiting, connecting. Why did computer geeks think people wanted to know all that? Just put the call through. The screen clarified when Pool Security Consultants locked in its private key and decrypted the signal. Roberta found herself looking at an image of herself. Pool Security Consultants, the image said. In her voice. How may I direct your call? No, not quite herself. The receptionist wore her hair shoulder length, and her voice was huskier. She wore a clothing style that Roberta would never consider long enough to reject, cut low enough to reveal a far more robust physique. That little weenie! How long did he have to hunt to find a receptionist that was her near double, and what did that tell her about S. James Poole? She nearly hung up then, but the receptionist repeated her request, and Roberta said, "Let me speak to the head weenie." The other woman was unflappable. If she had remarked Styx's resemblance to herself, she gave no sign of it. "Do you wish to speak to our Mr. Poole?" When Roberta agreed, the screen blanked momentarily and was replaced by an image of Jimmy Poole. She would have recognized him instantly. He had always been fat, and the evidence was that despite his wealth and fame, he had not blown it all on a Nordic track. The last 9 years had tightened his face a little around the eyes. They had lost their gee-whiz whiny stare and gained a squint of crafty suspicion. And irritation. Poole scowled at his screen, muttered something under his breath, and reached out to touch a button invisible under his visual field. The picture phone flipped back to the receptionist, who smiled and said, "Poole Security Consultants, how may I direct your call?" And then a moment later flipped back to Poole, whose look of irritation had been replaced by one of surprise. "It's you," he said. That was when Roberta realized that the receptionist had been a computer morph. That S. James Poole, computer security expert, had scanned a photograph of Roberta Carson — it was not hard to find a book jacket bearing her likeness — dressed it differently, given it bigger tits, and a sexy voice. Roberta leaned close to the screen. "Have you read up on the copyright laws regarding unauthorized use of another person's likeness?" Poole blinked several times, and he smiled a quirky half-smile. His fingers played just out of sight below the screen, and 2 inset windows opened above and to either side of him. Smaller versions of the receptionist. No, one of the receptionist and one of herself in real time. "Do you really think she looks like you?" Poole asked. He brought the 2 images together and superimposed one on the other. Green and red highlighted the differences: a taller brow, a wider nose, deeper cheeks. "There are measurable deltas in the 12th, 22nd, 31st, and 34th eigenfaces. In a court of law, this would constitute evidence of no malice mistaken identity. And would fall just outside the closure of the set of faces constituting a person's likeness, defined as those facial compositions recognized as identical by face recognition security algorithms. Who do you think wrote the code for those algorithms? Next question." Poole's smile was so smug that, for just a moment, Styx understood why Chase Coughlin used to wheel on the little Herbie. It took a conscious effort to remind herself that she had called him with a purpose. She rubbed her forehead, trying to will away the vodka headache. If she was smart, she would hang up now. She looked at Poole, who was waiting with ill-concealed impatience. She could probably get him on harassment. The reasonable woman standard didn't give shit about eigenfaces or recognition algorithms. She hated the way he had taken her likeness and toyed with it to please his adolescent male fantasies, manipulating her image the same way that Marisa Van Hoyten had tried to manipulate her mind. Symbolically, it gave him power over her, and autonomy was something that Roberta Carson would never cede. "I need to get information on someone," she said cautiously. Though if an encrypted line into Poole Consultants was not secure, there was no security anywhere. "A date assembly," he said, as if she had flunked a vocabulary test. She showed her teeth to the camera. "You'll get yours later," she telepathed. "These teeth are made for biting." Yes, of course, a date assembly. Another thing she hated was the way geekdom created neologisms out of perfectly acceptable English vocabulary. A race between the jargon-defined cognoscenti and the great unwashed masses who insisted on picking up the terminology and using it. Positive feedback. The more the public learned, the greater the need for the next level of stupefying in-speak. A comic poem began forming in the back of her head. "It will be very difficult. The person I want the information on, the target, target, will be protected by very good security, both personal and corporate. Getting the date assembly, you may need to, bend the rules a little." Poole blinked 3 times and reached out to another unseen control. The screen blanked and came back, this time with a red and white striped border with Poole Security repeated in black block letters in the margins. "Okay, Stixie, spill it. You're inside my pentagram now, and it's my nickel. First rule is never say anything inside a public keylogger. Government has keyword search routines and mini-cray crypt robbers that can bleach even the blackest code. Encrypted conversations on public nets draw their attention. The pretext being that's how the lords of drug communicate. Right now I'm code dancing. My system has co-opted your P-phone's P-brain and is shuffling codes at both ends faster than crypt robbers can break them. That will last as long as it takes the government's artificial stupid to realize there is a major serious black hole in its information feeding trough and start marshaling resources to this nexus. So speak, Stixie, and make it good." Roberta took a deep breath and, with it, the plunge. "I want to get the goods on Marisa Van Hoyten and VHI." "What goods is that?" "How would I know? That's why I need you." "You want an outlaw hack." "Not necessarily, but I'm fishing around. I can't predict what information will be useful or what you might have to do to get it. Some of it may be illegal." A shrug. "So what's your point?" Roberta thought S. James Poole had become a computer security expert the way Willie Sutton had become a bank security expert. There had been stories in the newsmags a few years ago. Allegations. Proofs later shown to be forgeries, followed by unsubtle hints at libel suits. And the story dropped right off the public's right-to-know view screen. Nothing to the accusations? Or had countermeasures been taken? "Can you do it?" she asked. Another shrug. "Can you is the wrong question." "Will you do it?" "I didn't think the Peep Crew went in for this sort of fun. Isn't privacy one of your hot buttons?" "Peep Crew?" An impatient cough. "People's Crusades. You're one of the cadre, aren't you? And the crew has been looking for a good baseball bat to whack VHI with." "I'm not doing this for the Crusades. Phil doesn't know anything." "You can say that again. Good old plausible deniability, right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge." Roberta kept a tight rein on her temper. What sort of world were they creating where people like her had to cozy up to amoral slugs like Jimmy Poole to get what they needed? It was more than a question of information haves and have-nots. It was the creation of new kinds of sin. "It's not like that." "Sure, you guys are out to save the world. You are the holy and righteous, predestined for salvation. But you're not, you know." Dryly. I guess an appeal to Crusades' idealism is not the answer to the will you question. Even when you have the right idea, you dramatize and exaggerate so much you wind up discrediting your own causes. Mostly it's just posturing and making speeches. You've been crusading for how long on homelessness? And you've not built one stick of affordable housing yourselves.
Neither have you, she pointed out. Sure, but I don't claim to be doing good for anyone but myself.
I see you've learned the Van Hoyten lesson plan real well.
Don't project, Stixie. I learned that lesson long before Mentor came on the scene. The taunts and the jibes and the snickers. You of all people ought to know what it was like to be smart in a school full of dummies. That's one of the reasons I used to like you. You had a brain, and you weren't afraid to show it.
Oh, God. I'm the secret love of his life.
There couldn't be a God, not if he allowed that to happen.
What about stopping VHI from accumulating so much power that we'll all have to jump when she says frog, or before one of their grandiose plans goes seriously bad?
You're still pressing the wrong buttons, Stixie. This, too, shall pass. Once upon a time, Howard Johnson's was the biggest restaurant chain in the world. Where are they now? McDonald's and Burger King ate their lunch. Or, remember Microsoft? I got no beans for or against VHI. You've been hanging out so much with the crew that you've mistaken agreement for proof. I'm not afraid of the same boogeymen you are.
Then you need to be better informed about the wider world.
You mean outside Herbie City? Insult me all you want. It's a novel way to convince me to risk prison to help you out.
There was a moment of silence while that sank in. Poole hadn't spoken like one who regarded that possibility as a likely one, but it was, after all, what she was asking of him.
What about money? She asked at last. For an open-ended outlaw hack? You can't afford it. Your boss might, but you say, he doesn't know.
Phil isn't rich. He lives frugally and simply,
in a luxurious townhome in one of Washington's tonier neighborhoods.
That belongs to his sister. He just stays there when he's in town.
Far be it from me to puncture any fantasy balloons. You're trying to convince me, not vice versa. The clock is still running. I may have to cut you off.
Okay. No more guessing. What will it take? The image of Poole tugged on its lower lip. Its eyes danced around the margins of the screen. Fingers twitched, and the screen blanked and reopened.
I've bought us some more time, he said.
More lip-tugging. More silence. Just before Roberta would have screamed out loud, Poole spoke. His eyes looked everywhere except at her.
Sex, he said.
What? Not sure she had heard him properly.
Sex, he said again. That's my price.
With me? Hopeful sheep's eyes found her.
Would you?
Gah! Ice formed between her thighs. Never. Not even if it meant never getting her revenge on the rich lady. She would never let that pallid, dickless slug inside her. Her skin crawled, just imagining his touch.
No, she said.
He nodded as if expecting the answer.
Then find me someone else.
Find you someone else?
Yes. Pimp for you?
His eyes wandered away again, looking here, there. Not checking readouts on his console, she realized, just avoiding eye contact.
I just want to know what it feels like, he said. I want to know why everyone seems so obsessed with it. I'm 24 years old, and I'm still a virgin.
For which millions of women go to bed each night happy.
Hell, Jimmy, that can be fixed for $50 on Queenie's BVD.
And if Jimmy was 2 years younger than she was, he must have been skipped a couple grades in school, which might explain a lot. That was easier on the teachers than dealing with a child genius in their classes. No wonder Jimmy was a social abortion. Or would he have been that way anyway?
You don't understand, Poole said. I want a woman to want me.
That costs $100.
Then you won't have a hard time meeting my price. Don't call me again on a public line on this matter. If we need to talk, Call here and ask for Tullio Gucci. And I'll set up some smoke and mirrors." And with that, the screen went dark. Roberta slumped in the padded seat and blew hard. Her head still throbbed from last night's fellatio with the Stoli. God-damned stupid stunt. She wasn't sure why she had done that, because all she had to show for it was a head God was using for batting practice, a mouth like the bottom of a bird cage, and judgment so badly impaired that she had called Jimmy Poole for help and halfway promised to be his pimp. "I want the woman to want me." Styx wondered if there was any price that could purchase that unlikely commodity. But it needn't be the real thing. Jimmy dealt with simulations all day long. One more simulation wouldn't matter. Someone banged on the door to the P-phone booth, which meant the call-in-progress light had gone off, triggering the instantaneous impatience of the modern age. Roberta punched the open button and was barely able to squeeze out against the 50-ish woman pushing in. "Excuse me," Styx said with exaggerated sarcasm. "I wasn't hogging the booth," the woman replied. Snotty boomers. They thought the world owed them its gratitude just for existing. "What do we want? You name it. When do we want it? Now. Peace or stock options or access to a P-phone. The object didn't matter, only the wanting did." Styx smiled wolfishly at the woman. "Have a nice day," she said in as syrupy a voice as she could muster. She floated with the flow down the escalator to the Metro Blue Line. Yeah, give her Jimmy Poole's honest geek any day. Jimmy Poole and Roberta Carson, and Chase Coughlin and the others too, might live on different planets from each other, but at least they were all in the same universe. That fake receptionist, a faux Roberta, morphed just enough to be legal, not enough to be unrecognizable. Probably used by Jimmy to enhance his wet dreams. The ugly duckling adopted, not by a swan, but by the toad prince. Sleeping Beauty awakened by the French kiss of Jojo, the dog-faced boy. She had thought that morphograph gave Jimmy some unspecified power over her, but she realized now that she was the one with the power. Her charms, such as they were, had ensorcelled his mind. His will was impaired by thoughts of her, not vice versa. So the only question was whether or not she would find a woman that would let Jimmy fuck her. A tasteless business, but if that's what it took, that's what it took. No excuses. No fear. There was one out there. Women came in all shapes and sizes and bent of mind. Out of nearly 300 million Americans, there was bound to be one woman who would find Jimmy attractive. Probably not two, but surely one. And the only other question was how long and how hot the shower would have to be afterwards. In a sudden, quirky thought, Roberta wondered if she had conversed with the real Poole at all, or with another construct like the receptionist. Could an AS be flexible enough to handle the sort of meandering conversation she had just had? AS wasn't a topic she kept up on, but she could imagine an eerie sort of future in which simulacra kept up the appearance of personal intercourse in a world from which all humanity had fled. 6. Friends in High Places. Sometimes the choices were easy. The weights of good and evil sat in different pans, and you could reject the one and embrace the other, as Flacco had done years before when he left the streets for Serafina. But at other times, good and bad were commingled. All during the groundside preparation, the physical testing, the schematics and plans, the treadmills and puke machines, the vomit comet, everything building up for the grand day when the green crew would go up. All during that mind-numbing, body-wrenching month, the image of Serafina hovered before him, drawing him on to provide for her, holding him back to be with her. Twice he nearly resigned, to seek other jobs closer to the heights. But always there was the pay scale, plus the hazard pay and the completion bonus, and the vision of the ranch house with the aluminum siding and the tall, shady trees beneath, which he and little Guillermo would play baseball together. No grimy concrete street with its siren call, ready with its sweet, sexy legs or tight snake's eyes to swallow him and Serafina and Memo whole, along with every dream he had ever had.
He wrote to Serafina at her mother's address, telling her all was well, telling her about Tonio and Sepp and Henry Littlebear and Ivan Silotkin and the other men he had met, about the hijinks and the nervous anticipation. He left out the parts about the safety drills or the occasional arguments or a fight he nearly had with Red Hawkins. Such details would only confuse her. He told her he would be home for the Christmas feast after the 3-month training and again in May after the second 3 months, so he would be back in time for Memo's birth, and you couldn't ask for any better schedule than that. Serafina wrote back, a careful, proper letter wishing him well and saying nothing of her fears, asking only that he be careful for the sake of his unborn child. Flaco could imagine her mother leaning over her shoulder as she wrote, telling her what words to use, sucking all the blood out of it. Felipa Cruz had never approved of her daughter wedding that Dominican, perhaps with sufficient cause at the time, and she still kept a falcon's eye on Serafina's happiness. When the day came for a trip to Leo, Flaco waited with the others in the administration building while a self-propelled tug pulled the Harriet Quimby to the center of Pegasus Field. Flaco stood with his hands jammed in his pockets in front of the Pix wall, watching the ship's progress. It was a long wall and the view was panoramic. An early morning launch, with the sky still a very deep blue, but a bright rose tinting the ship and the hangar building in the foreground. Had the thick, blast-shielded wall had windows instead of outside-doorway pickups, this was the scene one would see. But somehow the Pix view lacked the immediateness of a window. It was more like watching a video than watching reality. Tonio Portales, the Cuban, stood by Flaco's side, also watching the ship move across the landing field. He bounced a little on the balls of his feet, small movements so that he seemed to be vibrating, like a spring. Impatient or nervous, or both. Flaco kept his arms tightly crossed over his chest. "Some final exam, eh, Tonio?" "What do you mean, Flaco?" Flaco nodded toward the view. "We fixed her up. The rigging, the welding, the electrical. Now we get to ride in her. I sure hope you weld a tight seam." "Don't you worry about that." Bird Winfrey had come up behind them. His fingers were entangled in his long, wiry beard, twisting and flexing as if they had flown into it and gotten trapped. The tattoos on his bulging arms flapped their wings as his muscles tensed and untensed. "You don't worry," he said again, "because I personally checked each weld he made." Tonio faced him. "I don't need the NDT tech second-guessing my work," he said with a belligerence made slightly comic by his stature. He had to look up to see the bird's beard. Winfrey didn't bother responding to the challenge. "Never dreamed I'd fly into space wearing T-shirts and jeans," he said. "Always wanted me a Buck Rogers suit." He sucked his breath in and blew it out again. "Here comes the bus. Last chance to back out." The Pix wall showed the approaching bus, white, with a red-winged stallion painted on its side. Flaco looked at Winfrey. "Who's backing out?" The bird shrugged. "Look around you. Supposed to be 50 men in green crew, 25 in this lift. So we're down to what, 20? Guess some of the guys gave some serious thought to what they were getting into and found that deep down inside they didn't have the sand for it." "I'm not backing out," Flaco told him. Winfrey shrugged again. "Hope springs eternal," he said. He glanced at Tonio. "How about you, Pedro?" The Cuban made a sudden move, but Flaco had been waiting for it, and his hand clamped tight around Tonio's forearm. Winfrey laughed. Tonio tugged his arm from Flaco's grip. "I can take care of myself," the Cuban said. "You go right on thinking that, little man," said Bird. "Let it go, Tonio," Flaco said. "We're all nervous about the lift, and we each work it off in different ways." "Ese pato es lleno de mierda." "Let that be his problem, not yours." Tonio grunted and turned on his heel. The waiting area was filled with rows of low-slung chairs where most of the men were waiting. Some, like Little Bear, were reading magazines. Others were squirming or pacing or cracking their knuckles. Still others were napping in a show of unconcern. A few had been watching Bird and Tonio quarrel. Sepp Bauer was sitting rock-still, looking straight ahead, not reading or napping or watching anything in particular. It was a disconcerting habit he had, almost as if, having no immediate tasks at hand, he simply turned himself off. Noticing the direction of Flacco's gaze, Winfrey said, "Nah, old Fritz there, he'd be the last one to back out. Don't know if he doesn't know enough to be scared, or he knows enough he isn't." "His name isn't Fritz," Flacco said. "Whatever you say, but what's in a name? A rose by any other name would smell as sweet." "Then you don't mind if I call you un mamao pendejo hualabish?" Bird threw up his head and brayed. "Hell no," he said, in a Mexican-accented Spanish. "I've been called worse than that." The loudspeaker interrupted them. "Attention in the lounge," said a synthetically smooth voice, neither male nor female. "Harriet Quimby is ready for boarding. Please line up at the gate with your identification and wait for the door to open." Bird chuckled as the others filed by. "Harriet's ready for boarding," he repeated. "A lady is always ready to be boarded. Isn't that right, Wendy?" Wendy McKenna was an electrician, one of only a half-dozen women in Green Crew. She barely glanced at the NDT tech as she passed by. "Up yours, Winfrey," she said. Winfrey nudged Flacco. "After 3 months upstairs, we may be glad to get that much action." Flacco turned away and fetched his carry-on bag from the seat beside Sepp. He kicked Bauer's shoes, and the German looked at him. "We're boarding," Sepp grunted, and rose to his full height, arched his back with his arms stretched overhead. "Good. I was about to get bored." Flacco took his place in line behind Sepp and Tonio, and waited patiently while the men at the front of the line looked into the facemaker, which confirmed their appearance against the version coded on their magstrip cards, and the master in the AS ROM. All three had to agree, and it would be easier to get plastic surgery than to change the master dataface. Red Hawkins contrived to give the recognition algorithm a problem, as the light reflecting off his bald head confused the droid. Winfrey, who had come into line behind Flacco, called out, "Grow some hair, for Christ's sake." Hawkins flipped the bird. "You come up here, Mike, and I'll rip a wig right off your chin." "Quiet down," said the gatekeeper. Flacco slung his carry-on over his shoulder. Next 3 months was beginning to look like a real long shift. Harriet Quimby's passenger bay was oval in cross-section, with the seats arrayed in 2 concentric circles facing inboard. A ladder ran up from a hatchway in the center of the floor to another in the ceiling. Decks, not floors and ceilings. Flacco supposed he would have to learn the terminology. A few seconds' misunderstanding might be critical. He found himself a seat in the outer circle, next to a napping, broad-shouldered Negro garbed in a gray coverall jumpsuit. The seats were angled way back, so that Flacco was lying as much as sitting. There were about a dozen men and women on board wearing suits of various colors and designs. Veterans, Flacco figured, running errands or returning from R&R. One man's suit had Boeing McDonnell stenciled on the back. Another's read Energia Incorporated in Cyrillic lettering. Flacco studied the man in gray beside him, whose suit bore a shoulder patch with a silhouette of an ancient galley. The Negro opened his eyes, and Flacco, caught in the act of scrutinizing him, flushed and faced forward. There was a distant boom, and the ship reverberated to it. Flacco sucked in his breath. The Negro chuckled. "That's nothing but the main cargo hatch closing up. Trust me, when the torch lights, you'll know it." Flacco tried to look unconcerned. "Yeah, well, this is my first time." "Sure it is. My first time, I near jumped out of the seat when the hatch closed." He chuckled again. "Course I rode in a cargo module, so it wasn't near so comfortable as this." He glanced at the digital clock on the wall. 10-15 minutes now, tops. "I'm not so sure I ought to be doing this." The gray-suited man rubbed his cheek. "Be a little tough changing your mind if you wait much longer." "No, I don't mean I'm scared or nothing. I'm not scared of anything." "No? You ought to be." "Just I don't like leaving my bomba. I know I'm doing the right thing, and I'll be home before the baby is born. But I just feel bad about being away, you know?" The other nodded slowly. "I do know. My dad used to be away for months at a time when he was with the peacekeepers. Mom would get awful worried, especially when the news went bad. But you don't do anyone favors by taking Easy Street. Mom used to tell me, 'cause sometimes when I was a kid, I'd feel it real bad he wasn't home. She said, "It's who he is, Leland. If he stayed put here and drove a cab or worked the line, well, I'd have him more, but I wouldn't have him." Smart lady, Mom. Yeah. Flacco rubbed his hands together, felt how moist the palms were. I hope Serafina feels the same way about me. Serafina. That's a pretty name. She's an angel. The call came from the hatch in the center of the deck. Listen up, dust bunnies, 'cause I'm only going to say this once. It's your neck, not mine. The head that emerged from the hatchway was close cropped on top and shaven on the sides. The body that followed wore a red Pegasus jumpsuit with the Flying Stallion logo and the name Coughlin sewn above the right breast. His sleeves bore 4 white bands at the cuff. This guy's our pilot? Flacco wasn't sure he wanted to trust his fate to a man little older than himself. First off, Coughlin said, welcome aboard Pegasus Aerospace Flight 89S, Phoenix to Leo, with a stopover at Mir. If your travel plans do not include low Earth orbit, they shortly will, unless you get your ass off my ship. I'll tell you what I just told your friends on the lower deck. First, stow all your carry-ons in one of the secured lockers. I see a bag on the deck there, Bunny. Stow it, now. Trust me, you don't want any loose objects flying across this cabin when we accelerate. Second, you wearing any earrings, especially big dangly ones, take 'em off, now. A few men unfastened their ear ornaments. Wendy, who hadn't worn any, smirked. One man with shocked black hair and a pointed face stuck his chin out. How come? He asked. You have something against guys wearing jewelry? Coughlin flicked his own earlobe. See me groundside, Bunny, I got better than you'll ever. But we max 5Gs going up, and if I had anything dangling by a wire from my lobes that suddenly weighed 5 times what it should, I'd turn damn thoughtful. Same goes for any pens, keys, or combs, or anything else you got in your pockets. If you don't want a big honking bruise on your chest, or anywhere else, take 'em out and put 'em in the compartment under your armrest. There was a flurry of movement while the green crew emptied their pockets. The men in the coveralls grinned and shook their heads. What do you think, Otter? One said to another. Just dust, was the answer. Your harness, continued Coughlin, is a 5-point harness. It ain't too hard to fasten and unfasten, and if you can't figure out how, you have probably just made a bad career move. When the lift starts, lie flat in your frame with your arms on the padded armrests. Do not try to move. Especially do not try to scratch yourself. Weasel Hottermeyer tried that on his first lift, and now we call him Squeaky. 4. None of you is sitting near an emergency exit, because there ain't no emergency exits. If the profile is good, you don't need 'em. And if we smooch, they wouldn't help anyhow. 1 toot on the horn means 1 minute to lift. 3 toots means the torch is lit. Any questions? His attitude said he didn't expect or want any. Friendly guy, Flacco whispered to his seatmate. He'd make a great Stewie. The pilot may have heard him because he turned suddenly in Flacco's direction. But what he did was he traded fives with the black man. Hey, Hobie! Hey, Chase. Heading back to Crystal? Another run of experiments. Screening design. To open the lattice to see if we can get better ductility without losing conductivity. Whatever turns you on, Otter. Me, I gotta herd these dust bunnies over to Leo. Maybe I'll see you next run. Say yo to meet for me. Word. The pilot skinnied up the ladder to the flight deck, and the internal hatches banged closed one by one. Sealed in for sure, now. Flacco turned to the man called Hobie. You guys know Meat Tucker, the rigger boss? The black man nodded and adjusted his harness. Chase, Meat and me went to school together. Small world, said Flacco. The man chuckled. You should see how small it looks from orbit. Physical discomfort, Flacco could deal with it. He was no stranger to it. The brutal, crushing acceleration reminded him of the time a wall had collapsed on him at a construction site in Queens, and he had lain flat on his face with a course of bricks for a blanket. And the weightlessness that followed brought nausea and disorientation with it, but he had been drunk often enough to recognize those sensations, too. Mental discomfort was another matter. The PIX screens on the cabin wall relayed a view of the earth falling away beneath them. Any second thoughts now were better left unthought. Quimby rendezvoused with Mir on her first orbit, and Hobie and one of the Russians shouldered their gear and kicked off toward the ladder, sailing through the air like a couple of fish. Up and down had been scrambled, and Flacco no longer could tell the deck from the overhead without first checking where the couches were. A curious thing, the compartment seemed larger than it had on the ground. The PIX view showed an asymmetrical Tinker Toy assembly of modules, dominated by two large external shuttle tanks on one side. Satellite repair garages, Hobie told him. The Argonaut scientist shook Flacco's hand before departing. I gotta go see they don't bogey my equipment when they unload the cargo. Good luck on Leo. Yeah, you too. Good luck on your experiments, whatever they are. Hobie laughed. When I understand the process, I'll be the first to let you know. But I'll let you in on something. Leo makes a full circuit in just under 2 hours. And your girl lives in, what did you say, New York? So 11 times a day, you'll be closer to her than you were in Phoenix. Afterward, Flacco hovered by the PIX screen and pretended to watch the unloading. Then 2 men and a woman boarded the Quimby, stowed their carry-ons, and buckled themselves into some empty seats. Coughlin spoke over the intercom and announced the departure window in 20 minutes. So all you bunnies better get fastened. The woman from Mir made a buck-toothed rabbit face at them. The bunny business was beginning to wear a little thin on Flacco. He already knew he was a novice. He didn't need to be constantly reminded of the fact. Or did he? His lack of experience might be something he could forget far sooner than he ought to, so the constant reminders might have a purpose. Flacco pulled himself back to his seat using his hands and the backs of the couches. The Boeing McDonald man said to no one in particular, I thought bunnies were supposed to hop. Flacco ignored him. He had watched the more experienced men kick off and sail through the cabin, touching down on their destination like ballet dancers, but Flacco thought it looked too easy to be that easy, and would rather someone else crack his head by pushing off too hard. He buckled himself in and waited with his eyes closed for the next departure. What Hobie had told him helped a little. Leo was 300 miles up, and that wasn't very far away from Serafina at all. But half the time, he'd be all the way round on the other side of the world. Coughlin let them see Leo as he made his approach by slaving the forward doid pickups to the PIX screens in the passenger cabins. Flacco saw an array of gossamer girders enclosing the work site, illuminating the space with floodlights, holding things in place with stay lines. Structures like those would collapse if they were built on Earth, but up here they did not fight gravity. To one side, in what Flacco took for the marshalling yards, were 3 shuttle external tanks, one partly disassembled, together with a dozen ram pods and what must be the leftover parts from other ETs. Flacco counted 3 LOX tanks and 1 inner tank. Nearby, a stripped-down plank orbited as a yard engine. In the center of all this was the station itself. 3 ETs had been disassembled and reconfigured with the hydrogen tanks linked nose to tail. 2 of the inner tanks had been used to create pressurized transfer tunnels linking them, so that the whole looked like a single long cylinder with rounded ends. The forward tank bore an array of antennae and other equipment, a solar power receiver, and a heat radiator, both temporary. That was construction headquarters, according to the pre-lift briefing. The bunkhouse was the one just behind it. Flacco studied it carefully. It would be his home for the next 2 months. The dull, rusty color made it nearly invisible, despite the bright floodlights attached to the free-floating structures. A reflective coating was being applied by robots crawling around the outer skin, but only a small part of the tank was covered as yet. The third tank in line, the warehouse, was also being used as a dock, so the approaches had been kept clear. The Quimby maneuvered as it closed orbits. Since the AS that controlled the PIX view kept the image rock steady, the transient accelerations Flacco felt in his ears, forward, back, up, down, left, right, in a confusing jumble, argued with the lack of movement his eyes saw on the screen. It was an argument his stomach lost. "Ah, sweet Jesus," said someone in a broad brogue. "The sweet perfume of bunny spew. Use the By Our Lady blowbags, will ye?" Flacco clenched his jaws shut and looked around, gratified to see he was not the only one among the newcomers to boot his lunch. Their entry into Port Leo was greeted with a tumultuous welcome by the Red crew, who surrounded the Greens as they entered the warehouse from the smaller 10-foot entry bay, pumped hands and pummeled backs, until the whole crowd of them were floating this way and that inside the tank. One of the Reds took Flacco's carry-on from him. "Here, let me help with that, Bunny. You must be tired from your trips." "What did he bring?" asked a companion. The first man zipped open the bag. Flacco said, "Hey!" and made a grab for it that his welcomer easily evaded. Flacco suddenly found himself floundering without support, far from any wall. "Looks like cookies," said the first man, lifting a sealed plastic bag. "My wife baked those for me," Flacco said. "Och, and a fine cook I'm sure she is. What else did she give you?" A third man took the bag and reached inside. "This isn't beer, is it? Sure, that'd be contraband. No, fruit punch." He turned to his companion and smacked his lips. "I haven't tasted fruit punch in donkey's years." "Gott sei Dank," said the first man. "Looky here, beef jerky." "That's mine," said Flacco. A fourth man slapped Flacco on the back. "Welcome to Ziggy. We're the welcome wagon, except we work it the other way." When Flacco turned back from this distraction, there was no sign of the first man or of his carry-on. "Hey, where did that hijo de Zora take my gear?" "Where does the time go?" the first man said, looking at his watch. "Back on duty, everyone." In a chorus of good luck and look me up when you settle in, the Reds disengaged from the Greens and, Flacco did not see how they did this, were soon sailing down the length of the bay toward the manlock at the far end. Flacco looked around at his companions, most of whom wore the same dazed look he did. They were in a large cylindrical bay 27 feet across and 50 deep. Big white numbers painted on bulkheads read 1B and 1C. Ahead was a bulkhead with an opening in the center, which Flacco suspected would lead to 1D. Bins of various sizes, stenciled with number codes, lined the walls, arcing overhead and underfoot. Between every third file of bins, recessed lights encircled the bay. Most of the Greens were drifting in mid-air, some spinning slowly. Nearly all bereft of their satchels. Flacco saw that Henry Littlebear and Sepp Bauer had retained their bags, but then the man would be hard to find who could pry something from their grasp, did they not wish it. "What do you think, Otter?" Flacco tried to turn and see who had spoken, something he found extraordinarily hard to do. He felt like he had that time Serafina had dragged him ice skating at Rockefeller Center. There was nothing he could get a purchase on. "Looks like a bunny raid to me," said a second voice. "Good thing we waited before disembarking. Could have got mistaken for dust bunnies, you and me." Bodies began to sail past Flacco, the company men who had been aboard the Harriet Quimby. They floated gracefully, like scuba divers, though without flapping their arms or legs. "Yo," called Tonio. "How do we get out of this?" One of the otters reached out and grabbed a spar of the dunnage that lined the walls. It brought him to a halt and spun him around so his feet found another spar, and he was facing them. "Dunno, Dusty, but I'd vacate this section if I were you. They take it to vacuum when they unload the big stuff. Easier to bring cargo in through the space doors than through the locks. Besides, Uncle Waldo expects you to report in up in the bunkhouse, so don't hang around here any longer than you have to." With that, he flexed his legs and shot off after his companions. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then a chorus of voices all broke out at once. "Who does he... How are we gonna... That son of a... Vacuum?" The main question in Flacco's mind was, who was Uncle Waldo? The one thing he knew for certain was that O&P had spent too damn much money to train and lift them just to lose them to a hazing ritual. So either someone would come and fetch them after letting them flounder a bit more, or they were expected to work their own way out. Flacco twisted his neck to see what he could see. What he saw was that Red Hawkins had managed to keep a grip on a spar at the far end of the entry space, just before the second ring frame and the rows of bins that lined the midsection. Red was smirking at the rest of them, but Flacco noted that he kept an iron grip on the spar and his carry-on was nowhere to be seen. "Hey, Red," Flacco called him. "You know what, Chico? You look goddamn funny hanging like that." "Reach out and grab Lou's hand." "What for, mate? He's not my type." Because then Lou can grab Wendy's hand, and Wendy can grab... Who is that? Ivan. And we can make a chain and pull everyone over to where they can get a grip.
Red laughed. Why should I do that?
2 reasons, Colorado. One is someday you may need one of us to pull you out of a bad spot.
Not likely, mate.
And number 2, I don't think the testing is done yet.
Red scratched his chin thoughtfully. If this is a test, then why should I help you? 4 of us were smart enough not to get yanked out in the mid-air. So we go on forward. We win the race.
You sure about that?
Red's eyes narrowed, and he pursed his lips. After a moment's contemplation, he said, You may have a point, Chico. God damn it, Baldy, said Bird Winfrey. Just do it. Flacco saw that the others hadn't waited for Flacco and Red to come to a resolution, but had formed chains linking to each of the other 3 men who had kept anchored. One by one, those farthest out were pulling themselves in on human ropes. Red said, Much as I like the sight of you guys hanging out there. He extended a hand. Flacco was the last one in. When he found a hold on the struts of the storage bin, he nodded to Red.
Thanks, Mano.
The Australian was unimpressed. You better be right, because you and me will be the last ones into the bunkhouse now. He turned away from Flacco and pulled himself arm over arm along the crisscrossed bars of the stowage bins. Flacco looked back over his shoulder before following, and was surprised to see the pilot, Chase Coughlin, hanging in the manlock from 1A, the back porch, with an older, short-cropped man in Asa and Pelly in blue and black. The O&P man said nothing, but he held a computer in his left hand. Coughlin grinned and made what would have been a thumbs-up sign if he hadn't been upside down to Flacco. The orientation was held in the bunkhouse, which occupied 2 entire bays of the No. 2 tank. Here the walls were lined not with lockers and bins, but with cubicles, each of which was open toward the center. Each cubicle contained an E-set and a V-hat and 2 personal lockers. In one, a Red crewman was rolling a sleeping bag into one of the lockers. Flacco eyed the cubicles with suspicion. Storage lockers for people. He also noticed that the bays had been rigged out with ropes in an apparently chaotic fashion, but whether the space was always dressed this way, or it had been done as a concession to the bunnies and green crew, Flacco did not know. He found himself a position where he could wind his arm around one of the ropes and noticed that, while the green crew tried with some success to align themselves toward a common floor, the handful of Red crewmen who joined them floated any which way. Flacco wondered if he could ever get used to that. Here and there, free-floating mobile units the size of a soccer ball hovered in the bay. Their spherical skins were knobby with fixtures, lenses, and air jets. The briefing was conducted by the same iron-haired man who had watched from the manlock. Wesley bin Salim was one of the 4 rotating project managers overseeing Leo. He was a solidly compact man, muscular and tight-faced, with hair cut forward over his brow like a Roman emperor's. He gave the standard welcome aboard speech, introduced the crew bosses, gave out billets and assignments, and laid down the rules and regulations. "We run a strict site here," he announced. "There will be no epithets or slurs. Keep your speech civil and polite. There are too many of us in too small a volume. If someone feels they need a little space, give it to them. This is no place for claustrophobes or agoraphobes, but you might notice that up here we don't have anything but claustros and agoras." There were a few uncertain laughs. Bin Salim smiled, perhaps because so few had understood his jest. "What I mean is, all our space is either cramped inside these cans or runs off to infinity in every direction. Nothing in between. It can get to anyone after a while. So be aware of that and cut your on-site co-workers a break. Second, you will consume nothing that alters your mind or your senses or your coordination. No alcohol or other drugs. Foul or offensive language warrants a fine, but drugs are grounds for immediate dismissal. And if the infraction is serious enough, we might not wait for the next plank before we dismiss you." There was more nervous laughter, but Flacco noticed that none of the Red crew joined in. They looked a downright grim lot. Flacco thought he might turn pretty grim himself after a couple of months under Bin Salim. "As for fighting and sex, I will not tolerate anything that interferes with the construction schedule. If you feel you just have got to have it out, and I'm talking about fighting now."
This time the laughter was full and genuine, and Ben Salam responded with a thin, tight smile.
"Bring it up with the crew bosses, and we will arrange a formal fight. A duel, if you will, under carefully supervised conditions. As for sex, carefully supervised conditions, righto, mate?"
More laughter, which Ben Salam waited out.
"I can't keep two consenting adults from consenting to whatever they damn well please. Just remember this. No one owns a woman. There is an on-site sex ratio of 6.8 to 1, so you will act with unfailing respect and you will always obtain permission beforehand. Force will be met with immediate and summary justice, but personal precautions are your own responsibility. Any woman who becomes pregnant will be sent groundside and dismissed. Any man she names will likewise be sent groundside and his wages garnished for childcare. Likewise, if any communicable disease is contracted. Personally,"
and here he smiled coldly,
"I recommend abstinence."
This was greeted with a few boos and catcalls.
"I don't wonder he does," Tonio said sotto voce. "It don't look like he's checked the oil in a lot of years."
Flaco shrugged. "No importa. I will not betray Serafina." Sepp Bauer clapped him on the back, which sent him into a mild spin.
"That's good," the German said. "The ratio is now 6.7 to 1.
After the orientation, there was a luncheon consisting of Green Crew's confiscated food items. Most of it, Flaco learned, had been in unsuitable containers anyway. He studied the drinking bulb he had been given and turned to Tonio. "It has been a long time," he said in Spanish, "since I sucked on a baby's bottle." Tonio was already at work. "Pretend it is a woman's nipple. Your experience should be more recent," he laughed. Flaco looked around the crowded bay. "We are supposed to find our mentors and become acquainted," he said in English. Tonio shrugged.
"There is always time for that. Where have they to go?"
He regarded the bulb with a sigh.
"Fruit punch," he said. "Who would try to smuggle fruit punch on board when the world is full of more interesting beverages?"
Flaco didn't answer him. "My mentor is a Russian named Pilov, but I don't know how to recognize him."
"Use statistics," Sepp suggested. "Move at random through the party, and eventually you will find him. Probability is 1/E.
"Or find her," said Tonio with a knowing look. "Perhaps you will be the lucky one in 7. Flaco released his hold on the netting and kicked off gently from the wall. He sailed toward the other side of the bay, where he saw a small knot of Reds. Head first. Halfway there, he gave thought to the coming impact and tried to execute the flip-over maneuver he had seen the more experienced hands perform so they would land on their feet. He couldn't quite bring it off, however, and wound up colliding sideways with the storage cabinet's netting and 2 of the Reds.
"What was that?" he heard one of the Reds ask as he straightened Flaco out.
"Bunny hop," said the other.
"Aren't they cute when they do that?"
"Excuse me," Flaco said. "I'm looking for a rigger named Pilov, supposed to be my OJT instructor." The first Red said,
"That a fact."
He turned to his companion. "You want to talk to this bunny, Reese?"
"It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it, and I drew the short straw."
With that, the first man kicked off, leaving Flaco with Pilov. Flaco searched for something to say. "Your name is Reese Pilov?" he said finally.
"Yeah, my dad was an emigre Russian sailor, and Ma was Welsh, and one or both of them had a warped sense of humor."
He smiled well enough, but there was an edge to his words.
"Everyone gets one free laugh at my name. Second one costs a lot."
Flaco knew when to change the subject. "The project boss, he sound like a hard man." "They call him the Rector," said a new voice. Flaco turned, but all he saw was one of the mobile spheres hovering nearby. He looked around for who had spoken, but no one was paying him any attention. "Who said that?" he asked.
"Uncle Waldo," Reese explained.
He pointed to the sphere. Flaco looked again at the mobile. "Welcome aboard," said the sphere. Flaco turned to Pilov. "What is it, NAS? Pilaf wagged a thumb at the mobile.
It's not polite to talk in front of them as if they weren't there.
Who are you calling an artificial stupid, Bunny? I'm as human as you are. A light dawned. Flacco pointed a finger. You're virching. A pause. Then, give the man a prize. But I'm telepresent, not virching. The difference with teeping is that you guys claim to be the real world, though you couldn't prove it by me. And they call you Uncle Waldo? Why? Another pause. There's a whole crew of us, but there's no way for you on-sites to tell which of us is running what mobile or sessile. It saves time to call us all Uncle Waldo than to find out who's on which channel.
Paint a face on it? Suggested Pilaf, with the air of repeating a long, stale joke.
What's a sessile? Asked Flacco.
Ha, ha,
said Uncle Waldo. Then a moment later, a sessile is a unit that can't move around. If I switch channels, I can be somewhere else. The public address system, for example, said a voice in a speaker near Flacco's head. But it bothers you bonebags if we do that too much, the sphere finished. We can even virch and hang out in the data stacks. Anywhere, as long as it's in the network. You're not on site yourself?
Nah, Pilaf told him. He's down below, along with all the other virtuous types.
There are some tasks that need to be done, Waldo said, that don't pay the freight to lift a bone bag. Clerical, administrative, routine. Management'd teep the whole project if they could, but some work needs real-time reaction. When the time lag on the bounce back doesn't matter, they offload the work on a telecommuter. The time lag. Pause. Speed of light transmission from the station down to the dust ball and back. Depends on line of sight or how many relays have to hand it off. That's why I don't answer right away. Oh, I thought that I was a little slow, right? Yeah, a lot of people get that impression. They can't help it. It's subconscious. But I wanted to work on this space station more than anything I ever wanted in my life. But not enough to come up personally? Said Flacco. The pause this time was longer than the bounce back could account for. Finally the sphere said, Look, Bunny, you don't know me. There could be a lot of reasons I don't lift. I might be paraplegic. I might be bedridden, or have a phobia about flying. I might have a 2-year-old in the house here with me that I can't leave for 6 fucking months at a time. I might be in witness protection. You're an on-site mobile, and I'm an off-site, but we're both working the project. Understood? I didn't mean it that... But the mobile shot away with a blast of compressed air that stung Flacco's face. Reese shook his head.
You shouldn't get Uncle Waldo mad at you, he said. He's everywhere. He tugged on his lip as he looked after the departed sphere. I wish he wouldn't talk that way, though.
What way? Flacco asked. He hadn't meant to suggest that the off-sites were more timid.
Dust ball, said Reese. Bunny. You can't exactly say Waldo is a bunny, but he's not exactly an otter either. He shouldn't come on talking like one. He hasn't earned it.
Flacco spent the first day in suit drill. There had been suit training at Pegasus Field, but it was a different matter without gravity. In fact, Flacco found everything a lot more difficult than he had expected. Reese showed him how to sign out the equipment from the lockers in number 3 module. The stockroom clerk was Uncle Waldo, but evidently a different handler than the one Flacco had spoken to at the party, because he gave no sign of recognition. His first trip outside, under Reese's supervision, was a short one. When Flacco stepped out of the manlock, he held his breath and listened for the whistle of air that would tell him something was not sealed right. He had checked everything, and more importantly, Reese had checked everything, but you couldn't not think about the possibility. He hovered over a vast chasm, but felt no fear of falling. Up and down were missing. Earth was down in some sense, but when he managed to twist and bring the planet into view, he found that it was above him. I'm flying above the world, upside down, he thought. He stared at the sparkling white and blue of the earth, trying to make out the shapes of the land, to see if he was over New York or not. But the angle of view was too strange, and after a moment he gave it up. Reese drilled him on suit control. When Flacco tried the suit attitude jets, he fired too long and flew out to nearly the full length of his tether before he found the brake controls on the reel. Reese told him what a fool he was because, if he hadn't been tethered, he'd be sailing off into the big empty right now, and while Flacco himself could be easily replaced, the rigger's suit was expensive. Then they clipped a line to the cable running over to the number 4 tank, which was scheduled to be brought into the configuration next.
"As long as I gotta wet nurse you," Reese told him, "we might as well get some real work done."
There were some Red Crew riggers on the tank attaching the omnidirectional rocket motors that would nudge the vessel into configuration. An electrician was on site to make the connections and set the logics. He had Wendy McKenna in tow. Uncle Waldo was present too, a larger, more rugged unit than the mobiles inside the station. He had a detachable trailer that carried the tooling and equipment the job needed. Uncle was the surveyor, supervising the positioning of the motors. Reese didn't let Flacco do anything except some of the manhandling required to position the motors to Uncle's satisfaction. Under normal circumstances, Flacco would have resented being relegated to an apprentice's task. He was a goddamn journeyman, thank you very much. But these were not normal circumstances, and Reese had the power to downcheck his OJT rating. So Flacco swallowed his pride and did as he was told. The work was monotonous and repetitious. You mount one motor, you've mounted them all, and it was easy to forget that you were working in space, and that was the one thing you must never forget. He also discovered how tiring zero-G vacuum work was. Everything that was moved had to be stopped. Every motion had to be countered. Tools did not stay where you put them. Unless you were very, very careful when you let them go, you always gave them some residual velocity. Then you had to haul them back on their tethers, or you cursed yourself for not snapping the tether in place. Though he had not done much physical labor, Flacco found himself panting long before the end of the shift, and his visor was steaming up from his breath. He was afraid his physical weakness would score against him, but Reese said all bunnies were that way at first, and that was why each one had a babysitter. Afterwards, he hauled himself wearily down the guide wire to the bunkhouse. When he got there, he could tell which Green Crew members had been outside and which had not by counting the number of bodies racked out in their cubicles. "Hola, panas," Flacco said when he spotted Sepp and Tonio among the other bunnies. Sepp was practicing laps across the 25-foot interior of the bunkhouse, kicking off, twisting, and touching down on the far side, then sailing back while Tonio watched. Each cubicle was a 5-by-7-foot box containing 2 color-coded storage lockers, a miniature AV entertainment set, and a tethered sleeping bag that could be rolled up and stowed away. 11 bunks, set head to toe, formed a ring around the interior hull, so that, lying in one, you had the disconcerting sight of other sleepers looking up at you. 8 such rings lined the walls of the 2 aft bays of number 2 tank. It was not the most spacious accommodation that Flacco had ever had, but he had been packed into construction trailers that were a lot worse. The common space made up for things. Being in free fall, the entire volume, nearly 1,600 cubic feet, was available. Flacco could not drop into his sack. He had to pull himself in. Up here, you even had to work at relaxing. It was all he could do to unzip his coverall. When he bent to tug his feet out, he found himself slowly spinning. The ice dancer effect, Reese had called it. Flacco straightened out, and the spinning stopped. At this rate, he would wear himself out trying to get to sleep. Tonio pulled himself over to Flacco's bunk. "Oh, my poor Flacco," he said. "Never have you been more aptly named." Flacco gave him the fig. "You look like you had an easy day of it," he said, "relaxing inside in your shirt sleeves." "He wishes he had shirt sleeves," said Sepp, touching down beside Flacco. "Tonio learned a valuable lesson today." He grinned at the Cuban and kicked off again. Flacco looked at Tonio, who looked resigned, and held up an arm with an angry red scar along the back of the forearm. "Ay, ay," said Flacco. "What happened?" The Cuban shrugged. "Molten metal does not flow properly here, and my clamshell was not tight." "We were told so at Pegasus," Sepp said, making a brief stop on his lap. Tonio watched him go. "I wish he would stop doing that. At Pegasus, he would jog every morning, remember? At least that was outside and not inside our dormitory." He regarded his burn and touched it gently. "It is one thing for a man to tell you about something, another to experience it.
It was very odd, my Flacco, to watch the metal and the gases misbehave so.
Sepp touched down again.
The bird rejected 2 of Tonio's welds.
Did he? Flacco said with sympathy.
The X-ray showed bubbles and voids,
said Sepp, kicking off again. It's a common problem in zero-G welding, Tonio said. So Antonov told me. Tonio ran a hand through his hair. There were many such rejects today. It is a matter of learning the practice properly. I only wish a different NDT tech had checked my welds.
Why is that? Flacco asked.
Because when I saw him again, the bird had 2 skull and crossbones stenciled on his X-ray camera. I think he enjoys rejecting the work of others, Flacco.
Ah, a critic then.
If I could have understood my mentor better, these mistakes would not have happened. But he is Russian and barely able to speak the English.
All the welding masters are Russian, said Sepp.
This time when he alighted, he grabbed hold of the partition between Flacco's bunk and the next one over and planted Velcro slippers on the stay-put pad.
This is exhilarated. Is that the right word? One flies like the eagle.
Or at least like the flamingo, said Tonio. You are an unlikely eagle, my friend.
Sepp grinned. So long as I make no more bunny hops, he said.
Bunnies, said Tonio with a shake of the head. My instructor was as young as I am, yet he treated me like a child.
Mine was younger than I, said Sepp.
Ah, but you are an old man beside us, nearly 30.
Space makes you older, said Flacco.
I am 22 and Race is 24, but in space you learn the care and caution of an old man, and so you become older than your years. Or you die and never become older at all. Sepp grunted and looked around the bunkhouse.
I wonder how many of us will die, he said in a conversational tone.
He might have wondered about the weather.
None of us, said Flacco, if we look out for one another.
He held out his hand, and the other 2 grabbed it. Tonio chuckled.
That is very careful and cautious of you, Flacco. You are aging before my very eyes.
He pointed directly overhead.
My bunk is on the other side. It will be an odd thing looking up from my bed to look down on yours. Do not play with yourself tonight, Flacco, lest your manhood fly across the room like a missile and strike me in the face.
Flacco laughed and gave Tonio a shove with his foot. Then he pulled himself into the sleeping bag without waiting to see if the push sent the Cuban all the way across or not. Interlude. Before the hills in order stood. Forrest Calhoun inserted a doid stake into the socket he had just driven into the rock. A twist locked the stake in place and activated the doid on its tip. Small solar panels opened like a flower in bloom, and a pop-up window appeared in the upper right corner of his visor with the doid's array number and a hash of gray static. Forrest jiggled the stake's laser, and it searched back and forth until it found another stake in the network and established a handshake. The neural net AS aboard Bullard integrated the signals into the rest of the array, and the static in the popper reconfigured into a color close-up of Forrest himself. He grinned and crouched just a little so that he was looking directly into the pickup. His helmet screen displayed a miniature Forrest, visor darkened against the sun, suit a ridiculous checkerboard of visibility, a backdrop of black rocks and blacker sky. Damn. I'm really here. The thought never ceased to astonish him. Jimbo Calhoun's little boy had come so far up in the world that he couldn't get any more up without using another world. Forrest gathered his piton driver and a clutch of sockets and doid stakes and moved on to the next location. Nacho had marked it with fluorescent orange. He found it on top of the long, low ridge he had dubbed the Great Wall of China. Good view. A doid up there could monitor a fair chunk of real estate. Forrest jumped to the top of the ridge. It took an effort to keep his feet planted. Walking on air, he told himself, if there was air to walk on. Gravity was weak on the rock, not so much a force as a whimsical suggestion, and the hang time was enough to make every hot dog in the NBA explode with envy. By the same token, it was easy to get carried away and actually leap off the rock entirely. Nacho had done that once already. Hell, a good sneeze would be enough for an orbital launch. After planning another stake, he told the AS to give him an overview of the coverage. The popper was replaced with a map of the asteroid's day side, overlaid with the grid that Nacho had surveyed during the first 2 days. About 2/3 of the grid was colored in, indicating that one or more droids had a view of them. Blinking dots located him and his 2 companions. Mike was up at Cabeza City, on the head rock, setting up the power plant. Nacho was working his way down the Big Rock Candy Mountains toward the west end of the main body. Forrest cleared his visor. Eyeballing down the long axis, he could make out the strobes from Nacho's suit. The little guy was hammering away like old John Henry, whacking and labeling specimens of surface rocks from a representative sample of grid elements. A second, smaller and more difficult sample of subsurface rocks would be taken later. Forrest watched the geologist for a while. The rock wasn't so big that you couldn't see most of it from just one spot, but it was easy to wander out of sight, into a crater or over the astonishingly close horizon. Once the network of digital cameras was complete, the entire surface would be under surveillance. Until then, standing orders were, always stay in sight. Calhoun! Krasnorov's voice on the suit comm interrupted Forrest's thoughts. Your assistance is required. Forrest sighed. One of his jobs was to assist the engineer when needed, but just once, he would like to hear Krasnorov say, I need your help. On my way. Forrest bounded in long steps over the ragged surface of the asteroid. As he moved east, he had the faint and probably imaginary feeling that he was not only losing weight, but going uphill. Forrest weighed 6 grams at Anchorhead. Because of the rock's peculiar shape, he weighed 5 times less than that at Cabeza City. On a sphere like the Earth, the center of gravity was always straight down, but on this celestial knockwurst, it could be behind you, too. With every leap, Forrest studied the ground ahead with his shoulder lights. You had to watch your landings. The rock was rough and dark and gleamed like knives where the sun struck it. There had never been wind or rain to dull those ragged edges. The lack of air set light and shadow all a jumble, brightness punctuated by abrupt, hard shadows where ancient meteor impacts had created a miniature geography of ridges and basins. Even on dayside, there were scraps of night. Krasnorov had the antenna mast assembled and laid out on the surface with its base near a socket bolted into the rock. The engineer's main project was to test the feasibility of generating power and smelting ore on site, and step 1 was to plug into the sun. Without rotation or atmosphere to screw things up, Krasnorov's solar array could harvest 36 kilowatt-hours per square meter all year long. What you need? Forrest asked. A fulcrum, Krasnorov said. You stay here. I'll make sure the mast goes into the socket while I raise the structure. You're the engineer, Forrest said genially, and if Krasnorov took that as a reminder of who was the captain, that was his problem. When the Russian reached the far end of the mast, he raised it in an apparent display of superhuman strength. Are you ready, Calhoun? Forrest knelt and grabbed the lower end of the mast. Roger Dodger, you old codger. What? Go ahead. Krasnorov walked forward, angling the structure above his head. Forrest guided the butt end into the anchor socket and provided some additional leverage to help the engineer. On Earth, such an effort would have been unthinkable. Even on the Moon, you'd have to think more than twice. But here, Krasnorov actually had to take care not to toss the whole structure off into space. When the flag raising was done and the anchor bolts were driven home, Krasnorov inspected everything and made small adjustments to the guys aligning the structure. Finally, when he had satisfied whatever internal standard obsessed him, the Russian stood back and put his hands on his hips. It's good, he decided. That's what God said on the 6th day, Forrest said. Krasnorov looked at him, though through the sun-darkened visor Forrest could see no hint of a face, let alone of an expression. If he thought the comparison fitting, he did not say. It is an accomplishment, the Russian said after a few moments of silence. Or the first step toward an accomplishment. On-site power generation is something humanity has never done before in space. There is nothing amiss in taking pride in such an accomplishment. Hell, Mike, if we stop and pat ourselves on the back every time we do something no one else has done before, we'll break our fool arms. Okay, so it wasn't the funniest line Forrest had ever delivered, but Mike could at least have groaned. Instead, he said, "After raising the mast, a few moments' rest is called for. If I choose to use those moments to reflect on humanity's accomplishments and you use them to make jokes, the time is not wasted in either case." Though there was no mistaking which case the engineer regarded as a better way not to waste time. But then Mike saw nothing funny in the odd grasshopper shape of the asteroid, nor in the fanciful names Forrest had given some of the grid elements. "I have a thought, Captain," Krasnarov said. "Good. There's another accomplishment to take pride in." Krasnarov, he had noted, was unfailingly correct. The man never called the mission commander Calhoun and never called the engineer's assistant Captain. Either Krasnarov thought Forrest was two different people, or Krasnarov himself was two different people. The Russian turned and indicated the Japanese probe that hovered on the horizon like a man peeping over a fence. "The robot reached its destination and has maintained its station since December. I think its onboard systems are working, and only the comlink is bad. If so, we may be able to repair it. Or it may be deader than a doornail. Yeah, that's good thinking, Mike. I'll contact Deep Space and see what Pack Orbiter has to say. I could use my upcoming rest period to inspect the mechanism. There may be an obvious malf, a bent strut or a disconnected cable, something easily fixed. You use your rest period to rest." "I will be resting. It is only a short stroll over there. I will play tourist." If Forrest didn't know that Mike Krasnarov was humor-challenged, he would have thought the Russian had his tongue deeper in his cheek than a chipmunk. "Can't stop a man from sightseeing," Forrest agreed. "Good." Krasnarov turned aside and picked up a parabolic dish, which he hooked to a cable dangling from the top of the mast. "Now, I have work to finish, and this is your scheduled rest period." How Mike had gotten the conviction that Forrest needed these constant reminders, Forrest didn't know, but he had long ceased responding to the not-so-subtle subtext. If Krasnarov annoyed Forrest because he took things too seriously, Nacho annoyed him by not taking them seriously enough. Each day, the geologist's explorations took him farther west along the dayside, closer to the enormous crater on the back end, until the inevitable happened. The AS belched like a ship's foghorn, and the voice said, "Personnel approaching edge of visual field." Forrest was floating high above the world, offloading a ram pod that he had brought in with Bullard. He checked the terrain map on his visor display and saw that the personnel in question was Nacho. Any farther, and he would be out of sight of everyone, including the AS. Forrest cussed under his breath. The geologist knew the rules as well as the next guy. Not that there were that many next guys around here. He opened the command link to Mendez's suit. "Nacho, old buddy, where you headed?" "I finished today's specimen collection, so I thought I'd inspect the cave and see how to include it in my sampling. It is the second most interesting feature on the planetoid." Forrest didn't think that wasn't saying much. But then Nacho had different interests than Forrest did. Nacho could no more not poke his nose into that crater than Mike Krasnarov could break into spontaneous tap dancing. And Nacho had a point. Since no one expected the hole in the tail end of the asteroid, it hadn't been included in any of their work assignments. Well, that was why you sent people instead of robots. "Okay," he said, "we'll wait until I get there. Remember the line of sight rule." "I will only be in sight for a few moments." "That's what the salesman told the waitress. You wait. That's a direct order." He dogged the supply hatch on the ram pod. Not that he expected burglars, but things had a way of drifting off if you didn't watch them. and rode the tether down to the supply cache by Anchorhead, where he picked up a doid steak. Then he spewed toward the back end of the rock. It was faster than playing frog through the Big Rock Candy Mountains between Anchorhead and Pancake Flats. When he touched down again, he found Nacho waiting by the lip of the crater at the west end of the asteroid. Nacho called it the cave. Forrest called it the anus. Mike Krasnarov called it the crater at the west end of the asteroid. "I didn't think it would matter," Nacho said, as Forrest set a new doid stake in place and turned the power on. One of the solar collector petals stuck and did not unfold until Forrest tapped it with his forefinger. The flower not only collected power to operate the stake and the laser links to the rest of the network, but shaded the doids just below it so they would not be blinded by direct sunlight. "Rules always matter," came Krasnarov's voice over the suit link. Forrest frowned. The Russian should be too busy to eavesdrop. But when he raised the doid view of Cabeza City in his visor screen popper, he saw that the other was indeed working on the power plant. "This rule has a reason," Forrest said. "The surveillance system still has blind spots, and your cave is one of them. If anything happened while you were inside, Mike and I wouldn't even know about it until it was maybe too late." "What could happen?" "Son, if I knew that, I wouldn't worry so much." The geologist didn't make a further issue of it. He was wrong, and he knew it. Nacho was okay, but his attitude toward rules was the mirror image of Krasnarov's. "So, on the average, we're reasonable." Nacho guided himself around the lip of the crater and inside. Forrest followed, keeping one eye on the doid view of Krasnarov at Cabeza City, another eye on the view from his latest stake, and a third eye on where he and Nacho were going. They wouldn't be too far in, he noted, before they were off the grid again. The doids could see a fair distance, but they couldn't see around corners. Forrest switched his receiver to monitor the geologist's notebook. "Complete absence of a crater wall or evidence of ejecta elsewhere on the rock, but gravity is so weak that most of the debris is thrown entirely off the body, where it co-orbits. Crater appears to be deeper than first thought. Sunlight blocked for more than the first 20 meters, so the bottom, that is the far end, is obscured in shadows. Note: lighting needed inside the cave to explore deeper. Unusual, perhaps unprecedented, for a crater to be deeper than it is wide. Feeble gravity. Maybe melted rock from the original impact froze before it could sag into a cup." As they moved farther into the cave, they passed from light to shadow, and the views on Forrest's helmet snapped off abruptly. Space was all blacks and whites. There was no dimming out, no twilight. He and Nacho played their suit lights off the dark walls. The rock face resembled dirty styrofoam, smooth but pockmarked. It curved away from under their feet and closed in again over their heads. Forrest ran one of his lights around the circumference. It was hard to judge distance without any landmarks, but the cave still looked as wide as it had at the mouth, about 10 meters. The asteroid's center of mass lay ahead of them, so walking into the anus had the slight feel of walking straight downhill, which meant walking out would be walking uphill. "This is far enough in for now," Forrest announced. The Brazilian protested. "We haven't reached the far end yet." His lights probed down the hole, failed to find its bottom. "We are already farther in than I'd like to be without full lighting. We've both put in a full day's work already, and I'd rather not have to climb out of here on my spare oxy-tank. How much can you really learn by shining your suit light around at random? Wait till we develop a game plan and get some floods in here." Mendez took a few more steps and swept his beam through the darkness ahead. He sighed and turned back. "You're right." "I don't have to be right. I'm captain, remember? That wasn't a suggestion." Mendez did not turn around. "Then, would you like a suggestion?" Forrest hesitated only a moment. "Go ahead." "Don't remind us so often that you are the captain. We haven't forgotten." "I was joshing." "It may be a cultural thing. I don't always know when you're joking." "It too, Nacho?" "Let's sit and rest a while. I lost the doid view from Cabeza City when we entered the anus. I won't know if Mike gets into trouble." Forrest, of the three of us, who is the least likely to get into trouble? And the rules say we shall rest every so often. Low-gravity work is more tiring than it appears, and— All right, we'll rest a few minutes. Forrest waited for the Brazilian to rejoin him. A fascinating body, Nacho said. That's what my last girlfriend told me. The geologist ignored the remark. I mean, in the first place, it is a Swanwick body. A smaller asteroid fused to a larger one. But then, to find this cave, the striker would have had to come directly out of the west, unless the rock has shifted orientation since then. In the same orbit? Forrest pursed his lips. Not if it was traveling fast enough to burrow this hole. Its greater velocity would have put it higher above the sun. Forrest had played chaser and target on enough orbital rendezvous to have the velocity-altitude duality sink into his bones. Move faster equals climb higher equals fall behind. Must have been crossing orbits. Nacho sounded doubtful. Then the striker would have hit at an angle, and the rock is not spinning. Maybe it used to spin, and the striker is what stopped its clock. You'll know more when you locate the remnants down at the bottom. Riddle me this, though. How come the walls in here are so smooth compared to the surface? He saw Nacho's glove rub the rock under them. If I had to guess, and I do, I would say that the molten rock from the impact froze in place. Since then, it has not weathered. Forrest looked at him. Weathered? The Brazilian chuckled. Steel rain, he said, quoting the popular song title. Micrometeor rain weathers these bodies all the time. One of the moon rocks, from Apollo 11, had an impact crater on it 2 microns wide. The mark of a snowflake traveling very fast. Celestial erosion. The cave is shielded from the rain, but— Nacho's lights traversed the cave wall. Yes, you see those pockmarks? They are small impact craters. And there. That is a sizable one. Do you see it? Probably an object the size of a grapefruit, one whose angle of entry was shallow enough to carry it this far in before striking the wall. That cave mouth is a mighty small bullseye, son, even for grapefruits. Ah, but many eons of opportunity, Forrest. Forrest grunted. He ran his light under their feet, tracing the path of their footprints in the faint dust created by microstrikes. No one had ever made footprints here until this moment. Not since the crater was first formed. But when was that? Will this hole eventually fill up with rain? Eventually, Nacho said with sardonic humor. Or the rock may be pummeled? Yes, pummeled into a sphere. Each strike knocks pieces loose, and any debris that is not entirely ejected settles toward the center of mass. He pointed inward, toward the midpoint of the asteroid. It may take billions of years, and a large collision will probably destroy the rock long before, but the cosmos will try to knead the rock into a proper spherical shape. You mean a ball of rubble? No, sintering would fuse it into a solid object, over time. I guess the unchanging face of deep space ain't so unchanging. No, it isn't. Split rock in the Moon's Taurus littoral valley was knocked loose from the southern massif by a meteor 200 million years ago and tumbled to the valley floor. Oh, there is change, senor, but don't hold your breath waiting for it. These features may last for millions, for tens of millions of years. Before the hills in order stood, or earth received its frame. Excuse me? Forrest scraped the ground with his boot. An old hymn Ma used to sing. There was a line in the rock there, a score that ran off straight as a rule. He scuffed it some more. Looky here. He followed it with his searchlight. It seemed to corkscrew around the inside surface of the cave. Nacho knelt and touched it with his gauntlet. It looks like the track of a small object that entered the cave and skimmed around the wall instead of impacting. The geologist played his lights on the score line and bent closer. Then he studied the unscored rock. In the circle of light, Forrest saw several other gouges running parallel to the first. Must have been a whole meteor shower, he commented. Talk about steel rain. I'd have hated to be inside this barrel when that load of buckshot blew in. Come to think of it, he'd have hated to be inside with just one rock bouncing around off the walls, snowflake or grapefruit. The chance of something finding that portal during the few minutes they were down in here were mighty slim, but he couldn't stop himself from glancing toward the mouth of the cave. And his heart nearly stopped when he saw two lights coming straight toward him. "Jesus," he said. "No," said Krasnorov's voice over the intersuit channel. "Only me." "What the hell are you doing here?" He was angry with Krasnorov for having scared him. "I discovered that I was not under safety observation as required by your procedures. You have been out of contact longer than the allowed maximum. Had anything happened, the AS would have been unable to..." He paused and looked around. Forrest could hear his grunt of surprise. "Listen to Mr. Rulebook." Forrest had been a civilian test pilot, but he had run into plenty of military Johnnies back in the old days who walked around with a rulebook stuck up their ass. "What can I say, Mike, but oops? Out here, oops might be the last thing you say." Forrest had no retort to that one since Mike was dead right. "Let's blow this joint. Nacho, let's go." The cave was a larger structure than they had thought at first. It certainly warranted a major rev to the work plan, which they would discuss during the end-of-shift debriefing aboard Salyut. He wondered how a meteor could have driven so deep without cracking the rock into itty-bitty pieces. Maybe the head rock was the perpetrator, and it had bored all the way through and popped out the other side before coming to a stop. He laughed. That scenario probably violated a whole lot of physics. "Come on, Nacho," I said, "let's go." The geologist was hunkered down over the groove in the cave wall. He turned to face them. As his visor came into line with Forrest's suit searchlights, it automatically darkened, but before it turned black, Forrest glimpsed a badly puzzled face. "Something is wrong," he said. "What?" Krasnorov said. "What do you mean?" "The cave. It is too cylindrical. It has been bothering me since we entered. Craters are almost always hemispherical sections." Forrest shrugged. "So this one is different. You said the light gravity, and when I look closer, the rock does not appear to have melted and refrozen. There should be bubbles from the oxygen and other gases that boiled out." "Forrest? Captain? I do not think this is a natural formation." Krasnorov said, "Ridiculous. This is not an impact crater, but a bore, and these grooves are the markings of some sort of excavation." "An excavation," Krasnorov said. "By whom? When? For what purpose?" "I don't know," the geologist said. "You want answers, and all I have are questions. Whoever, whatever, dug this tunnel, it was a very long time ago. Before the hills in order stood," Forrest whispered. He played his light around the walls. Could it be true? Could it? "Your conjecture is absurd, Mendez," Krasnorov insisted. "If you do not understand how an impact could have made this cavity, the deficiency may be in your understanding, not in the cavity. There is some natural explanation. If the interior of the rock was of a different, more volatile material, it might have vaporized when struck, leaving this shell behind." "Now who is absurd, engineer?" Krasnorov shrugged off the reminder of expertise. "And your knowledge is based on a sample of how many asteroids? Plus a study of a great many meteorites, all of which were superheated passing through the Earth's atmosphere. So if they contained such material, it was gone before whatever fragments were left touched ground. A volatile inner core might explain why the Tunguska object exploded." "I am certain," Forrest grunted and intervened before the argument could go further. "So was the preacher, Nacho, but do you have anything resembling proof?" Nacho remained firm. "I know it." Forrest considered that. The idea that this hole had been dug out by unknown beings unknown millennia ago for purpose or purposes unknown was exciting, intriguing.
daunting, but just a trifle unsubstantiated. This was neither the time nor the place for an extended discussion. "Okay," said Forrest, "we'll work up a plan of study. From here on, everybody keep an eye out for anything unusual. But we don't tell Deep Space yet. I don't want this expedition to look foolish in front of the whole world just because we saw something we wanted to see." Nacho turned abruptly and bounced past them. Forrest and Mike followed, but not too closely. Leave the little geologist his space. He was too excited now to listen. Wait a while, and the man's easygoing personality would reassert itself. Then they could discuss the hypothesis more objectively. Krasnarov spoke over the engineering channel. "A word, Captain?" Forrest took the cue and cut Nacho out. He turned to face the engineer. "What?" "Dr. Mendez is overwrought." "Yeah, well, it's been a hard day's night." "He may need rest. His work has required more physical exertion than yours or even mine. As you said, he saw what he wanted to see." "I'll consider your advice, Mike." "Good." Krasnarov broke contact and leapt like a gazelle after Mendez. Forrest watched the Russian pause in the circular mouth of the cave to gaze momentarily at the starry void beyond. Mighty Mishka, explorer of worlds. But not so mighty if someone else had pithed an asteroid millions of years before his ancestors had even swung down from the trees. If Nacho had seen what he wanted to see, then Iron Mike Krasnarov had not seen what he did not want to see. So, on the average... Forrest turned and looked down the gun barrel length of the crater, the borehole. On the average, what in hell had they seen? Themselves, maybe. 7. Fish in a Barrel. Stepping into Gaia Biotech's New Orleans facility was like stepping out of doors. The reception area was an atrium filled with miniature trees and colorful flowers and infused with delicious fruity fragrances and the earthy smell of loam and peat. A skylight prism scattered the sunlight and lent everything a soft, unearthly hue. Away from the window, a fountain bubbled into a faux pond full of water lilies, hyacinths, and darting goldfish. A forest glade, Marisa thought, as she and Zhao Hui stepped inside. Rustic wooden chairs and a table with the usual technical journals were tucked into one corner. A cardinal on the branch of a dwarf sycamore cocked its head at them before flitting to a more remote perch. The receptionist was a live human being, a welcome touch in a world where visitors often confronted only a telephone and a plant directory. "May I help you?" The young woman who stepped into the glade had broad features and straight black hair. She dressed casually and carried a brown and black house cat tucked in her arms. To all appearances, she was just out strolling in the woods. Marisa had to look carefully before she marked the ear clip and the thin filament fiber-op throat mic. Marisa took the offered hand. "I'm Mary Gorley," she said, the name she used when she wished to be incognito. "From corporate. I'm here to see Corey Wilcox and Wallace Coyle. This is Zhao Hui, my assistant." Hui bobbed her head in acknowledgement and adjusted the lightly tinted wireframe glasses she wore. Her diminutive stature and delicate features gave the illusion of utter fragility, and the computer that hung from her right shoulder might have weighed nearly as much as she did. But the fragility was a lie. Hui knew martial arts for which Marisa did not even know the name, and there was not an object in the room that she could not use as a weapon. The receptionist spoke sotto voce, and then listened for a moment before nodding. "Mr. Coyle has already arrived and is waiting for you on the jump pad." "The jump pad?" Marisa finally spotted the receptionist's desk, artfully hidden among the foliage. The sight of the monitors, keyboards, and disk drives were a relief, in a way. Corey ran an interesting shop, but Marisa had not thought the receptionist spent all her time smelling the roses and waiting for visitors. "Dr. Wilcox has gone fishing." From her expression, Marisa took the phrase to be a common jest at Gaia. "Very well. Do I need to sign in somewhere?" "No. Your name and voice print were recorded and time-stamped.
Ms. Zhao, is it? Would you mind repeating your name and affiliation for the computer?
Certainly,
Hui said, enunciating clearly.
Zhao Hui, VHI Corporate. Was that sufficient?
Hui's smile reduced half the human race to jelly, but the receptionist was in the wrong half.
Thank you very much. Do you need an escort to the jump pad?
No, thank you, said Marisa. I know the way. The receptionist shook hands with them again and hoped they would enjoy their visit before she vanished like a wood nymph. On their way through the inner doors, Marisa said, I like Corey's login procedure. We should consider using it at corporate headquarters. Zhao Hui, who wore her own ear clip and throat mic, nodded. I have already whispered into the system here and downloaded the relevant file into a viral quarantine drive at Wessex, along with a note to the staff there. Excellent, Ms. Zhao. You always anticipate my needs.
Having the corporate override password helps.
Hui cocked her head and listened to her ear clip.
The word is going out over Gaia's intranet that Chairman Van Hoyten is on site.
Marisa sighed ruefully. She hated being fussed over. The receptionist recognized me.
No, the voice recognition AS had your voice print on file and flagged it.
Marisa sighed and shook her head. It's getting harder and harder to be sneaky these days. The jump jet on the roof was a Daedalus flying carpet, an executive model. Marisa found Wallace Coyle standing beside it, chatting with the pilot. Wallace was smooth-featured and overweight in a pleasant sort of way. Like so many others that Marisa knew, he smiled a great deal, but on Wallace it was always genuine. She squeezed his hand warmly.
Wallace, how have you and Georgia been? How's Aurora Ballistic doing these days?
The chubby black man grinned.
Fine, as if you didn't know.
Actually, I'm afraid Prometheus has grown too big for me to keep abreast of all the details.
Not like the old days, hey?
Wallace stood aside to let her board the jet. Marisa paused and looked at the pilot.
I take it we are flying out to Gaia's fish farm?
The pilot nodded and touched the bill of her cap. Yes, ma'am. Triton 3. Dr. Wilcox jumped out this morning for a meeting with project management. It's not very far.
No, of course not.
Marisa climbed aboard. The flying carpet model was a typical commuter jump jet. 12 rows of seat, 2 on one side, 1 on the other. Not much more than a flying toothpaste tube. She found herself an aisle seat about halfway back, and Wallace placed himself across the aisle from her. Zhao Hui took a seat in the front row, giving them some privacy. After they were fastened in, the louvers on either side of the fuselage opened, and Marisa glanced out the window into the twin nacelles on the fan deck. The fan blades, covered with thousands of microscopic flaps, looked almost like feathers. While she watched, the lifters spun up and vanished into a curiously undulating blur. Microprocessors in each shaft head adjusted the MEMS flaps, continually altering the blade shape to compensate for turbulence. Hush props, they were called. Marisa could remember how noisy the first experimental jump jets had been. The hum increased, and the hoverjet rose slowly from the roof. Marisa turned toward the aisle to avoid the view and gripped the armrests firmly with both hands. I suppose you already heard, Wallace said casually, as if he did not notice how the plane wobbled as it rose. Skywatch found another NEO, passed within 200 kiloclicks of Earth last week. The pilot chose that moment to phase over to horizontal flight. Jumpers always dipped a little when they traded off the lift from the fans to the wing surfaces, producing a momentary, giddy feeling of weightlessness. Marisa sucked in her breath, and her grip on the armrests grew tighter. But the feeling in her stomach did not go away even after the flight stabilized. Another near-Earth object? There were too many already. The sky was filled with grape shot.
Details?
She whispered, so as not to distract Hui, who was chatting with the co-pilot.
Asteroid 2009 PB. Pasadena found it 2 days ago. I read the notice in Skywatch's news group. You didn't see it?
I have not had much net time lately. You say it passed us a week ago?
Wallace nodded. Hard to spot those suckers.
His grin seemed wildly inappropriate. Did he not realize what he had said? That the blow could have fallen without warning? Marisa sat back in her seat and took deep breaths.
How large was it? She managed. JPL estimates 10 to 15 meters on the long axis. Don't worry, Marisa. It would have broken up and burned in the atmosphere. Don't worry, he said. She would have the nightmare again tonight. She always had the nightmare when she learned of another NEO. Is something wrong? Wallace asked. The nightmare was always the same. It varied only in the exact point at which she awoke. No, only, you know how I feel about the subject. Wallace did not know a tenth of how she felt. She had kept her terror locked away, and only Keith and Barry had been given the key. The Tunguska object burned up in the atmosphere too, she reminded him, but with enough explosive force to flatten an area the size of New York City. Her whisper must have grown strident, because Hui glanced briefly her way. I know, Marisa, Wallace said quietly. I know. That's why we started Prometheus, remember? Marisa forced herself to relax, forced herself to ignore the adrenaline rush. She took a deep breath, knowing how irrational her fear was, yet unable to quiet it. She gave Wallace a grateful smile. Wallace at least recognized the danger, even if he did take things too calmly. It was ironic, when you came down to it, that the media called her the Moon Lady, when she felt so little interest in space flight itself. SSTOs, solar power satellites, power beaming. Certainly she could appreciate the intrinsic worth of such projects. Their potential had drawn in the hard-nosed likes of Chris, Dolores, Heinz. But they were only a means to an end. If she had an obsession, it was not with exploring space. The reason behind the reasons, Keith had called it, though Keith, like others, thought spaceflight worthwhile for its own sake, too. I just cannot help but wonder, she said to Wallace, what if, when it comes, Prometheus is still unfinished? No need to explain what it was. We will know neither the day nor the hour, Wallace told her. All we can do is keep our lamps lit, our eyes on the night, and our hope in the hollow of his hands, and our powder dry. But remember, Wallace added, nothing is likely to come our way for thousands of years. Marisa straightened in her seat and looked resolutely forward. She deliberately untensed her hands from the seat. Yes, silly to worry so much. Triton No. 3, anchored to the sea floor 5 miles off the Louisiana coast, was a wagon wheel afloat in the water, a wagon wheel that covered 5 acres. Barrel cages, 200 feet long and 45 feet in diameter, jutted spoke-like from the central concrete and steel platform hub. The SPP dome and steel tubing flashed against the waves while the pilot circled. An ocean thermal pylon beside the central hub marked the power plant. Triton's numbers 1 and 2 had been built around old oil rigs. This was the first station designed from scratch strictly for mariculture. The jump jet switched to VTOL mode and hovered over the top deck bullseye, cutting off Marisa's view. The plane settled like a leaf. Men rushed from shelters along the margin of the deck to secure the plane with cables. Only then did Marisa release her breath and the seat's armrests. Flying had always made her nervous, but lately it seemed to be growing worse. Corey Wilcox was waiting for them on the deck when they climbed out. He wore a bright green windbreaker emblazoned with the Gaia double helix. The sea breeze blew strong and cold, whipping Marisa's clothing like a line of pennons. The wind was hard enough to rip the words from her lips and fling them to sea, to light on puzzled ears in Biloxi, she fancied. Zhao Hui held on to the railing of the jet's stairs. The wind seemed strong enough to blow her away. "Let's get below!" Corey's shout came to her ears as a whisper. She followed Corey to the control tower at the northwest corner of the deck, where gangways led up to the tower and down to the lower decks. The interior was painted in cheerful greens and yellows. Out of the wind now, Marisa paused for breath. "How can the Gulf be so cold in August?" asked Marisa. Corey shook his head. "There's a tropical storm brewing. It always seems colder in a blow. When it's calm, you can get a damn fine tan." Marisa, who preferred tans acquired on beaches of fine, white sand, nodded without speaking. She could not imagine sunbathing on the jump deck of a mariculture station. "We could have met in your offices in New Orleans," she said. Corey shrugged as he shucked off his windbreaker. You know how it is. A problem blows up and no one can handle it except the top boss. Then when you get there, everything's no big deal because no one wants to look incompetent. Arnaud should have handled it himself, but I didn't know that when I left, so here we are." His two aides vanished below decks. "And besides," he added when they were out of earshot, "it's less likely that anyone is listening." Marisa glanced at Hui, who had pulled her ear clip and throat mic from her computer satchel and plugged in. Hui shook her head, a brief movement, but one that Corey caught. He grinned. "How small does Werewolf make his mops these days?" Hui held up her left hand. "Do you like my ring?" she asked. Corey took her hand and studied the stone. He shook his head. "Will stuffed a mop and a microprocessor into that? I'm impressed." "You ought to be," Marisa said. "There is a radio link to Hui's portable in there, too." Corey shook his head again. "I never understood the fuss that Chris and Will made over mag switches and spin transistors. Guess that shows why I'm not in electronics." "Magtronics, they're calling it nowadays," Wallace said. "I just bought one of those new Kiwi desktops from Lobster Magtron. Has the power of an old-time Cray. Next year it'll be half the price and half the size, but hey, I gotta be me." The meeting room on C-Deck was hexagonal, with a matching table in its center. The middle of the table was a sprit level with crosshairs. "So I can tell when the discussions are on the level," Corey joked when he pointed it out to them. Each of the walls was pixied, relaying end-on views of the 6 barrel cages. 5 of the barrels teemed with fish streaming toward them on one side and away on the other. The door through which they had entered was centered on the empty one. "Clever," said Wallace, stepping closer. "Is this real-time or a recording?" "Real-time. Arnaud just harvested 250,000 pounds of redfish out of number 3 spoke. He's going to seed it with cod fingerlings from the clone vats down in the sphere. See that central pipe that goes down the long axis? That dispenses high-protein food pellets 80 times a day." "Why cod?" asked Wallace. "Do they grow fast?" "Not particularly," Corey admitted. Redfish mature to market size in 12 to 18 months, and mahi-mahi grows to 5 pounds in only 5 months. Those are our biggest moneymakers. Still, there's always a market for the traditional cod, and wild supplies have been spotty ever since the Marine Mammal Protection Act. Huey had been setting up her equipment. She glanced at Corey. "Really? Why?" Corey spread his hands. "Without the annual cull, the harp seal population exploded, along with other predators. Pretty much depleted the fisheries off the Labrador coast over the next decade, which then led to the seal population itself crashing a few years later. Classic lynx and hare process. Any competent ecologist could have predicted it." "I thought it was overfishing that did it," Hui said. Corey laughed. "Oh, that too. It got so bad in the banks that if you cast your net in the water, you'd haul in 4 Japanese and a Norwegian for every cod. Yeah, that old camel was carrying a lot of straws." "Do you have any problems with predators here in the Gulf?" Wallace asked. "I'll show you the trophy room after the meeting. This place is fiddler's green for top feeders. All that prey out there swimming around. The sharks are brutal but dumber than a stone. The mammals, though, they're pretty sharp. We had a sea lion once come right up to a spoke on number 2, that's the one off Santa Teresa in California, and suck fish right out through the netting. No fooling, just like through a sieve. Redfish puree. That was before we installed the fiberglass pike wall and trained the dolphins to act as guard dogs." Marisa seated herself at the table and waited patiently for Corey and Wallace to finish playing tour guide and tourist. She watched the mahi-mahi in the wall directly opposite her seat race toward her, turn sharply just before they seemed about to smash into the meeting room itself, then race away. Around and around in such a hurry, but never getting anywhere. Well, it wasn't as if a fish ever had an appointment to keep. Still, she sometimes felt the same sense of going around in circles herself. Wallace got her attention. "Did you know Corey powers this place through ocean thermal?" he asked. uses the temperature difference between the surface water and the deeps to run a turbine. You see, the ammonia boils at surface—"
"I know, Wallace." Marisa sought to keep the impatience from showing, and failed. "The basic technology was proven out 80 years ago. Can we get down to business?" Wallace and Corey exchanged glances. Then Wallace eased into the seat by Marisa's left, and Corey took the one directly opposite, consciously or not, placing distance between them. Corey twined his fingers together and stretched his arms, not quite cracking his knuckles. Then he rested them on the table. "All right, Marisa. It's been a long day for me. What was it you wanted to talk about?"
"The Donaldson Initiative."
Corey nodded, unsurprised. "Yeah, I thought so. Have you decided which way you want to go?"
Marisa shook her head. "I'm still sounding out the options and listening to arguments. I believe that both of you are in favor of it."
Corey sat back and threw an arm over the seat back. "Do you?" He was dressed casually in an open-necked sports shirt. His broad face sported a ruddy hue that was not quite a tan and not quite a burn. With his easy grin and his light, athletic build, he might have been a professional golfer or, given the background of the Pixwalls, a sports fisherman. "I thought you heard all this back in July."
"The situation is dynamic. Besides, I want to see each of you individually." A nod to Wallace. "Or nearly so."
"Divide and conquer, eh?"
"You really ought to shed that cynicism of yours, Corey. It is hardly charming."
"But useful. I've been called a lot of things. Profitable, never charming."
"Corey," said Wallace Coyle, "we're the inner circle. You, me, and Marisa. We're the only ones who understand the real purpose of Prometheus. So we're the only ones who can give her advice informed by our 50-year horizon and ultimate goal."
"More than 50 if you work the probabilities, but—" He held his hands up, palms out. I know. The Mississippi had 2 consecutive 100 years floods not very long ago. Probabilities are only meaningful a priori. A posteriori, well, a posteriori means you get it in the butt. "Skywatch discovered a new NEO last week," Wallace contributed. Corey chuckled. "That's a funny phrase. A new NEO. Yeah, I heard about that. Small potato, though."
"Small potatoes mean big potatoes, Corey," Marisa insisted. "The big ones are just less frequent. Earth took 3 big hits during the 20th century. Tunguska in 1908, the Amazon around 1930, and Siberia in 1947. They found more than 100 tons of debris on that last one. And those are only the ones we know about. If it wasn't seen, it didn't happen. 3/4 of this planet is ocean. Who knows how many strikes there were that no one witnessed? The Micronesia bolide in February '94 was 100 kilotons, about 5 Hiroshimas on the city killer scale, and all the people on the ground saw was a flash in the sky brighter than the sun. Had that bolide been a little bigger or been traveling a little faster—
But it wasn't, and it wasn't. Don't get me wrong, Marisa. I'm with you. The threat is real and worth acting on. But we won't convince people by spinning scare stories and hypotheticals."
Marisa forced herself to remain calm. It always happened this way. She always became a little too agitated when the subject turned to meteors. "Corey's right," she told herself. "It's a low probability." But another part of her mind, the one that had seen that streak of light in the sky so many years ago, whispered subversively, "But it could be tomorrow." "Very well, Corey. What is your point?"
The president of Gaia studied his hands. "First of all, I don't support Donaldson's initiative."
"Eh? But I thought—"
"I don't oppose it, either. It's a non-issue. I don't think he can pull it off. Too many frogs have to jump, and not all of them want him to kiss them. I do think we can use him for our own purposes. Marisa, you've always made an issue about not being ready when the time comes. Well, here's a way to get something in place right now."
"Donaldson plans to dump scrap metal on the Balkans. How does that help us?"
"Simple. Your cooperation comes at a price. Do you remember those battlefield lasers, the ones they didn't use in the Gulf War?"
"Sure," said Wallace with the enthusiasm of a techno-junkie. "Standoff weapons. Fry a tank at 50 miles. So what? We're not in this to fight Donaldson's war for him." "Think it through, guys," Corey pleaded. "Why were we planning solar power satellites in the next decade? Now I'd just as soon not burn coal in the atmosphere. The gases are radioactive, and the ash is a carcinogen with a half-life of infinity. So I say moving power gen up into orbit is a good idea anyhow. But the spin-off is those power lasers can raster an approaching object into fragments. So, here's your chance. Get one of those DoD battle lasers installed on Leo. It's smaller than the gigawatt jobs we have on the drawing boards, but little rocks are more likely than big ones. We can practice on little guys that would burn up in the atmosphere anyway, like that Micronesia hit you mentioned. We get to develop targeting and control software, test concept outside computer sims, and between times," he shrugged, "we can sell beamed power to Artemis mines." "On the moon," Wallace whistled. "That's slick." Marisa pursed her lips and willed her heart to stop fluttering so. "These lasers are existing technology?" Corey nodded, but Marisa determined to have Dolores check it out. One always heard stories about secret weapons held in waiting, but they might be nothing more than stories. "Will Gregerson is dead set against the whole plan," she mused aloud. "He detests Donaldson, but this might be just the thing to get him aboard." "If we go along with the president," Corey added. "Yes, though if we don't, he can make our lives legally miserable." Corey shook his head. "I don't think he can pull that off either." "It's been done before, or have you forgotten the early days already?" "That was then. This is now. Too many people in too many countries have a finger in the pie now. Corporations, governments, international agencies. It's not just you anymore." "It never was just me." "Donaldson would have to take on a lot of comers, including people within his own administration. I think he's bluffing. He's a lot of things from stock swindler to weather vane, but he's not a kamikaze. Unless," and Wallace's voice drew her attention to him, "unless whoever is pulling Donaldson's strings doesn't mind sacrificing his puppet." Marisa folded her arms. "Donaldson thinks he can use us, and Corey thinks we can use Donaldson." But problems arose when puppets had minds of their own. Strings had two ends, and a lot depended on who yanked the hardest. Somehow it seemed right that she spoke to Dolores Pitchlynn over a video link. The woman had a distance to her, a remoteness very much like the southwestern desert she called home. Grand and impressive from a distance, dry, hard, and eroded from up close. Even face to face, Dolores radiated an aloofness. Even when she smiled. Especially when she smiled. Marisa had never heard her crack a joke. It seemed odd that, of all her steering committee, she felt closest to and most distant from the two women. Marisa could and had confided secrets to Belinda Carr. Late at night, huddled together on the balcony outside the rooftop observatory at Silver Pond, with the distant stars cold upon them. But she could no more imagine confiding in Dolores Pitchlynn than in the wind-carved sandstone pillars that overlooked the woman's Fork-U ranch. "Reach out and touch someone," the old commercial had said. But you could reach out ungodly far and never touch Dolores Pitchlynn. There was something relativistic about her. She seemed to recede the faster you approached. Well, the path to success had never been smoothed before her. Not by accommodating laws, not by fortunate inheritance. She had clawed her way to the top at a time when, for a woman, genuine claws had been needed. If the price paid included a little warmth, it was a price many had paid in those days. And there was the one consolation. Dolores Pitchlynn never had to wonder whether winning meant the game was rigged. "Are you certain of the information, Dolores?" Marisa asked the hard-edged visage on her screen. Pitchlynn nodded imperceptibly. "As much as I can be. No one would speak openly, of course. Need to know and all that. They take their oaths and clearances seriously. But my people scenarioed possibilities and identified a number of activities that would have to see daylight if a project of that sort was running dark. The usual things. Certain materials suddenly hard to get, or their prices bid up. Scientific papers on certain topics drying up. A shift in the proportion of open NSF grants to classified ones. Probable players ordering suspicious quantities of likely components, and ordering to mil-spec rather than best commercial practice. Maybe it's 2 + 2 = 5, but all that must add up to something. I see. And you think it's brilliant pebbles, or something like it? Then Donaldson is serious. Or he's putting on one hell of a show. In secret? Is he that clever to put up a Potemkin village that no one was supposed to notice? Oh, I don't doubt he knows we would check things out for ourselves. It's dark, but it's not black. He could anticipate that we'd look for the sort of intelligence I've mentioned, but the signs point to activity that predates your meeting with him. Some of it even started during the Champion administration. Marissa leaned back in her seat. Her office was a somber one, dominated by heavy dark woods and solid furniture. Browns and blacks, interrupted by sprays of flowers cut daily from the corporate greenhouses. The walls were decorated by photographs of the Planck tests and the Leo construction, and by fanciful paintings of fates yet to be accomplis. Hard-edged techno-painting. Dolores's tanned face, on the monitor in the wall, coordinated well with the decor. "What's your opinion?" she asked the woman, though she felt certain what the answer would be. "You mean, should we accept the proposal? Definitely. A lot of government money is flowing by underground right now. I don't see why we shouldn't dip into the stream." Subcontract on some TMDO projects? Why not? I would just as soon not become dependent on a cash flow that can dry up with the next Congress. It's like the pusher says, the first hit is free, but after that, you're hooked. Picking up some low-lying fruit won't warp our cash flow. Marissa did not care to debate the issue with Dolores. The older woman knew her own mind and knew how to navigate through dark Pentagon waters. Maybe she could kiss the toad and not get warts. After all, it was not as though the government had no legitimate economic role. It was only that it was too easy to grow dependent on it. It was easier to cut a cost-plus or a fixed-fee contract than to grapple with the give-and-take of the marketplace. There were contractors who, during the Cold War, had forgotten how to compete. They became expert at stroking procurement officers and lobbying congressfolk, but they thought that profit was something you negotiated. Perhaps, Marissa said, conceding the point. Short of the Van Hoyten Trust forcing Dolores out of Pegasus, there was little she could do if the other woman ceased to be a loyal ally. Loyalty, like profits, was earned and paid back with interest. The limousine rolled east along Interstate 80 through the sheer cut in Passaic Mountain, where the highway dropped suddenly toward the coastal plain. The sides of the cut had been raw rock decades ago when the road was put in. Now the granite and schist was softened by the grasses and flowers and, yes, even trees that sprouted from unlikely nooks and ledges and cracks. "What will happen to all the trees, Gramper?" she had asked back then when, catching a glimpse of behemoth machines from the windows of Gramper's car, the earth had been all red and raw and muddy from the recent rains. "They'll grow back, Reese," Gramper had comforted her. "Nature is resilient. She survives because she adapts." And he had looked at her gravely, with eyes both sad and serious. His beard had not yet become the white and wispy thing of his last years, though it was already shot through with gray. "Remember that, Reese, if you want to survive. It's a lesson some have never learned." "Yes, Gramper." She had been too young to fully understand him. She was not sure she fully understood him now. She had only known, with a feeling mixed of expectation and uncertainty, that they were going to visit Daddy, and that Gramper was sad. Sykes, his light brown hair already thinning, had been the driver then. He took Gramper's car around a bend in the old two-lane county road, and the nascent superhighway ducked from sight behind them. And so young Reese, twisting in her seat to watch the earth-eating monsters, missed the first glimpse of the sanatorium that the gently curving road brought into view. "Astral projection?" John E. Redmond's drawl brought her back to Lawrence's limo and the hum of tires on the paving. She stared out at the passing roadside. These superhighways were once intrusions. Now they were simply part of the landscape. A lesson there. But what? That earth abides, or that you can grow used to anything? "I'm sorry, John E. What did you say?"
"You seemed miles away."
"Not miles," she said. "Years."
"Ah, I thought you were trying astral projection to get to Washington faster."
She craned her neck to see the hillside on the right as they passed it, but there was no sign of the sanatorium. Perhaps it was gone. Perhaps it never had been visible from the highway. She could see the county road, looking oddly antique through the tinted glass, virtually unused now. A lone pickup truck, its color muted by the window tint, wound across the shoulder of the hill. Who is ever in a hurry to get to Washington? The lawyer chuckled.
"Oh, the old town has its uses. It lets us put all the lunatics in one spot so we can keep an eye on them."
You exaggerate. Most of them work quite hard at what we ask them to do. The problem is we ask them to do too much.
You're probably right. We always run to Daddy when we want something bright and shiny. But have you reviewed your testimony?
I hate reading prepared statements. They seem so artificial. John E. turned slightly in his seat so that he faced her.
To make the points we want to make to the committee, a spontaneous speech would be even worse. We want to lay out the facts and figures on power beaming. You can't pretend to have those at your fingertips.
And besides, it's a ritual.
John E. smiled. And besides, it's a ritual.
He opened the manila folder he had taken from his briefcase earlier and ran his finger down a list he had.
My staff estimates that just under half the committee is already favorable or inclined to be favorable to our position. Testimony from Wilson, Motorola, ComSat, and other players has some of the rest of the committee wavering. The State Department even sent one of their guys over to testify about the effect a ban would have on our relations with Ecuador, Brazil, and Kenya.
Then Donaldson isn't using this bill for leverage, she mused aloud.
No, of course not. He wants to use us, not block us. If the atmospheric protection law passes, it takes his lever away. No, this is Bullock, pure and simple.
She sniffed. Bullock is neither pure nor simple.
No, he likes to stay in the background and pull strings, doesn't he? A lot like his uncle that way. He's lined up the most astonishing alliance the old town has seen in donkey's years. Environmentalists who are convinced that power beams somehow damage the atmosphere. Xenophobes who hate the idea of Latins and Africans cashing in, though they're too careful to say so out loud. It's all trade balance and economic dependence on unstable third-world regimes. McRobb and the American Party are thick with that crowd. And then there are others, firms who drew the short straw in the new economic order and don't like it. They'll testify about unfair competition.
How did Phil Albright feel holding hands with McRobb, she wondered. The American Party was the party of the working man, but sometimes you had to lift the white sheets to see the Union label. Phil must surely feel uncomfortable with his allies this time around. According to John E., Quinlan was ready to take the machinists right out of the AFL-CIO unless the board stopped dithering and came out foursquare against McRobb. And the Teamsters were threatening to leave if it did.
If you accept Donaldson's offer, John E. pointed out, he could squash Bullock for you.
She raised her eyebrows. You think I should? He shrugged and returned his folder to the briefcase, closed it, and looked at her.
I'm your lawyer, ma'am. I give advice. Whether you cooperate with Donaldson or not, I make sure it's legal.
But you have your opinions.
It would be malfeasance for me to advise you against VHI's best financial and legal interests. The incentives in this case are all economic. The objections are all philosophical. Personally,
he hesitated, as if he had never before considered the possibility of a personal opinion. Personally, the less I see of government, the happier I am. Yes, I know, you can't play a game without rules and referees. What I object to is when the referees start making coaching decisions, start calling the plays, start putting sandbags on the ankles of the better players. But intervention in the